sharing. We're
All
going
right.
live now.
We live now.
Yeah.
So this is the thing.
All right, we live.
What's up, people? I'm finna give it some time. We finna get started. We finna expose Mr. Consciousness, aka G-Con. I'm finna go ahead and put the flyers out, bro. So give me a few seconds, Joe. We finna get to it.
Sharing.
All right, Sam, you ready, my brother? Okay. All right, shalom to everybody, man. So we're gonna get started, man. Shout out to Ron Shields, shout out to Dante Forson, shout out to Sister E, shout out to Sheikah Atiba, shout out to Brother Sam, shout out to all the Yahudim that's waking up, you know what I'm saying, and standing the fight. Shout out to JT, preacher to everybody, man. So also shout out to JT Preacher. Shout out to all my Israelites. Shout out to Renzo. Shout out to Sister Shanti. So right now I'm finna play a video with G-Con sitting up here bearing false witness and everything. I'm gonna address some things about Miss Cherry Love and Vocab Malone as well. So let's get it started. All right, so here we go. Let me go ahead and get started.
He uses Israel as a conduit to bring about that. And so Israel is a prime example of a people that's being put down and destroyed and being made a proverb for disobeying God. And so then when we look at Israel, then you go and you look at the nations, you can kind of see why God has rejected the world way of things and why there's a lot of corruption within the world. Why? Because the world is doing the same thing that Israel's doing. This is why they all has been guilty. There's none righteous, no, not one. God looked down from heaven and Israel found guilty, just like the nations was found guilty. And so he's saying all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And so that's clear. And so these brothers don't even read. They don't read Paul. And this is why they want to get rid of Paul, because Paul is really dealing with some things all together. And this is why Ron Shields is Renzo, all of them, Dwayne, they got a problem with Paul. And Paul is over their head because he's teaching on something. That's why we talked about, he don't act like an allegory, like Christ, like Paul ain't saying this is the truth about Mount Sinai. That's why I was like, is he lying? What is you talking about? Like, what are you doing? This brother, man. And then he said I don't know, you can go there with Sister E, Dante Forson, and you can sit with Ron and lie like that all day, and they can stay ignorant to it. But you can't, you can't do that with us, bro, because we ain't going for that.
That's right.
I can't believe he was doing that. Go ahead, but I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, I was tripped over the same thing. My main thing that was like really starting to get on my nerves is how he was playing around with Galatians 4 and all that good stuff in Sinai. Like, that was really started to piss me off, kind of, sort of. But the reason I'm gonna agree with Sister Cherry, the reason why he's tripping and can't understand, same thing goes for all the Hebrew Israelites and just anybody in general, because exactly what I brought up to him earlier. I wasn't really trying to like peg at him that much, but I was trying to make a point in his brain. Hopefully something clicked in there. But he's not obeying Christ. And there's 4 different instances where you're told to obey Christ. Moses told you to obey Christ in Deuteronomy 18. The Father told you to obey Christ when he called out of the clouds and said, "This is my beloved Son, hear ye him." Jesus told you out of his own mouth that you're supposed to obey him. And then James, the brother of Jesus, said, "Hey, obey Jesus." So he's not keeping the old covenant, nor is he keeping the new covenant, because Deuteronomy 18 says, "Obey Jesus." If you said out of your own mouth, obey me. And the scripture specifically saying that there's a veil over your eyes when you read Moses, and that veil is only taken away when you're in Christ.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy, Abishai? Because it was something that was said the other day, and I had to realize, and sometimes we can get in the flesh. But here's the thing, when Yahuwah said, when he wrote on that thing and he said, talked about we need more Nat Turners.
Okay, pause right there. This is what I want you to see, because this is where the lie come in at. First of all, he lied twice. So he lied and said that we as Israelites, we hate Paul. So he bear false witness on us there. Second of all, here's where he's lying about the post that I did. Most of you guys are in the Rumble Room with me, and I posted up what I responded to with Jay, the producer. So here we go with G-Con finna lie to his audience about what I said in the thing. And I'm going to bring this up and show you tonight exactly what I said and how this man is lied, because this is what he does. See, the reason why he's mentioned name dropping, these are the people he is jealous of. He's jealous of Sister E because Sister E has more followers than he does. He's jealous of Ron Shields because he wants to be in Ron Shields' position. He hates the fact that Ron Shields has more viewers than him. Ron Shields is on Sinetta, but G-Con is trying to get on. He want to be on Sinetta. So he hates the fact that Ron Shields is getting the popularity and Ron Shields got it going on in the community. It hates him. He hates Dante because Dante writes books and Dante has more followers than he does. So he's jealous. That's why he keeps name dropping. He's name dropping Renzo because Renzo understands the Greek grammar. He don't understand it. So he has to do this propaganda to where he has to. This is their propaganda. They gotta make your name mud because they don't want the people to hear you because you guys are intelligent. So you know how to articulate, you know how to prove your point. You got historical sources. You're not indoctrinated like the people in the camps are. They just got this precept package. No, see, we are well put together. We are following in the spirit of the Ruach Yahuwah and being led, and they can't deal with that. So the only thing they can do is try to get us angry, get us mad. They want us to be a black thug. They want that image that they want to portray and push across so the people won't hear you. That's what it is. They're afraid of people hearing you because when people hear you, you make people think and you got people researching, and they don't want people doing that because they don't want nobody asking no questions. So let me get back to playing it. So that's why he keep name dropping who he name dropping. Notice he won't do a debate against not against Ron Shields. He don't want to debate Dante. He wants to just talk crap about it. He don't want to debate about the grammar or deal with him on the grammar. He just want to name drop and try to muddy up their name. So let me get back to playing my So, you wanted to say something, defenders, before I play?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. G-Con, as you guys will notice, the topic of this is the rotten fruit of urban apologists. And what you guys are going to see here is some rotten fruit. You're going to see deception. You're going to see, flat out lies, bearing false witness, a whole plethora of wickedness is what you're going to see in dealing with these guys. And the reason why they do this is to cover up for their ignorance. Just like bro just said, they can't logically defend their position, and so they begin their slander campaigns. This is why they won't come off of those their platforms. G-Con will jump around and be on everyone's channel. He'll call in and all of that. But an official discussion or debate where his doctrine is being analyzed, he does not want. I don't know if you have that. Actually, the video prior to this one, the brother said we offered him the opportunity to get a few of his Christian apologist friends together, Kevin G, Sister Cherry, and all of that, to get those guys together so that we can have a sit down and compare notes on the book of Galatians. And so he decides, you know, I don't want to be a part of that. I can't have a discussion with you guys. I can't have a debate with you guys. You guys are so ignorant and stupid and all of these sorts of things. Yet the very next day, you find G-Con. I'm remiss because we don't have. Do you have that post, bro? At some point we can put that up where you made mention to him, and he says, "Well, we can go live right now." Well, I thought you didn't want to have a conversation. You know, I thought you didn't want to have a discussion because we're so ignorant, and because we're telling you about the cultural and historical context of the book of Galatians. We're ignorant. But you who are totally ignoring the context, the historical and cultural and etymological context of the passage, you're not ignorant, you know, but we're ignorant for, you know, bringing these things up. You know, these guys are very deceptive, duplicitous, and, you know, their fruit is just pure rotten, bro.
All right, Aki, I'm finna go ahead and play the rest of this clip and stuff. So we're gonna get it on. Hold on, here we go. It ain't too loud, is it? Let me see.
I said this Negro got a problem with Christ. I said it because when he said that, I said, now why would you be saying something like that, knowing already what the scriptures say and what Christ has said to those that pray for those that despitefully use you and what you ought to do to certain people that's doing certain things that's not to be done. Now here it is, Christ sitting there and he's straight suffering at the hands of his enemies. And he says, think not that I can call this many legions of angels. And then look at old Yeshua. He talking about coming in the spirit of Nat Turner. You know what I'm saying? And then,
now hold up, listen to what he said. Now listen to the line. This is the line that he's telling. Listen to it. Listen what he's saying. I said I'm coming in the spirit of Nat Turner. Look, this is despicable. Hold on. Look, we're gonna go ahead and play it.
You got Christ, you got all power. And then you not talking about and Nat Turner talking about coming in the spirit of Nat Turner, but you gotta hide out and all this, you know, all this old crazy stuff. And then you saying that we need more Nat Turners, but you, and then it's odd because
notice that another second lie that I said we need more Nat Turners. Just a second lie. This Negro is despicable. Hold on.
Why you don't come in the spirit of Nat Turner? If you feeling like you doggy or you this and that, you done already made posts talking about it. Then wonder why people label you as a terrorist. Look what you're doing.
Now, this is the second lie. Now, he said people label me as a terrorist. Nobody labels me as a terrorist. This Negro, this is the tactics they do. So you gotta watch these niggas. Like I told y'all, don't let these dudes call you moderates. These Negroes trying to get y'all hooked up on FBI watch list. I keep trying to tell y'all. You see, even Dante even showed you about moderates. I've been telling y'all for years. Sister Sheikah can attest to this. I even got a video on my page. Don't let these guys call you moderates. These niggas is trying to get you on FBI watch list. Listen to how they talk. I told you guys. Don't trust these Negroes.
Look what you're saying.
Right. I mean, oh, G-Con, just to add to that, as you keep going with the flow, would he say that to Brian's face too. That he comes in the spirit of Nat Turner against him.
Right. And that's what's crazy. Because that's just weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's I don't cut look.
And that was like my microwave, not a smoke detector.
But it's just what he's saying, man, is weird. And I screenshotted that because I thought to myself, like,
now notice, right? He said he screenshotted it, but he didn't show it to his audience because he wanted to lie. See, this is what they do. See, they there are seducing their audience. So they expect the audience just to take what they say and take it as truth. He never ever, I promise you, he never ever showed the audience the screenshots because he was lying and he knew he was lying. Just like he lies on the scriptures. He know, see, this is sad when you purposely lie on the book to try to win arguments and look right in front of your audience. I pray for this brother that he repent because the lake of fire is nothing to play with. They do, you're right, they do have the spirit of Satan. I think they know they have it, Raymond. I think they know they have the spirit of Satan. Hold on, let me play this video.
Why is she talking about coming in the spirit of Nat Turner? And then when you go and read about Nat Turner, you see that he's not suffering for righteousness' sake.
Ooh.
He's not doing what Christ told him to do.
Ooh.
Now we all get angry.
Hold up. This is the kind of coonery our folks don't need. Because Nat Turner was a man of God. And I salute Nat Turner for what he did. This is the type of, see, this is what's wrong. This is what's wrong with our people. You got a Negro like this who goes and teams up with white people to down talk black people. This man is down talking Nat Turner. Nat Turner did what was right. He was fed up of watching his wife and mother being raped by massa, watching little girls getting raped, watching people get mistreated and misused and abused. See, the only reason Nat Turner got caught is because who turned him in to the white folks? Niggas like G-Con. This is what's the problem with our black community. Every time we try to get together and do something and come together, the Caucasian people are always using one of us to try to bring us down. They use people like G-Con, people like Cherry Love. You understand what I'm saying? These are the type of Negroes that's not good for our community. You understand what I'm saying? You don't go in front of white folks and put down black people to appease them. Bill Cosby did that. You see where they got his behind? They straight locked his butt up and turned on him. You see where they got Stacey Dash? They kicked her to the curb. You don't never sell your people out. I know our community got problems. You talk within the community, but you don't never go in front of white folks and put your own folks down. What kind of spirit you got? Finish reading.
And I would get angry if somebody was doing something to me to harm, physically harm me. But those people that we see that was in that biblical text, and also the people that we see that was later on during slavery, our ancestors had a rough experience. And one of the things that we see is that that's an experience to what we see that happened in the Bible, where Israelites was taken into slavery.
So let me start right here. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna expose this life for the devil he is, because that's who's his father. His father's the devil. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, let me see. Sam, you still there?
Still here, bro.
Hey, what happened? I hit share my screen and let me see. Hold up. Let me see something. I hit share my screen and I don't know what happened. Let's see. A friendly heads up. Has a bug can't cause screen share to crash on window. Oh, hold up, man. It's crashing. Hold up. Let's see.
Okay, while you're doing that, we have been dealing with the Christian apologist community with the book of Galatians. This is one of the things that sparked this recent rash of slander and hatred toward the truth. We decided to do an in-depth study of the book of Galatians and to deal and to bring in the cultural and historical context. And when we do that, we came across the Judaic customs, Judaism. And so we brought this information to the table and, invited these guys to have a sit down. And instead of them bringing their opinions and whatever they feel is evidence to the table, these guys decided to slander, make lies, say we get all of our information from Brother Ron Shields, very good brother there, very knowledgeable brother. But we are in no way disciples or followers of Brother Ron Shields there. This brother want to keep G-Con want to keep Ron Shields' name in his mouth. We keep telling him, it's not a good idea and it's not becoming of what you say Christianity is and Christian, what it is to be a Christian, for you to constantly have folks' names in your mouth and not have them present. Men don't do that. Just like with this broadcast, we offered the brother the opportunity to come on. Any one of you guys that are out there, you can share this with him. He can come on the panel. I doubt that he would do so because he don't have the ability to control and mute. We have a plethora of evidence against these guys. We're chopping up, hours and hours. These guys are on line hours a day, 10, 11, 12, 14 hours a day or what have you of what they do, spewing ignorant nonsense. And a cover up for the fact that their ignorant nonsense contradicts the Bible. Then they get to, on their slander campaign. If we go on their platforms, they want to mute us. It is, man, you guys need to actually pay attention to what's going on and the tactics that these guys use. This is why we say stay off of their platforms and stuff unless they're going to give us, unless they're going to really come to the table and want to have a conversation, and a fair conversation where both sides can be heard, then, it's really futile. It's really futile to really go on these guys' platforms. So, the challenge is still open. If he's out there listening, I believe he's subscribed to the channel because he pops up from time to time to the Defenders of the Way. For those of you guys that are out there that haven't done so, please go ahead, subscribe to the channel and give us a thumbs up, share the video so we can get this message out. We're going to be going in, we're going to be dealing with these guys and letting them using their own words against them. G-Con did an hour tirade or something about he says the Hebrew roots, the Hebrew Israelite community, we are unscrupulous and we don't answer questions, we run from them, we make up secondary red herring logically fallacious arguments and things of that nature, when this is exactly what these guys do. This is exactly what these guys do. They'll talk about it and turn around and do exactly what they call themselves, chastising, exposing, or whatever they call themselves doing other folks for doing. And you guys are going to see that. I'm not sure if this is the clip in the clip that bro has, but we have others and we could just go ahead and bring it up on the channel. But watch what you guys see. You're going to take note that when they get their backs toward the wall, they start yelling and screaming, over talking you, not letting you get a word in edgewise, and then mute you. So you can, and these guys are very dishonest. If they're calling themselves representatives of their religion, this is a bad show for these guys. Ignorance, They talk about, it's ignorant to take the historical context of a passage of text. And when I was in Bible college, this is one of the first things that I learned. Context. So I'm not sure where these guys are getting this absolute ignorance from. And then if you guys stay tuned, we're going to be going through the book of Galatians, brother. Yehukanani, you can jump in when you're ready, bro. Let me know when you're ready. You got the slide
No,
tuned
it
up.
won't. For some reason, it will not let me. I guess because I'm on Chrome, it will not let me pull up the slide. Every time I pull up the slide, it's kicking me off. It's kicking me out of the thing. For some reason,
it shouldn't be doing that, bro.
it won't let me. I could try to. I don't know if I could. I wish Sheikah could get in, because if I could email Sheikah the slide, and maybe she can come on and go through the slide and show it. Because actually, I got the screenshots from what the conversation I had with Brother Jay. I got the actual screenshots up, and I got my slide ready, but for some reason, it just will not. StreamYard and Chrome ain't working together real good. It's just not letting me. You know what? Hold up. You know what? Let me.
I think StreamYard is designed for Chrome, bro. So you should.
I don't know what's going on. Hold up. Let me try to log. I'm gonna try to come in under something else. Hold up. Let me try this somewhat other way. Hold up for 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me try to do something else. Hold up.
Okay, while bro is doing that, I want you guys to get the context of what's going on. And the reason why these guys are screaming and yelling and all of that is because they're attempting to use the book of Galatians to do away with Torah, with the law. And we have shown through the text itself, not just through history, the Bible is our primary source. It is the primary source. So we always start off with the book. And when you go to the book, Galatians chapter number 1, Paul is talking about the Jews' religion. If you look up that word in you do an etymology, the Greek word there is iudismos, which is Judaism. In English, it's Judaism. So what Paul is addressing in the book of Galatians, in most cases, this is not, because he does mention the actual written Torah. I know I saw at least 1 or 2 times in there, but in most cases, he's dealing with the actual oral Torah traditions of the Judaism that Judaism contained. And so when you put that book, that letter in its proper context, then you find that no, Paul is not actually, going against the law when he say, wherefore then does what does the law serve, and all of these other kind of things. He's dealing with the Judaic customs. And this is why he starts off chapter number 1 talking about the Judaic customs. Chapter number 2, he gets into how he addressed Peter, Cephas, the apostle Peter, because Peter was still keeping oral traditions and was trying to force those oral traditions on the Gentiles. And so once again, when we get to chapter number 2, Paul tells us in so many words that he's still dealing with the Judaic customs. He's talking about Peter separating himself from the Gentiles, right? There is no Torah commandment, nowhere. Unconsciousness, he gaslights. Watch the gaslighting. In other words, try to make you doubt the obvious contradictions, try to make you doubt the obvious empirical evidence that his opponents is bringing to the table. Oh, you ain't do nothing. You stupid, you dumb. Well, how are we stupid and dumb for using the same technique, strategies, stratagem, and methods that the folk that translated your Bible that you read out of utilize? In other words, the folk that translate your Bible have to have some knowledge of philology, linguistics, the language, the Hebrew, the Chaldean, the Aramaic, and the Greek languages. They have to have some kind of understanding of that in order for them to translate that, right? They also have to have some kind of understanding of the culture, because the Hebrew language is based on the culture, or the culture is actually based. I'm sorry, I had it right the first time. The Hebrew language is based on the Hebrew culture, the concrete Hebrew culture. And so in order for you to get an understanding of the biblical text, which was written by Hebrews and for Hebrews, then you have to understand the ancient Hebrews. I mean, this is just logical common sense, but these guys say it's ignorant, it's foolishness, it's dumb. Although Paul said himself that he's dealing with Judaism, although chapter number 2, Paul is dealing with an issue that we don't find in Torah. There's nowhere in Torah that say you can't eat with Gentile converts that's eating clean meats. Nowhere in the whole of Torah do we find that. We do find that in the Talmud, the Mishnah, which contains the ancient oral traditions of our elders. We do find that. We do find it, you can't eat with Gentiles. Gentiles are unclean there, but we do not find that in Torah. And so that being the case, chapter number 1, dealing with the Judaic customs, Paul says, I excelled more than my brethren in what? The Jews' religion. The Jews' religion. He didn't say Torah. Then we get to chapter number 2. He's dealing with Acts chapter number 15. The context of Acts chapter number 15 is Pharisees who's trying to force the Judaic customs, the oral traditions, not Torah, but the oral traditions on the Gentiles, right? And so this is why Paul in Galatians chapter number 2 says, why do you who are living like the Gentiles, you don't even keep the oral Torah yourself? Christ didn't even keep the oral Torah. This is why the Christians are confused. This is why they get confused. They get confused. Oh, he broke the Sabbath. What Sabbath did he break? He sure enough didn't break Torah. He broke the oral traditions, which say you can't go this far, that far, which is not in Torah. And so we find the case precedence for this in Matthew chapter number 15. The first few verses in Matthew chapter number 15, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, all them folk come to, actually not, I don't think it says the Sadducees, because the Sadducees weren't following the traditions, but it says the Pharisees, elders of the people, came to Hamashiach, and they say, why don't your disciples keep the traditions of the elders? And Hamashiach responded and say, why do you transgress Torah? Why do you transgress the written law by your traditions? This is a problem. It was a problem 800 years before Christ even came on the scene with Isaiah chapter number 29, somewhere around verse 12, 15, 17, somewhere around there. Isaiah chapter number 29, he says, the Most High says, this people draw nigh to me with their heart, with their mouth, but their hearts are far from me, teaching the precepts of men, teaching the traditions of men, teaching the commandments of men, and passing them off as the commandments of the Elohim, or God, for the Christians that are watching. So why are your traditions? Why are you placing your traditions over the commandments of the Elohim? And so Paul likewise is dealing with the same traditions that the Most High have been complaining about since the time of Isaiah, which is some 800 years before Christ even came on the scene. And so we know this to be a fact going on in the first century because we have historical writings from the first century. And guess what? We have the Bible also, and we have the ability to do etymologies. We have the ability to go into the definition of the words, and we have the wisdom to use those contextual evidences to actually exegete or interpret the text. And this is what these guys hate. They can't deal with that because they are ignorant. They're only going off of what they've been taught, the theology. That's all they're going off of. They're not actually going off of what the Bible actually says. And you're going to see this. For if the brother is watching, he's welcome. G-Con, Kevin G. We got some good stuff for these brothers because they stick their foot in their mouth all the time. And this is why you don't see the defender yip-yapping on my channel every 5 seconons and all of that, unless the Most High impress upon me to speak to his people. With that because they are ignorant. They're only going on, actually going off of bro, what you got, yeah. So this is why these guys run. They try to say, oh, I don't want to have a discussion with you because you're ignorant, you're dumb, you're stupid. All of these ad homs, logical fallacies, and I want you guys to look this up. Logical fallacies are used by the ignorant and folk that are trying to be deceptive. That's what the academic scholars say. You know, when you don't have the ability to defend your position or to proof up and bring evidence to support your position or to refute someone else's position, now you resort to ad hominems. You want to attack the individual. You stupid, you dumb. What school did you go to? Why does it matter? Is the sky blue? If I tell you the sky is blue, where did you get that from? Are you an astronomer or a physicist or something? Why do is the information that I just told you true or not? They don't want to deal with the information and data, and they can't. And so this is why they resort to all of the ad hominems, the red herring arguments, the straw mans, the unscrupulous muting tactics, talking all over top of you, and those sort of things, you know. So we've been bringing these things out, and we're going to continue to do so. We're going to continue to show you guys. These guys have made a grave mistake. I got hours and hours for over a year of information. Now we got this guy unconsciousness, you know, running around, you know, talking about how ignorant Hebrews and how ignorant this person is and that person is, and you know, he is clueless, absolutely clueless. And this is why my grandmother told me the empty wagon makes the loudest noise. The bro is empty. He's vain, has no substance whatsoever, and they cannot deal with the biblical text, and therefore we have all of these y'all following Ron Shields, like, you know, name dropping, trying to give viewers. It's not about truth for these guys. It's certainly not. This is up while they're on their channels, yip yapping nonsense, stupidity, and ignorance 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day. 10, 12 hours a day talking a whole bunch of nonsense. And it's a trap for them because you don't know, you sticking your own foot in your mouth. All I got to do is, we've been doing this week, is take these clips of you talking and contradicting yourself. Totally contradicting yourself and then lying. Oh, I didn't say that, as if we don't have the ability to go back and rewind. Being duplicitous, well, the law is not done away with, but it is. We don't have to keep it, but we do. I mean, these things is just, it's total nonsensical foolishness. So when bro get back on, hopefully he got these clips that he can roll for you guys. But I just wanted to give you a context. This Galatians, and when bro brought it to him, nice and kind. Bro is a lot softer than I am and a lot kinder, you know, in that sense toward these Pharisees. But I'm more so like Hamashiach and Yehukanan the Immerser. You know, you get the, you know, for them Pharisees, they get the sword. Now I might be a little more you know, lenient, patient, and all of that with your average everyday Joe Christian. But for these guys, these Pharisees who always got their mouth open, always talking nonsense, talking about somebody as ignorant, they get the sword every time. And I'm unrepentant in doing that. But bro, real nice with him. Brother Yehukanan, my bro here that's on here with me. Real nice to him. You know, bigging him up, bro. I think you're very intelligent and all that. I would have never told him that because I think he's an idiot. But anyway, bro is being real cordial, real respectful, real kind, real diplomatic, and all of that. Bro, we just want to sit down and have a discussion. Let's have a civilized discussion. It don't have to be on our platform. It don't have to be. We can choose a neutral platform or what have you. Let's get some structure and let's have a discussion. Not even a debate. Not even a debate. Let's just start off with a simple discussion about the contextual, about the cultural and historical context of this letter to the Galatians. Can we do that? You guys are stupid and dumb and retarded and you know, I ain't going for that foolishness. I got a big sword. Okay, well, bring your sword to the discussion, bro. Where are you? Bring your sword to the. I'm not going to do that. Give me an example of what y'all this and that. He didn't want to do that. Galatians, we came ready and prepared. So the next day, I come across my timeline and I see brother Yehukanan, the bro, brother DeMonte, he posts something, and I forget which chapter, Zechariah 14 or something. I'll debate you right now, right now. I'm like, well, wait a minute, bro. Didn't you just say last night that you did not want to debate us? You could not debate us because we're stupid retards and all of this other kind of stuff. Remember that? So these guys, all you got to do is let these guys hang themselves and watch out for these red herring, straw man. These are logical fallacies, which is an indication when you see folks using logical fallacies, it's because they don't have any win in them. They have no evidence. They cannot defend their stuff. And that's what the issue is. And somebody please tag this brother. I know brother Yehukanan reached out to him. We don't do like they do. We invite you on the panel. We tell you, bro, we're going to be talking about your nonsense. Come on the channel. These guys don't. Brother Yehukanan tried to be biblical. Matthew chapter number 18 or 19, I believe it is, where Hamashiach said, if you have a disagreement with your brother, you know what you do? You go get another brother. And you come and you try to resolve that situation there. If you can't resolve it with that other brother that you went to, then you bring it before the kahal, which the world calls the church. You bring it before the congregation. When we try to do this with these so-called followers of Christ, because they're Christian and they're spiritual and they got the Holy Ghost and spirits and all of this other kind of stuff, they want none of that. None of that. And you can tell them, listen, bro, you obligated, bro. If you say you're a follower of Christ, this is what Christ taught. Christ also taught out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. 2 or 3 witnesses. So we're not against Paul. We're against your misinterpretation of Paul. But let's just give you that. Let's just say that you're right about Paul. Now, can you go get 2 other witnesses, please? Like the Bible say? That's written in Torah. It's confirmed by Christ. And then your God, Paul, told you the same thing. So you have no excuses and you have nowhere to run to. Go get another 2 where they hate Paul. No, I don't hate Paul. Paul is my second favorite apostle after James. Romans is my favorite book in the whole of the New Testament. Romans, written by Paul, the greatest theological work ever written. But as you see, these guys will get on there and lie to folks. Yeah, Sam hates and Yehukanan and Shika and all these Ron Shields, all these people hate Paul. You've never heard us say we hate Paul. You've never heard us say that Paul was an apostate. In fact, we even address some of the Hebrew brethren that are against Paul. I got debates on my channel with Hebrew brethren where I'm defending Paul, and you've seen it. These guys have seen it. They know it. They've mentioned it. So why is it in the next breath you running around lying, saying Sam hate Paul? The defenders of the way hate Paul. They can't deal with Paul. And I keep asking you, listen, you go get 2 other witnesses outside of Paul, and I'll use only Paul to show you the correct interpretation, at least a sound interpretation of what Paul actually was talking about to refute your exegetical Pauline nonsense, right? So they don't want any of that. These guys, and I don't know where bro went at, I'll see if I can play this clip for you guys. Maybe I can put this speaker on to my cell. We got some technical issues going on here. I don't know what is going on. But anyway, maybe I can play this clip for you guys. I got G-Con out of his own mouth. This guy is describing his own behavior of how when you ask them questions, they avoid the questions. They don't want to answer, or they make up a secondary argument. We're talking about grace, and you want to talk about, but John baptized Jesus. John baptized, man, what does that have to do? We're talking about grace, and whether it's in the Old Testament, whether it's an Old Testament precept or a New Testament precept. You'll see G-Con right after he talked about Brother Abaya from Inside the Nation. Oh, these guys, I worked these guys. They couldn't even answer my question. You asked them to exegete verse 2. They want to jump all the way to verse 12. This brother, we supposed to be exegeting Galatians chapter 3, verse number 10. This brother, every time I open my mouth and say, well, let me show you something out of the Bible. Hold up. I got to do this, and then put me on mute. every single time. This has been over a year now. The dude is terrified to death of the defender. Unconsciousness is terrified to death of the defender. He wants no parts of Brother Ron Shields, our brother there. He wants no part of those amongst us that are familiar with the language, that are familiar with the historical context. He wants no part of that. All he wants to do, him and Terry, and watch this. You shall know them by their fruit, right? That's what we was talking about, right? And you shall, how can two walk together except they agree? You over here talking about us going against campology and folks, some of the doctrines that we get out of the camps, and why don't y'all go against them and y'all fellowship with them? And yeah, that's my brother. We might have a difference of a doctrine, but that's still my brother. So why you hanging out with Cherry Love? Even Christians are talking about how despicable this sister is. She's ignorant as heck. She yell and scream all day long. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. This stuff makes no logical sense. So now when you get people that are that have some kind of biblical acumen, some kind of knowledge, of how to deal with the text, some knowledge of the Hebrew language, some knowledge of the Greek language, some knowledge of hermeneutics. Oh, now these guys they don't have nothing to say now, right? Because they want neophyte way walkers. They want neophyte Hebrews. They want folks that's just getting in or on the same level with a Christian. They haven't really studied the text for themselves. They just got a precept package from somewhere and they just spewing with their elder or what have you have taught them. But you don't get that over here, bro. We can go into the text, bro. Then this brother talking about he don't deal with the Strongs. Like you so deep you don't deal with the Strong's Concordance. Oh, I'm above the Strong's Concordance. I don't use that. That is for ignorant folk. Bro, stop playing. The dude say he don't deal with Western theology. Bro, Christianity is Western theology. What are you talking about? Like, these guys make no sense whatsoever. They say whatever's convenient for them. And I think we lost my bro here, but they say whatever's convenient for them at the time. That's all that is. And so we've called these guys out. We just wanted to make you guys aware, of what these guys are doing. They got our names in their mouth, lying on the brother Ron Shields, lying on me, lying on brother Yehukanan, trying to make people think that he's a terrorist, that he says we need to get the spirit of Nat Turner and go start killing white folks. So this is and where do you get this from? Where did they get this from? You know where they got that from? That Greco-Roman Christianity, right? Greco-Roman Christianity is Western society. That's what it is. It's synonymous with Western society. In other words, European American societies. And so don't you see this during the political debates and the elections and stuff? Don't you see all the lies and mudslinging and slander coming out, right? And all the stupid rhetoric? What are you going to do for reparations for black people, right? Are you going to, push for reparations for black people? Well, you know what? I tell you what, that's a good cause that we should have on the table. I think that, it's about time that we have this discussion. It's a very needed discussion in the community. And folk be happy with that. Bruh, I asked you, was you gonna push this reparations through? I didn't ask you, was it a good idea? I didn't ask you to confirm the fact that it's a good idea that we should have the discussion. I asked you, well, did you have sexual relations with that woman? Let me tell you what. How do you define sex, Negro? You know what we talking about. You know what we talking about. But you see that same spirit among the Christian apologists, that same exact deceptive, rhetorical spirit. Rhetorical. You say a whole bunch of words and really say nothing. A whole bunch of words to get people's egos stroked up, get their emotions going, but nothing, absolutely nothing of substance. And this is what I don't see how they can do it. 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, talking absolute nonsense. And then you got all of these followers I think G-Con got 1,000, 1,200 subscribers, followers, whatever you want to call it. Sister Cherry got 400, 500, 600 folks following these folks. Like, these folks are actually brain dead. Like, I am thoroughly convinced that you got to give up all common sense, all rational, simple logic in order to be a Christian and practice Christian. I'm not talking about the brethren who still want to call themselves Christians and all of that. Hey, if it floats your boat, that's cool, as long as we're in agreement that, you know, we got to walk in the will of the Most High. We got to keep these commandments. It's all good. You want to call yourself a Christian? I don't. I'm against that. But hey, call yourself a Christian. So this is why I make the distinction between the Christian waywalkers and the Pauline Christians. You'll hear me say Pauline Christians. That's me respecting my Hebrew brothers that still call themselves Christians, right? So, but I am thoroughly convinced that you have to give up your brain in order to subscribe to Christianity, right? 3 gods, Trinity. Yeah, he's God, but he's not God. I mean, well, it's 3 gods. That's 1 God, but the 1 God is 3, but he's still 1. Like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, this stuff makes no sense. Besides the fact it makes no logical sense, you find it nowhere in the Bible. Nowhere. And then you want to place this and say, unless you believe that there's 3 gods, a 3-headed God called the Trinity, you're not saved. Unless you believe that Yeshua is the Most High, you are not saved. Well, show me that in the Bible. Can you show me a book, chapter, and verse to say that? Crickets. Nothing. You can't show me book, chapter, and verse that says, if you don't believe that Yeshua is the Most High, because he's not, Yeshua is the Most High, that, you going to hell. You're not saved. You're going to be lost. I mean, this utter nonsense, man, utter nonsense. And for those, for too long, these folks have been running roughshod over, I would say, ignorant folk. Not ignorant in a negative excuse me, in a negative connotation, but ignorance in that they just don't know. They don't know all of the hermeneutics and homiletics and eisegesis and exegesis, and you'll hear these guys do that. They'll use all these big terms, but when you get somebody to come along like myself that's been exposed to this, that know that stuff, and I'm like, bruh, that ain't hermeneutically sound. Like, nah, you're not even going by your own rules. You're not even abiding by your own rules. That makes no sense whatsoever, right? And when you tell them, okay, you use all these big words, hermeneutics, okay, so let's talk about context. Let's talk about context. Let's take the Bible back to its Hebraic perspective. Its concrete Hebraic perspective. These guys have a hissy fit. A total breakdown, total meltdown when it come time when we talk about really being hermeneutically correct. When we talk about real hermeneutics, now these guys have no answers for it. Are you there, bro? All right, so I'm gonna get some shout outs. Of course, it's
no, I'm coming. Hey,
okay,
I got
cool.
I gotta let this dude in. I got me coming in. I'm gonna see if I can share it.
Okay, yeah.
But go ahead, do your thing. I'm coming.
Okay, cool. I see Brother Tango. Oh, what did I do? Hello? Brother Tango Thomas in the building. Brother Raymond Burns in the building. Appreciate you. My bro Omar Rashad Yahuda. Appreciate you, bro. Of course, Sister Sheikah, Born Enemy. Appreciate you. For those of you guys that haven't done so, please go ahead. Like the video, share the video so we can get this word out. Don't forget to subscribe and all that good stuff. But anyway, so we can start, getting a voice and having a voice to be able to address this nonsense that these folks are promulgating, right? So just to recap, the reason for this video, the reason for this, live session here going on, is to expose the unscrupulous and downright wicked tactics of those who call themselves urban apologists. Oh, and I cannot forget the ignorance. These guys are extremely with a capital E and make the X capital 2 ignorant, right? So you guys gotta watch that, bro. They have no academic. When you see folks just because they use this terminology,
I'm gonna try to see.
Go ahead, bro.
If I can share it now, I'm on Firefox on this one.
Okay, bro, go ahead. Yeah, it's on YouTube, guys. Yeah, it's on the channel. You there, bro? Oh,
I'm
yeah.
here. I'm trying to see if. Let me see. I can share my screen.
You should just have to hit share screen, and then once you do that, it's gonna pop up like a person is in the room.
Is it popping up?
I can't see, bro, because you're the host. You signed in under me, bro. Remember?
Okay.
I can't see on my end, so
All right.
you would have to add.
Damn, hold up. Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. I'm pull up.
Okay, cool.
Do your thing.
All right. So now, man, did I do something again? For those of you guys that are out there, go ahead and real quick, I want you guys to pull up Galatians. I don't think while bro is doing that, Galatians chapter number 1. Let me see if I can get the Bible. Cuz give me a sword, cuz.
Hey, I think I got it now.
You got it? Go ahead, bro.
I think I do. Hold on, let me make sure if it's popping up.
Cuz where your sword
Where
up?
my phone at? Ask anybody in the audience, could they see my screen?
I got it on the YouTube. I got it on. Is that my iPad or something? Yeah, I can see it, bro. You just got to go to wherever you're going to.
Hey, you see that?
You share.
All right, hold up. Hold up, let me see. Let me make sure, because I don't want no echo.
Yeah, you got to mute the actual YouTube video.
All right, let's see. All right, here it is. This is where is it? Okay, this is the echo coming.
I think we got a delay on I think we got a delay on the actual YouTube. At least it is on my phone, because I could see it on the phone that I'm the broadcast room. I could see your screen.
All right. I don't hear no echo. You hear echo?
Yeah, I hear echo, bro.
Where the heck is coming from? Hold on, let me get rid of the echo first.
Shalom, brother Andre Bell. Brother Andre Bell said, please go ahead and roast G Tickle me.
Okay, is there echo? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little echo, bro.
All right, hold on. How is it echo?
Do you have the YouTube video from the channel? You probably got it up in your browser. All you got to do is mute that, bro, because it's playing back through your browser. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, hold up.
Nah, bro, you muted the main. You muted the broadcast room. They're not gonna be able to hear the video. You got to mute the YouTube video. You probably got the video pulled up on your browser. I can't really see. I'm on this phone, small.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, for those of you guys that just tuned in, we're dealing with G Unconscious's nonsense. We're allowing him to hang his own self through his words. I'll be getting at Kevin G in a couple days as well. I'm almost finished dealing with that video, because that brother really did himself a disservice. So we're gonna be dealing with that as well. You still got that echo going on, bro.
Hold up. Okay, hold on. Here it is. Hold on. I know what. Okay. We shouldn't have.
No. Yeah, it's still some kind of echo, bro, but it's not.
You got
like
an echo?
It's not like it was, bro. Just go ahead, bro.
Echo.
Yeah. Just go ahead.
Okay, so let me expose this dude, G-Con.
You gotta click on the video though, bro.
No. I'm done with
Oh, whatever you were saying on your screen. Oh, okay. I think I see what you're doing.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Is that it? Shouldn't be no echo now, right?
Just a very little bit, but go ahead, bro. You good? You good? It's good enough.
This is the thing. This is where it all gets started from. Because let me expose this liar real quick. So listen, Jay the producer made a post. So I responded to him. I said, shaking my head, brother, I feel like insulted our people. I said, now he responds, I was commending the obedient among our people. The other side of the obedient, not me. Now listen what I said clearly. I said, we needed more Nat Turners back then. Let me repeat myself. Because we heard that nigga, excuse my language, lie and said, you need Nat Turners right now, or I'm coming in. Here's the screenshot. I said, we needed more Nat Turners back then. But I'm glad our people made it through the struggle, because we are a strong nation of people that has been true, that has been through hell and back, and we are still here by Yahuwah's grace. Okay. We don't need no Nats getting folks killed, being rebels, and so that's his idea of Nat Turner. That's how he see Nat Turner. Now I didn't say nothing, but we need a Nat Turner right now. I said we need a Nat Turner back then. So here he says, blacks constant evil keeps God to jack us up. You know what? I love you, bro. But we will just have to agree to do on this one this day. So I'm gonna show you where G-Con come from. John, you are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. Beginning, abode not in the truth. There is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. And the father of it. So that's what he does, because this is what he is of Satan. He is of the devil. He is of his, why he lied. We just showed you earlier where he played tapes, lying, talking about coming and I'm gonna kill folks and do this. That ain't what I said. These are the things that they don't exhibit. They are violations of Ephesians 4:22. Let no come out of your mouths. We hear that come out of G-Com all the time. We hear this coming out of Cherry Love mouth all the time. But only such as good for. But they don't like to do that. They ain't trying to do that. As fit the occasions, that it may be give grace to those who hear you. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God.
Hey, bro. Brother Andre Bell said, open another tab and share that, bro. You still not sharing your screen, bro. You got to click on that box.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on.
Well, you're sharing the screen, but you don't have nothing on the screen. Your screen is showing the broadcast.
You said my screen is showing what now?
It's showing the broadcast room. Like when you first share, unless you put a screen up, you're not sharing your screen. You sharing the screen, but you showing you sharing the broadcast instead of whatever you're going through, bro.
Oh, okay, hold up. Let me see. I was trying to share.
Brother Andre said, open it in another tab, bro.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, let me see something. I thought I had it here. Hold up. Okay, hold up. Let me see.
Okay. So while bro is doing that, for those of you guys that just came in the room, we had a couple people that just came in. We're addressing G unconsciousness, the urban Christian apologist, G unconsciousness. Recently, we have been attempting to spark a discussion with the community in regards to Galatians, the book of Galatians, and whether that is dealing with the written Torah or the oral Torah. We brought forth, we have several evidences that it is dealing with oral Torah, the oral traditions of the elders that Hamashiach himself complained about, that they were so outlandish that they caused the people of the Most High, our ancestors, to actually transgress the written law, the will of God, right? The will of the Most High, the will of Elohim, right? And so, we wanted to bring and discuss these evidences, right? Bro got a bunch of commentaries by some Christian folk that's saying the same thing that we're saying, right? So this is not like something that we just brought up out of left field or whatever. It did come out of our own studies, because we study first and then see what everybody got to say about it later. We go to commentaries. Well, actually, I don't even know the last time I've been in a commentary, so I might be telling you I very seldomly deal with the commentaries. The only time I deal with commentaries is when I gotta debate Christians or what have you. And then I'll get the commentary to see where they're going to come from. Because if you read those commentaries, these guys are reading the commentaries. And so when they're debating you and having a discussion with you, they're spitting what come out of that commentary or from who they call their church father, them Greco-Roman Gentile philosophers who founded their religion. They call the church fathers. Yeah, all you got to do is read those writings. Stop being lazy, folk. We gotta we can read it. Read this stuff. It's a historical context, and it lets us know and puts us in the mindset of our ancestors, our ancient ancestors. In other words, the folks that wrote the Bible and to whom the Bible was written to, right? So in order for us to really understand that, you have to immerse yourself in the culture, the language. You don't have to be I hear some of y'all spirit like, hey, listen, I barely made it through English, man. I speak Ebonics, man. You talking about Hebrew and Greek? Yeah, you don't have to know Hebrew and Greek and all those kind of things. There are resources, interlinears, lexicons, dictionaries, things. Yeah, Bible dictionaries and things of that nature. I'm sorry, I had a call coming in. I think it cut me off. But Bible dictionaries and those things. At the very least, it gives you access to the information that these folk have, right? So you understand where they coming from, even though we disagree. At least you know your enemy, right? One of the greatest tacticians, war tacticians, was his name, Sun Tzu, said, listen, you got to know your enemy. Become close to your enemy. Be intimate. Know what they know. You know what I mean? And so the Bible says we're not ignorant of Hashatan's devices, right? So ignorance is not, a good thing. So when we get into these things, and you'll find it'll do your Bible study a whole world of a good. Understanding the historical context, understanding ancient Israelite culture, understanding the ancient Near Eastern culture and things of that nature, understanding, having a concept. I'm no Hebrew scholar. I know the alphabet. I know how to read a little bit, but I certainly know how to research and go and find the answer. I have the basics. I have a basic foundation, which allows me to be able to, and it does wonders for your understanding. When you take all of that abstract Greek nonsense that they have in the New Testament, and you put that in its historical, ancient, historical, concrete Hebrew perspective, the whole book begins to come alive again. I've been in this studying the Bible, first opened the Bible when I was 7. That's over 30 years ago. 30 some years ago, 35, whatever it is, over that period of time, and reading the Bible. I've read through the Bible front to cover about 4 times. I went to Bible college, learned all the language, went to a couple Bible colleges, went to a historical black college to learn philosophy and religious studies. But I can tell you unequivocally, it's nothing like getting into that language. That language is alive. That language, that concrete Hebrew opens up a whole nother world. Like, you know, it brings the book to life, and it creates an atmosphere of understanding where you can walk out halakha, right? Halakha, right? The way we walk, right? We walk after the culture of our ancestors. Paul said, since these guys love Paul so much, I believe it's Acts chapter number 24, somewhere around verse 12 or 14, Paul's giving his confession of faith. Paul said that he subscribed and he worshiped the Elohim, that's God for the Christian folk, Elohim, after the manner and the customs of his elders, right? Of those that came before him, right? Of that culture, right? So this is what was passed down from Christ to, actually passed down from Yahuchanan the Immerser to Christ. And then Christ passed down to his disciples, and his disciples passed on that down to us. And so, you know, that culture is very important, very important. It don't matter what book you're studying, what ancient writing you're studying. If you don't know the language and you don't know the culture, you're going to be hard pressed and have a hard time getting accurate interpretations of that text. Because even what is it? Old English, the these and the thous. A lot of our people can't get with the King James Version because of that, because it's written in Old English, right? The these and the thous. And there's something called the process of linguistic shifting, right? That's where words change their meanings over time. I'll give you a case in point. Good, right? I mean, bad, right? Man, that car is bad. Well, in the 1800s, bad meant bad. You know what I mean? It meant bad. 1700s, 1600s, all of that. Bad meant bad. It meant it was not good. But, you know, and when you get up to the 80s in the hip hop culture and all that, you know, she's bad, you know, or whatever, I'm bad or whatever, you know what I mean? So you it's a different thing. Bad actually means good. It actually means, man, that car is bad, man. Yeah, man, that outfit is bad, man. So unless you are aware of that culture that's specific to that time frame, you can miss it, right? You can miss it, right? And so this is what we're saying about the biblical text. You have to understand the context. You have to have some kind of knowledge of the language. And you have to have some kind of knowledge of the history in order to get a proper understanding, which they call exegesis. For you Hebrews out there, that's all exegesis is. It's interpretation. And we are to interpret the Bible, right? For those of you guys that say, oh, that's white man stuff, that's foolishness. It's actual foolishness, because then you need to throw away all your Bibles. King James Version, New Living ESV, throw away all of them. You know why? Because these are the same techniques and methods that these folks use to produce your translations, your modern translations. And Westcott and Hort, which most of your modern translations come from, Westcott and Hort, look them up. They were racist devil worshippers, right? And so you putting your understanding of the will of the Elohim all in the hands of these folk. But you're saying we don't want the tools to be able to go behind them and check. This is why you need to understand exegesis, eisegesis, hermeneutics, and all of that stuff. This is why, because these folks are using that stuff, and they're not even using it by the right method. They are imposing their own theology and what they've been taught in the Christianized view of things into the text. Whatever their understanding of it is, whether they're Catholic, whether they're Protestant, and in Protestant, whether you're a Calvinist or what have you, whoever translate that Bible, they are human. And they're going to impose their own preconceived interpretations on that text. And that's a fact. And this is why we got to learn and step our game up and learn the text and be able to go and interpret the text, get into the words that's in the text. Grace. What does grace mean? Folk run around talking about, we under grace. We under grace. You ask them what grace mean, they can't tell you. What does faith mean? What does faith mean? What is the Greek word pistis, and where did they get it from? Right? They don't understand that the Greek word pistis is a translation or transliteration of the Hebrew concept of emunah, which means to be consistent and persistent and steady, faithful, in other words. So in 90% of the time where you see the word faith in the New Testament, it should be faithfulness there, right? And we know that now. We know that with the discovery of the Quran, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and all that other kind of stuff. We know that now. We have more documents, more historical context. We understand what Paul was talking about, the works of the law now, right? Christians don't want to deal with this, right? Pauline Christians, they don't want to deal with this, right? We understand what the works of the law mean in Galatians and the rest of the places where Paul mentioned it at. Paul could be mentioning two things when he's talking about the works of the law, right? And none of them include the written laws which Moshe was given before he broke those tablets. None of them. The two things Paul meant could be referring to when he's dealing with the works of the law is the sacrificial system for sin that was added after the transgression. This is why Paul said, wherefore then served the law? It was added because of transgression. Yeah. What was added because of transgression? Where was there some transgression at? Well, if you go back to the text and you read Exodus 19, all the way through chapter number 31, where the giving of the Torah, where we have that at, you don't find anything about any sacrifice for sin. You don't find no tithes. You don't find none of those type things in there. This is the sacrificial system that was added because of sin. And this is when you understand that, now Hebrews don't become a problem. Yeah. So wherefore the law was added because of well, that's Galatians. But in the book of Hebrews, I think it's 7 and 12, one of the brothers brought up 7 and 12 that says, so because there was a change in the priesthood that necessitated a change of the law, right? What law is Paul talking about, right? Because if you understand the cultural and historical and etymological context of that word law, the English word law, which comes from the Greek word nomos, right? Greek word nomos, right? That was used even for the Roman law, right? So you have to determine what laws Paul is talking about. In the first century, there was the oral law and there was the written law. And both of these were called the law of Moses. Both of these are called nomos. So you have to get into the context to understand, is Paul talking about the written law, or is he talking about those oral traditions which we have in the Talmud and the Mishnah and all of that, which said you can't put a dog in Jerusalem. You got to wash your hands 3 times, wash the left, put the left over the right, tie your left shoe up first and then your right shoe up. Ain't none of that junk in Torah. None of that. And so you got to be circumcised twice. They don't know this. They don't know that the Gentiles were being told to be circumcised. But that what Paul is talking about, you know how we know that? Galatians chapter number 5, right? I think somewhere around 17, where Paul said, I teach circumcision. So who he teaching circumcision to? And who is he talking about circumcision to? Galatia is what? It's Greeks, right? It's the Greco-Romans, right? It's the Gauls, right? That inhabited that area, right? And so that he's actually dealing with there. And so he's commanding these folks to be circumcised, right? But because he said, if I preach circumcision, why am I yet being counted as a sinner? Why am I being said I'm breaking the commandments if I'm teaching circumcision? But when you get the understanding of the historical and the cultural context, which says, okay, these folks were being made to be circumcised twice. Oh, you got circumcised as a Pharisee. We are Nazarenes. We are Sadducees. So we don't even believe in the oral Torah. So you gotta be circumcised over again. We gotta prick your penis or what have you, bring some blood out so you can be a part of our group. That's what was going on. Same thing in today's time. When I was pastoring an apostolic Pentecostal church, if you came to me from a Baptist church baptizing in the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, nah, bruh, your baptism ain't valid, bruh. You gotta go down in that water again, homie. Nah, you gotta be baptized over again because you was baptized in Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and you need to be baptized in the name of Jesus. That's how I was as a Christian pastor, right? And so the same thing was going on in the first century. Oh, you're Essene. You were circumcised as an Essene, so now you got to be circumcised again as a part of rabbinic or Pharisaic Judaism, or you was circumcised as a Pharisee, and now here go the Sadducees. Man, we don't believe in none of that junk. All your oral Torah junk, that's out the window. Oh, it's Torah only over here, homie. So listen, you were circumcised under man's rules. You got to be circumcised again. And so this is what Paul was talking about. If you be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing, right? Because if you go and try to convert to Judaism, wicked Judaism, which is a mixture of the way these folks, these Christian folks, these so-called apologists, pastors, bishops, either they don't know this, which is, not too bad in itself if you're ignorant and you're willing to learn, but or they do know this and they just decide not to deal with this and address this, right? And so dealing with this historical context, this put Galatians and Paul's writings in a whole different light. And guess what? This is not ignorance. It's called scholarship. It's called and for the Torah only folks, this is called rightly dividing the word, right? Putting the word in its proper category, right? It's a line upon line and precept upon precept, right? You can't take a text that's dealing with adultery and apply it to lying or something or what have you. You got to put it in its proper context. Deal with the text that's talking about adultery. Deal with the text that's talking about idolatry. You know what I mean? You can't mix up the two. You see what I mean? You gotta deal with you. You gotta stay on the topic. These guys have an issue with that, and you will see that. You will take note of that. And they call this ignorance. This is ignorance. When we get into the word and the word say Judaism and not the law of Moses, not the written Torah, oh, that's ignorance. When we get into the text and we find out that we got Dead Sea Scrolls that date from the 100 years before Hamashiach to 100 years after Hamashiach, which puts it during the first century time of the New Testament times, that makes it absolutely relevant. And up until this point, nobody ever spoke about works of the law except for Paul. Nobody else. You ask them. You get these guys, next time you get G-Con running this talking that nonsense, the works of the law is the law of Moses. Show me the works of the law and the law of Moses. Show me anywhere in the Nebaim, in the prophets, where they talk about works of some law. The only way you find this, you find reference to it, not by name, in Isaiah 29, where he talks about the traditions of men, but they don't get that because they don't see the words works of the law. But now we got the Dead Sea Scrolls. They dug up the Dead Sea Scrolls, which show that the Essenes got these mixa ma'aseh ha-Torah, which means pertinent works of the law. So now we got an idea of what works of the law. For by the works of the law shall no flesh be justified. Is he talking about Torah? Well, he can't be talking about Torah, because then Paul is going to be contradicting himself, sounding like he's schizophrenic, because Paul said in Romans 2 and 13, 14 and 15, somewhere around there, that not the hearers of the law are just before the Elohim, but the doers, not the believers, not the hearers, but the doers, those that do the law, shall be justified. Another place he said, but they that do these things shall live in them. This is where life comes from. Life comes from being obedient to the divine teachings given to Moshe, right? Which they call the law. So when you're dealing with these things, again, you got to understand what Paul is talking about. When he says law, is he talking about the written law? Is he talking about the oral law? Or is he talking about the sacrificial law, which was added in chapter 32 through 40, I think it is, in the book of Shemoth, Exodus, in the book of Exodus, chapter numbers 32 through 40. Brother Yehukanan and I have been going through that. You won't find any sacrifices in 19 through 31. This is 19 starts with our ancestors at the foot of the mountain. They're at the mountain. Moshe is about to go up. Moshe goes up into the mountain. He gets these commandments. He get the whole Torah, right? He get the whole divine teachings, right? He comes down after he done got these teachings. The Most High say, look at here. Go on down there, because these boys messing up already, right? So he goes down there, see the transgression with the golden calf, breaks the tablets, right? Now, when he goes up a second time into the mountain, now is where he get sacrifices for sin and all of this other kind of stuff, the Levitical priesthoods with the tithes and all of that. That's where you get that stuff from. I challenge anybody under the sound of my voice. If you can find sacrifices for sin in the first set of commandments that was given to Moshe, please come tell me so I can repent. Please. I look. I mean, Brother Yehukanan and I have been going through it with a fine-tooth comb for, I don't know, about 2 weeks now, right? Brother Yehukanan and I, we brought in that language expert, Sister Shanti, Brother Renzo, brought them in to make sure we dealing with the language and all of that, right? So this is what we're talking about. And these guys said this is ignorance. It's ignorant for us to really diligently get in the text and see what the text says for itself, instead of just taking what somebody said and what this doctrine and what this person taught me and all of this. You got to save yourself from this untoward generation. You got to know this stuff for yourself. You can't depend on, and that go for Hebrew or Christian, right? That go for Hebrew or Christian. You got some Hebrews too with the crazy doctrines and stuff like that. But, so you got to know these things for yourself, brothers and sisters. You got to know these things for yourself. You got to know that when Paul was dealing with the law, you got to find out whether he's dealing with the written Torah, the oral Torah, or the sacrificial system that was added because of sins. When he talks about the works of the law, he could either be talking about the sacrificial system or these oral takanotes, halakha, oral traditions of the elders and ancestors that the Essenes and the Pharisees were promulgating in the first century. And we know they were doing it 800 years before, because Isaiah tells us, right? And then Hamashiach tells us, Hamashiach dealt with it in Matthew chapter number 15. The first 7 or 8, 9 verses there. He's dealing with the same oral Torah traditions, and these folks trying to pass these traditions off as the actual Torah, as the actual commandments of the Elohim, the commandments of God. They trying to, this is God's commandment. You got to wash your hands this way. No, he didn't say that. You're lying. You're adding to the text. Deuteronomy chapter number 4, somewhere around verse 3. Deuteronomy 12, verse 32 said, you cannot add, you shall not add, or take anything away from these commandments that I'm giving you this day. Right? And so when you bring, God said you gotta wash your hands 5 times, tie this shoe up that way. Bro, you didn't add it, bro. You didn't add it. You didn't add it, right? I can kind of see if you say, well, bro, I think it's a good idea. It's good hygiene for you to wash your pots and pans ahead of time. It's really a good idea, bro. You try and eat with dirty hands. You've been working and all that. You need to, but when you come talking about God said he gave these, and here's another thing, Kevin G. Now watch this. I got this guy on tape. This guy is totally ignorant of any historical context or the history of Judaism or any of that, right? He gets up there, we give him all this information. He goes and pull up some Ashkenazi Jew from somewhere, Jewish person, Ashkenazi Jewish person from somewhere to say, no, we don't believe that the oral Torah was given on Sinai. And that's doctrine for him. That's a silver bullet. He nailed us. He nailed us. He nailed us to his cross, right? With that, right? We nailed to the cross with that, right? Right? But you're gonna take this modern day Ashkenazi Jewish person over the historical records that we have that date from before the 1st century through the 1st century, all the way up into Rambams, who one of the greatest Jewish rabbis and philosophers, who specifically tell you that one of the he wrote. Look it up, you guys. For you guys that are out there, I don't. We can't post this on the screen, so we're gonna do a subsequent one when we get these technical issues done, and we're gonna bring all of this stuff out. And we know how people are pedagogical, and you guys need to see things just like me. In most cases, I need to see it and put my hand on it in order for me to grasp it. And so we're gonna bring these things out. But for those of you guys that are willing, look up what's his name, Rambam, Maimonides. I forgot his first name, but they call him Rambam. All the Jewish people go crazy over this guy, right? He wrote during the 12th or 11th, 12th or 13th, 11th or 12th century, somewhere around there. And what he wrote was 13 principles of faith. And in those 13, look it up, the 13 principles of faith by Rambam. His name is Maimonides. I can't always say the daggone name right, but Maimonides or whatever his name is, Maimonides or whatever his name is, I know it mostly by Rambam because that's the short name, Rambam, Rabbi, whatever his name is, Maimonides. But anyway, he says in his 13 principles of faith, one of his 13 principles says you must believe that the oral Torah was given at Mount Sinai. And I got this from the Talmud and the Mishnah, the writings of the ancient Israelite rabbis. This is what this guy said. But I've done all my study. This is the Kevin G, Christian Apologist guy. I've done all my studies, and I've never seen where any Jew, a Jewish person, I don't know the actual language that he said, has ever said that it was that the oral Torah, the traditions of the elders, was given to Moshe at Sinai. I say, well, bro, this bro couldn't even your research skills suck, bro. It sucked. For those of you guys out there, Wikipedia it right now. Wikipedia, oral Torah given at Sinai. It's not, not Wikipedia. Google it. It's going to take you to some Wikipedias or something. And don't let these Christian apologists and these pseudo scientific academic folk tell you that Wikipedia. No, you don't take Wikipedia's word for it. You go get the sources out of Wikipedia and you go directly to the source that they quote to make sure that what they telling you is correct. But it's a good starting point, right? And if you don't have the basic information that you can get on Google and Wikipedia, my gosh, what kind of research skills do you have? But you want people to take you as an authority and listen at you like you saying something worth listening to, right? You're not actually doing research, right? Like I said, it was so easy to find this source. All you got to do is oral Torah given at Sinai. Rambam, Maimonides is going to come up, and it's going to give you his 13 principles of faith. One of those 13 principles of faith says, in order for you to convert to Judaism, you got to believe, rabbinic Judaism, that is, you got to believe that the oral Torah was given at Sinai. Now that's what you call a hot shot dead ringer, right? So, and besides the point that I could take you to the Bible and show you that in the Bible, right? Because you got Peter, Cephas in Acts chapter number 10. He's talking about when he comes into the house of Cornelius, he says, listen, y'all know that it is unlawful for one that is a Yahudim to come into the house of a Goyim, a Gentile. It is unlawful. That's in Peter's mind. And this is 10 years after he didn't been endowed with the Ruach, right? So he's still thinking, Peter himself thinking that these oral Torah commandments was given by Moshe on a mountain. And it wasn't. These oral Torah, and this is why Paul addressed Peter and told him, I rebuked Peter to his face because he was to blame. He was eating with the Gentiles because he already knew that it was no sin to eat clean meat with Gentile converts. So he was eating with them. And then when certain came from James, I'm in Galatians chapter number 2, y'all. But then when certain came from James, where did they come from? The devil. No, he said Yeshua, who's James. And he said James, right? That's what he said. Certain came from James. Oh, no, they came from the non-believing Jews. No, they came from James, according to your God, Paul. Right? That's where they came from. They came from James. So when certain came from James that was still keeping that oral Torah, then Peter jumped up like he wasn't eating with them, played the part of a hypocrite. And Paul rebuked his socks off, said, bro, listen, watch this. Read the language. Galatians chapter number 2. He says, if you who are a Jew live like a Gentile, what did he mean by live like a Gentile? Peter wasn't keeping those oral Torah commandments. You know how we know? Genesis chapter number 10, when all manner of unclean beasts, was it 10 or was it before 10? Somewhere, I'm sorry, not Genesis, Acts chapter number 10. I said Genesis chapter number 10, but Acts chapter number 10, Peter is given his vision. He see all manner of clean beasts, and the silly Christians want to run around. Oh, he said we can eat unclean meat, we can eat shrimps, lobsters, and all this. But Peter already gave the interpretation of the vision right in the same very text. In the same text, he gave the interpretation. He interpreted the vision to mean that the Gentiles were the ones that were converting and God-fearers and keeping the law, that they were not unclean, right? This is what the practice of Judaism was telling them. I don't care if y'all following the Nazarenes and Torah-only folk. If you don't follow these oral Torah commandments, you're not a part of the Kahal. You're not a part of the community. And this is the issue that's being addressed in Acts 15, Acts 21, Galatians, Corinthians. These are Romans, definitely Romans, Thessalonians. These are the issues that Paul is addressing, and you got to put them in its proper context in order for you to get, a sound interpretation of the text. But these guys don't understand that. They don't deal with that. And they call this ignorance, whereas them just spouting off stuff that some jack-led, bootleg, so-called preacher, prophet, apostle, or whoever the heck told them, then you know what I mean? That's not ignorance. That's not ignorance to totally disregard the fact of why Paul wrote Galatians in the first place. Ask the brother, why did Paul write Galatians, bro? Oh, to tell you that you can't keep the law, that keeping the law, you're going to go to hell, you sin. But guess what? The law is good and holy and perfect. And he didn't teach against the law, but he told them that if you keep the law, y'all going to be falling from grace. Like, what kind of nonsensical, duplicitous nonsense, what do you got, cognitive dissonant kind of stuff is that? You holding two opposing contradictory ideologies in the same brain. Either he did away with the law, he preached against the law, or he didn't. Either the law is still relevant for today or it's not. I mean, all of this, it is, but it isn't, but it is, but it isn't. You watch these guys, man. They do nothing but tell you what you want to hear. If they're around Hebrews, they're getting around Hebrews. And watch that guy, G-Con. I've been telling people about this brother. This brother is not for our community whatsoever. He only pretends to be cordial and all of that so that he could be on the inside like a Trojan horse and cause destruction and wreak havoc from the inside. He's a heretic. And a heretic means one that causes division. Hey, Sakari said this. Why ain't you going after them? Brother Abaya said this over there. Dude, why ain't you checking Cherry and her ignorant nonsense? Why ain't you checking your Gentile brother Garcia, Brian Garcia or whatever? Why ain't you checking them folk with their wickedness? Why ain't you doing that? Why aren't you checking yourself? Right? So then you want to, so all he wants to do is cause division. Come over here, cause division like a snake. He wants to be in the groups, Hebrew groups, wearing the Hebrew shirts, act like he's supporting the community. He just want to have a simple discussion. That brother is the devil, and he's an ignorant devil at that. Ignorant as heck, and he wants no part of the defender. Tell him to get on here right now, and I will certainly just yeah. But anyway, that he got me a little bit wound up with these guys, man.
Yeah, let me say shout out to the show, man. Yo, that's my brother. I see him in the chat. I would have said shout out to the show, man. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the community. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to say something about Mr. Vocab Malone. And he got these guys doing this dirty work. And it's a shame, man, because you got black folks who are doing white people's biddings. And so Vocab, and I'm going to say this. I know he had some things happen to him. I'm sorry, but what's going on in his personal life. So he wasn't able to, I don't think he has that job where he was traveling all over with UPS. I think he was working either for UPS or FedEx. And he used to travel, I think, across country doing, driving trucks. I don't think he's doing that anymore. I think he had to take a step down for personal reasons, and I commend him for the personal reasons why he had to do it. But so he has a little job that he has. But what it is he's trying to make money off of black folks. That's why he's trying to come off the community of the Hebrew Israelites. He's trying to make money off the community to feed his kids. I got no problem with you feeding your kids, but you trying to make money off of the black community, off the Hebrew community, you need to stop, bruh. You notice when with that dude named the so-called self-proclaimed comforter died, and I hope his family is okay. You know what I'm saying? To Jermaine Grant, I hope his family is doing well. Vocab tried to do a video on the guy, like if he knew him, like he just was down with the community. Dude, you're not down with the community. G-Con, why are you helping somebody exploit our people? You know what I'm saying? Help exploiting people who look like you. You helping him exploit them to make money, to feed his family. See, this is stuff that's been going on for years. And like I said, that's the only reason why he's trying to get the people to come to him like he's the Hebrew specialist. Vocab ain't no Hebrew specialist, bro. He don't know nothing about Hebrewism or black Hebrews or the Israelite community. He know nothing about it. So I don't know why you trying to perpetrate like you just know so much about the community and like you down and you got the 411. You got nothing. You got nothing but a bunch of Negro lackeys that's working for you. And that's sad. That is a shame. You understand what I'm saying? That's pitiful. So I'm gonna go back on mute.
Right, bro. Vocab Malone is another one that's running. He's running from the defender of the way. Yours truly. I've asked him several times. Like I said, Eric Mason, he's another one. He said he would get with me after he had his discussion with, I think it was Sakari or something. He said One West, so let me not say Sakari. He said, I got a discussion with Sakari and then I'll get with you. I forgot what I checked him on, but that's why I'm telling you guys, man. Like Paul said, I count all the Bible college pastors' degrees, ordinations, all of that stuff as dung, bruh. Like for the Hamashiach's sake, right? But at the same time, man, this stuff, the Most High prepared my path. I kind of feel parallel with Paul, to the point where Paul was already very familiar with Torah. So when he came in and all of he was educated, well educated, he was educated in philosophy. So it kind of gave him an advantage over the other apostles who were ignorant and unlearned. You know what I mean? What I mean by ignorant is that they didn't study numbers and letters. The Bible tells you that. I had Sister Cherry say, Sam called them ignorant. He said Paul. No, I never said Paul was ignorant. I said Peter, James, and John was ignorant, because that's what the Bible says. The Bible, I think, is Acts chapter number 4, somewhere number 5, somewhere around there, where they beat them and told them not to mention the name of Christ anymore. And they said, how are these people speaking all this stuff? Isn't these ignorant and unlearned fishermen amongst us? That's like, yo, you fix cars, yo. Like, you this, stay in your lane. This is academics. And so that's how they treated them, right? But Paul was different, because Paul was able to deal with the language. He was able to deal with the culture. He was able to deal with the law. He was a Pharisee of the Pharisee. And so my life kind of parallels with him. I was able to pick up this way, the way, once I was introduced to the way, once I, introduced and became awoke to who I am and my responsibility as a Hebrew and all of that other kind of stuff. Everything began to click in place, like, man, all this stuff. And so I can see, whereas other folks may not be able to see, because when you get these folks get like Eric Mason, well, when we're talking about epistemologically and hermeneutically and ecclesiastical and all of these terms and throwing them around, people like, wow, these guys are really educated. So I know they know what he's talking about. This Hebrew over there, or this Christian that disagrees with them, they getting their tail tore up, because this brother, they ignorant, they don't know. When in reality, it's really not like that. These guys are speaking all of these big words that they don't live by. Trust me, I'm telling you, I've been to Bible college. I know the hermeneutics, the homiletics, the eisegesis, the exegesis, the soteriology, all of that other kind of stuff, right? And that's why I know it's garbage, absolute garbage, makes no sense whatsoever, and it don't even conform to the hermeneutical rules that you taught me. You taught me this. And then when I use the same rules, I learned this in Christendom, not as a Hebrew. Nobody taught me hermeneutics, homiletics. I didn't get a degree in theology as a Hebrew. I did that as a Christian, as a practicing Christianity. So I'm using your rules. And when I see you talking all of this nonsense, it just flames me up, because these guys pretending, they fake, they phonies. When all of this language, epistemologically, hermeneutically, but well, see, you don't understand and then the catchphrase, context, man, you are contextually brain dead. Ain't nothing you saying is dealing with the context. But yeah, oh, you got to take it in context. Oh, you taking it out of context and all this, try to make you think that they smart and that they are educated and that they are theologically educated or whatever. They're not. They're absolutely not. And G-Con and Cherry are the worst. I thought they was the worst until I came across the Kevin G dude, and that dude is right up there, right alongside of them with them. Absolutely brain dead. You don't want any kind of information that's going to help you properly interpret the text. The only thing that you're interested in is promulgating your iniquity, your Christianity iniquity, and attacking your own brothers and sisters. Now watch this. We were on a panel with what's his name? We had did a panel, and then these guys, Vocab and Eric Mason and bunch of other people was on there. I guess we did a one in response to them. I can't remember. Either we was responding to them, or they was responding to us, or what have you. Now on there, these guys, your brother, I'm your brother, but I believe we got to keep the law. You don't. So I'm in the same struggle with you, under the same oppression with you, but you tell me I'm not your brother. I'm not your brother. This is that guy BK Apologist. And I got this. I just learning how to chop these videos up and cut these videos up and all of that other kind of stuff. I'm just getting into that. So they got a problem now. So these folks actually just speak ignorant nonsense on a regular basis, and what they say is inconsistent, and it makes no sense whatsoever. You hate me because I say I'm a Hebrew. I'm not your brother. I'm the devil. You hate me. But this European over here who calls himself a Christian, who's not speaking out about you getting bullets in your head, your family members being killed, your wife, your sisters, your cousin, your auntie, your grandmother being spread eagle on the ground and got some police fist stuck up in her, or have her face mushed in the ground, half drowned, and all of this other kind of stuff. And none of them crying out about that. That's your brother. Oh, bro, let me get this brother on here and all of this brother. They your brothers, but your own flesh and blood that carry the same flesh and blood that you do, come from the same struggle that you do. You hate them because you Hebrew. That's what Christianity teaches you. That's what Christianity teaches you. You ain't jumping on these European Christians who call themselves Christians, go to church with you, sit in the pews with you, or sit in the pulpit with you and say absolutely nothing. Go to these conferences with you and sit up there and talk about my black brothers and sisters, but ain't none of them giving up their lives and giving up their freedom to speak out against the oppression, which the Bible says. This is biblical in the Bible, that we are commanded to speak out against oppression and speak up for the oppressed. None of them do none of that. But that's your brother. But me, who's sitting up here, would fight for you. And if I seen a bunch of KKKs, even though you call yourself a Christian, man, we gonna go down together type stuff, my mentality. But nah, I'm the devil. I'm not your brother. These European KKK folk over here who only using their religion to manipulate and control and control you, that's your brother. This is the nonsensical foolishness that these folks promulgate, man. And what they do, man, like, you know, it's just absolutely crazy, and it's unacceptable. And we're gonna start addressing it. Like I said, these guys are ignorant. They are scared. Any of you guys see them, tell them I said so. The defenders of the way, Sam Addison. They know who I am, and this is why they vocab running 3 years and counting, running. I've been after that dude for 3. You try to, he knows no Hebrew or Greek, none. He's not familiar with any of the languages, period. Point blank. That dude is, I don't even, well, anyway, he's one. Eric Mason, he knows a little bit, but he knows a very little bit, but that guy still is hermeneutically unsound. The stuff that he say is very unsound, and he's running as well. G-Con running. He agreed on the Lions Den debate league to debate me, and he's still running. The only time he'll say he'll debate somebody is if he got an audience for the moment, and then he'll hope and pray that it fizzles out so he don't have to actually show up and come off of his platform, and actually where you can't mute folks, where you can't overtalk folks, and all of that other kind of stuff. He's scared.
Let me say, I'm gonna see she could go come on. I'm gonna try to send the PowerPoint to her. And so she coming on. So I'm gonna send the PowerPoint to her and see if she could probably play it through her thing. I don't know what's going on with my thing, but go ahead, man. She should be coming in shortly. So
all right, bet, bro. Yeah, my bro, Scholastic Bully, brother Yeshua, Issachar, right? Wolves in sheep clothing. And that's why if you see on the poster, the flyer that we made for this, Matthew chapter number 7, how do you tell a false prophet, right? How do you tell it? You shall know them by their fruit. They wolves in sheep clothing. They come in, they look like sheep, they talk like sheep. This dude G-Con try to get around, like, yeah, I just want to have a conversation. We can sit down. We're still brothers and all of this. Him and that Matt Siley, so real guy. right? That's all they do. I keep telling the Hebrew brothers, stop letting these brothers in. They are not your brothers. They are there to get information, to write books, to try to get some juicy information. But Brother Sam, the defenders of the way, he beefing with Brother Yeshua, Issachar, and all of this. They beefing. And listen, they don't even believe the same. And all of this. And Sam, why don't you go against Brother Yeshua? He believed that the white man is Esau. You believe that he Japheth and all this. Y'all should be going to war like the daggone devil. Like the daggone devil, trying to cause confusion on this end while you guys got over 40,000 splits in your religion. Over 40,000, and that's just the main ones. Talking about you Hebrews are all over the place. You guys don't believe in the same thing. There's no unity anywhere. There's just no homogeneous theology. We don't know how to take you guys. You got what? How do you know how to take Christianity? Right? You got Catholics, and you got Roman Catholics. You got different types of Catholics. You got the Eastern Orthodox. Then you got about 99 million Protestants, the Calvinists, the Pentecostals, Apostolic. And I was in Christendom for 30 years, and I still can't tell you the difference between an Apostolic and a Pentecostal. It's the same thing to me. We used to use them interchangeably, but that's another denomination. You drink grape juice. I drink the actual wine at our idolatrous communion festivals or whatever. Instead of keeping Passat, we're going to keep this foolishness, but we're going to drink wine. You're going to drink. Oh, well, we ain't going to wear red over here. Red is a sin. And that's the Pharisees. They want to call us the Pharisees for talking about we got to keep these commandments. But the Pharisees wasn't keeping the commandments. They put their traditions over the commandments. Sounds familiar? Christianity. Modern day Pharisees. These guys, modern day Pharisees. Well, my pastor said, well, John Calvin said, well, this church father, Ignatius said, well, Athanasius said, Jerome said, bruh, what does the Bible say, bruh? Bruh, can you tell me? Let's go to the book first. I don't mind going into the extra biblical sources. I'm all for backing up the Bible with history and science, so that you can be taken serious on an academic level, right? I'm all for that. Right? The Bible's not against that, right? Right? But let's start with the book first. Where it say that at in the book, bro? And why does the book contradict what Ignatius said? Why does the book contradict what Athanasius said? And since there's a contradiction, who do we follow? Athanasius? Do we follow him? Jerome? How about Jerome? Huh? Martin Luther, who wanted to throw out the book of James, called it a book of straws because it destroys his justification sola fide, right? Right? By faith alone. James said, nah, ain't no by faith alone. Faith without works is dead, old vain man. James called you vain. So this is why we got to do away with the book of James. Martin Luther, right? Protestant Reformation and all of that, right? That guy, right? He says that he wanted to throw away the actual book of James because James said faith without works is dead. And if you don't have no works of obedience, and he was talking about the law, obedience to the law. You ain't obeying the law, you don't have no faith, right? So now we need to do away with that. We need to get away with that, right? Foolishness, man. So these are the things and the tactics that these guys do. Try to
we see G-Con in the chat. I told him I put the thing in there. I told him
put the link in there. Tell him come on.
I told him come on. He got the link.
Yeah,
I sent the link in the thing. The chat.
And y'all see how we notify these guys. We tell them that we going live and we're gonna be talking about you. So we want to be biblical and have you present. They don't do that with us. They go and have their 10-hour, 11-hour shows and all that other kind of stuff. And don't even tell us. Are we exposing Sam? Is that in the Bible? Or the Bible say if you have a dispute, or does the Bible say if you have a dispute, then you go and you get your brother and y'all deal with that dispute, right? That's what it says. And if y'all can't handle it, you go get somebody else, right? Another one. And if y'all three can't handle it together, then you bring it before the kahal, bring it before the community, right? We got G-Con on tape, on video 2-3 days ago. Brother Yehukanan trying to be biblical, Matthew 18 or 19. I keep forgetting which one it is. Where he talks about it, what I just said. If you have a problem, then you go get your brother and all that. They don't want none of that. Talking about they Christians, they followers of Christ. When Jesus said, okay, well, Yeshua specifically said that if you got an issue, this is how you resolve problems. Nah, bro, I ain't trying to this guy, ignorance, pure, absolute ignorance, yelling 11 hours, talking a bunch of nonsense, gaslighting. This is one of their favorite tactics. Look it up, you guys. Look up what gaslighting means. Gaslighting, when you show them an obvious contradiction. We showed the brother Kevin G the other day. He says, the law is not of faith. I said, bro, that's not talking about the Mosaic law. You can't be talking about the Mosaic law, bro. The law that was given to Moshe, bro. Can't be, bro. Said, well, how can it? Matthew chapter number 23, verse number 23 says that faith is one of the weightier or more important parts of the law. Romans chapter number 10, in there, Paul is quoting Deuteronomy chapter number 30, where he says, the law is not out of your reach. Here's another one. Jesus gave us the law, gave the law to Moshe, because he knew you couldn't keep it. Well, that ain't what the Bible says. Deuteronomy chapter number 30 says, these things are not out of your reach, that you can't keep them. They're not in heaven. They're not in Shemaim. It's not in Shemaim that you need somebody to go up and bring it down. They're not across the sea, but what? The word, in the Greek, that's logos, right? In the Hebrew is debar or debarim, plural, words, right? The word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth, right? Paul said this was the word of faith. So now Paul said this is the word of faith, and then he turned around and say, but the law is not of faith. Then Paul contradicted himself, and we should just set flames to every book that he wrote and burn it up. But that's not the case, right? Paul, no man is justified by the law. What law is he talking about? I say he's talking about the oral Torah traditions, and in most cases, and the sacrificial system for sins in another case. In other cases, that's what I say. You say he's talking about the written Torah that was given to Moshe. Okay, let's test that theory. Let's drop by Romans chapter number 2, verse number 13. The doers of the law shall be justified. That's an obvious conflict. Here go the gaslighting. No, it ain't. That's not a conflict. I don't see no conflict. Where? Where's the conflict? Like, dude, are you retarded? Are you slow? Like, we are not justified by the law. If you do the law, you're going to be justified. Those are two contradictory things on any planet, on any given day, that has any kind of logic and common sense. Stop playing. Stop playing. And they use that's the spirit of witchcraft. Y'all just don't even know it. I've been working on a series to bring out how these folks, because magic is a part of Christianity. Folk don't even know that. It's part of Christianity in the first century. The demonic garbage called Christianity in the first century. Magic, which is pretty much deception. And that's what these guys do. G-Con is a master of it. Get yourself up on here. A master of it. A master. An absolute master of deception. We're going to play several clips coming up as soon as we get Sis on here, where this guy, every time you're going to notice, every time he get in the corner, he going to cut you off. But hold up. I got to say this. Dude, we exegeting Galatians 3 and 10. Well, hold on. Let's go to 17 and 18. Let's go to Revelations. Let's go to this book, this book, and then you all off topic everywhere else. The devil. Absolute the devil. That's what this dude is. And then he talk about these folks change up. I said, bruh, we gonna play the play the script, the clips. The brother, I don't know if we're gonna get to it tonight. Bro, gonna play something else, but we'll certainly play it during the next broadcast, because we're gonna be into these guys' stuff, and they want to play, they want to lie on us and do slander. We're gonna tell the truth on y'all and let y'all hang yourselves out of your own mouths. And this dude G-Con got a nerve to talk about, man, these guys know that we record this, right? Everything yeah. And I took your advice and I'm taking all of your recordings and we're gonna show how that you are a walking contradiction. A walking contradiction. Talking about people changing subjects, red herring arguments. You talking about is the law still valid? And you all the way over here talking about John was boiled in oil on the Isle of Patmos. Like,
Right.
that's true, bro. But then
Hold up. She got the thing up.
okay,
Go to the
ahead.
next slide, sis. She got it up because this is about the behavior of these guys, right? She got it up.
Go ahead,
Go
bro.
to the next slide, sis. You hear me, Sheik? Hello? You can hear me, Sam?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Oh, okay,
Maybe
yeah, go to the next slide, sis. Click in on that if you can. Zoom in. If you can make it kind of bigger, because I can't see it. Okay. Now, notice this, right? As you see, like I was saying earlier, when I reached out to Brother Jay, I said, yo, I'm shaking my head, brother. I feel like you just insulted our people. He said, I was commending the obedient among our people. The other side of our people insult the obedient, not me. So I said, listen, if you scroll up a little bit, sis, on that. I said, listen, and I'm pretty, hold on, go up just a little. Yeah, right there. Yeah, no, go up a little, right there. Yeah, I can read that, right? Can you see what I said? I said, we need more Nat Turners back then. Can y'all see that? Let me see. Hello, let me see something. Now I'm trying to see if y'all can see it. Let's see, because she's sharing her screen. So let me see something. Go up just a little. Okay, yeah, y'all can see it. So check this out. So this is what I say. I say we need more Nat Turners back then, but I'm glad our people made it through. Now notice how G-Con lied when I played the tape earlier. This man said, I'm coming in the spirit of Nat Turner. You see that nowhere do you see that in this context. I said we needed more Nat Turners back then, but I'm glad our people made it through the struggle because we are strong. We are a strong nation of people that has been true, but that's been through hell and back, and we are still here by Yahushua's grace. If you go to the next one, sis. So listen to what this boy said. He said, we don't need Nat Turners getting folks killed, being rebels and murdering folks. Now I don't understand because Brother Jay probably seen he probably was thinking something else. But I was saying we needed Nat Turners back then when our people was going through the struggles, right? So he says we don't need that. He said blacks constant evil keeps moving God to jack us up. So listen what I said. I said, listen, love you, bro, but we will still just have to agree to disagree. I tell the dude to have a nice day. But scroll to this next slide. But like I was saying earlier, this is why they do what they do. On them of the devil. John 8:44. You are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. And that's what I'm saying. We see their fruit. Go on to the next slide. These are things that they don't keep. If you slow to the next slide, sis. Listen what Paul says. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up, as fit for the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. They don't do that. And do not grieve the Holy Spirit of God, by whom you were sealed for the day of redemption. Let all bitterness, that's something they don't do because they have a lot of bitterness, especially at cherry love, and wrath, some they do, and anger, and clamor, and slander. Oh, they're good for slander. That's their best one. Slander be put away from you along with all malice. They don't do that. Be kind to one another, tenderhearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ. Scroll up a little bit, sis, and see if there's any more with that. Christ has forgiven you. They don't do that. Let's go to the next one. Ephesians 5:4. Some they don't keep. Let there be no filthiness, nor foolish talk. That's G-Con main thing. Foolish talk, nor crude joking. Oh, that's another one of his things. Crude joking, which are out of place, but instead let there be thanksgiving. Go to the next slide. But now you must put them all away. Anger, wrath, malice, slander, obscene talk from your mouth. They don't do that. Go to the next slide, sis. So this is where he wants to call me some type of terrorist. Let me tell you something. You know what I'm saying? My family has given up everybody to the military, to every branch. You understand what I'm saying? My grandmother has given up a son to the Air Force. On my father's side, all my uncles have been in the Army. My sister gave her son to the Navy. I was the only person in my family to join the Marine Corps. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for him to try to call me a terrorist when I've sacrificed 4 years of my life, you understand what I'm saying, to serve this country, which, you understand what I'm saying, I got nothing good or bad to say about this country. You understand what I'm saying? But to serve this country, but to sit up here and try to label me a terrorist, you understand what I'm saying? And then try to have to say something about me owning guns. That's the Second Amendment. And those are my babies on the left. Those are my wives. You know what I'm saying? That's Lucille up top, and that's dang Molly on the bottom. And so, you know, I have the right to own guns. So there's no terrorism about me. So I don't know what's up with this cat. But you see, he was in the chat. But if he was a real Christian, he'd come up on here. But when you see, he see that he been lying, go back to that first slide, sis. If you don't mind, the very first one. See how this Negro lied? It said, I'm talking about I'm coming in the spirit of Nat Turner. What a shame. But that's cool. You can stop sharing the screen, sis. I'm good. So was I lying? Did this dude just totally lie on me from all the evidence that we see?
I mean, absolutely. I would say this about G-Con. I think that he does, at a certain point, it's overcome with the spirit, but he falls in line with the folly of the urban apologist. And so even in the back check, I told him that you would do better just steering away from these things. How are you going to get the greater Christian audience with titles
What
like
happened, bro?
Dante Foreskins? How are you going to get the greater Christian audience by making fun of people and talking bad about people and actually demonstrating the Christians, the spirit that exists in the Christian church that people want to get away from, that people are repulsed by? You know, I don't know how he expects to get more viewers than Ron Shields to a Christian audience when he's talking so distastefully, while he's not just dealing with fallacies and doing good teaching, which is the real defense of your faith. And so I have said this to him. He has chose to ignore it, you know, and it is what it is. But when he's really on one and he's doing really good, I've applauded him for that as well. But it just seems to, like, I just want to be on this road and you want to limit yourself. And then you keep on calling out Ron Shields, keep on calling him out. And that's the problem, because you keep on calling him out and then he invited you on his platform and you weren't prepared. You didn't sound good. You didn't sound like you knew what you were talking about. You were putting in theology to the text, you know, and we've had that problem just a minute ago, talking with Camps about the Genesis account. You know, you're putting interpretation to text and saying that those interpretations hold over the text, and this is exactly what the Pharisees were doing. And so you know, and also when he accounts for law, he's talking about letter of the law instead of spirit of the law, instead of revelation of what Christ fulfilled in the law. And he's holding us to every letter of the law, every little bit. And if you don't meet that, then you're not following the Mosaic law. Well, in actuality, we are, because we have Christ, who was always there, the grace and the mercy, who accompanied that law for the entire time. So, you know, it's a problem. Nobody's crying you a river, G consciousness. You're just irresponsible with your witness, and you need to do better. And this is what
you got caught lying. That's the whole thing is you got caught lying. If you the Christian you say you are, just repent and say, look here, Yehukanah, I lied on you. And I'm sorry that I lied on you. I was wrong. But they have no Christ in him. He's of the devil. Real talk. Everything
wait. Here's something. Excuse me, brother. Let me answer this real quick. So the circumcision don't represent Christ. No, it represents the covenant. It always has. And
You
when
went out, bro.
I actually had to correct a Christian on this when he
that guy G-Con though. Yeah, he you see he didn't come up here. He talks all this, he got a sword and he'll chop people up and all of this. All he do is stay in the chat room and talk nonsense, like bro was just saying, corrupt communications and pure foolishness, you know, making up names for folks and Sleepy E and Sammy D and all these folk, just stupidness, just pure foolishness. You know, when you want to talk about and deal with the doctrinal issues and have a civilized discussion with these folks, it's impossible to have with them. The reason it's impossible to have, I got G-Con, like I said, he know not to play with me. I got almost 3 years of this, brother, me dealing with this dude and backing him into a corner to the point where he say, bro, you're not gonna be dominating me, bro. On my channel, where it's you guys can look it up on this channel. It's on this channel. This dude is on here, and I'm going down A, B, C. He said, what you say C was again? You want me to tell you what C is? Click, hang up the phone. Like a child. This is the tactics that these guys do, and then talk about dominating you, bro. I don't do you like you do me. When you come on my channel, I give you the opportunity to speak. I don't cut you off and all of that. I don't yell and scream over top of you every time you saying something that I disagree with, or because I don't want the information to get out. You know what I mean? You'll see this consistently on this brother's channel. Like, I've been on his platform maybe about 10 times over the past 3 years, and every single time this brother, he get the cutting me off. Every time I speak, you'll notice it. I'm gonna show you guys and point it out. He'll let everybody have their say. Brother Yehukanan to say what he say. Whatever Christian apologist idiots he got on the channel will say what they say. And then soon as Sam get to saying too, where we're like, wait a minute, hold up. Now we gotta deal with the but hold on, Sam. We gotta he get the doing all of this, and then when I like, bro, you cutting me off. You know you cutting me off, and this and that. And so once I try to break back in and be like, well, listen, y'all bro, you cut somebody off again. We're gonna cut you off. We're gonna kick you, and they boot me off his channel and all of that because he can't deal with that work that he getting. That's the whole reason.
Right.
Stop being in the chat room and come on the panel. You know you're gonna get respect here. You know very well you're gonna get respect. Nobody's going. Well, you know.
No, I'm gonna give him respect because listen, I've already showed him to be a liar. Like he said, I said I was coming in the spirit of Nat Turner, and I'm gonna like trying to say I'm a terrorist and all this other stuff, dude. I never said anything about coming in the spirit of Nat Turner. You're a liar, and we proved it here. And if you want, I'll play the tape again and show you exactly what I said. But you know not to come on here because you're a liar. If you was telling the truth when you was on Cherry Love That Show, come on here, defend yourself. I'll play the tape for you, and I'm going to show you where you lied at. But if you are a man of God like you say you is, then you apologize. But I don't think you're a man of God. I don't think you follow Christ, and you don't follow Paul, because I just pulled up Paul's teachings and Christ's teachings. You don't follow them. So, you know what I'm saying? You got Ron Shields' name in your mouth because you scared. You want to be like Ron Shields. You want to have those numbers, but you can't get there because your attitude, bro. Like, yo, real talk, you just, you know, like stick to teaching. That comedy stuff, you whack at it. You're not good. You're not funny. But
He
I mean,
ain't getting there because his attitude and he ignorant. Brother Ron Shields is educated. His teaching is logical. I don't agree with everything that bro say or what have you, but at least he has some logic or something behind it. G-Con is just ignorant as heck. That brother, he just say what, just like the rest of the Christian, Brian Garcia and all them. You can tell who people are by who they hang around. Brian Birdbrain Garcia is dumb as two bricks. And yes, I said that, and I mean that. Dumb as two bricks. Cherry Love is ignorant, unlearned, and dumb as two bricks. And you hang around these people. All they do is yell and scream and talk nonsense, illogical nonsense, stuff that makes no logical sense. And you got a whole flock of folks. Amen. Amen. Right. Yeah. You dragging them. I'm like, man, these folks, a bunch of blind folk trying to lead other blind folk, talking a bunch of ignorant nonsense, bro. So, you know, he ain't gonna get there. Brother Ron Shields is very well informed about a bunch of different things. This brother is just ignorant as heck. He has no clue as to what he's talking about, and it proves it. He proved it himself. Anybody that tell you that the historical and cultural context in exegeting, I'm sorry, I'm trying to eat at the same time. A passage of text is just brain dead. Anybody to tell you that defining the words, you know, actually looking up the words and seeing what they mean in their original context in the Greek and in the Hebrew, is ignorance. Anybody to tell you that is ignorant themselves and brain dead. And this is what this guy talks about all on the channel. You got my name in your mouth. You didn't even invite me to your channel so I can defend myself. Several times these guys do that. And then I was on this platform one time and I addressed the situation about Cherry. Yeah, I addressed her on that. That's why I don't deal with her. And I got it on video. That's why I don't deal with her. I don't deal with them like that. I don't be on their channel and stuff. I told her about that and this and that, this and the other. Where you at now? Right in bed with Cherry. Right laid up, right alongside of her with a bunch of foolishness. They only, oh, G-Con, this and that. You right up there. How can two walk together except they agree? Y'all of the same rotten core, of the same rotten tree, of the same wickedness. And so when y'all get tired of each other wickedness, then you part for some time, but then and talk trash about each other and then come back together and continue on with your wickedness, collective wickedness. That's in ignorance. Ignorance. Any of them, like I said, we invite them to come on. We invite you guys to come on, and I know you're listening or will listen. Invite you guys to come on.
yeah,
That
he
goes for
making up some
Cherry.
lame excuse talking about, oh, I'm in the hotel with kids. You good, bro. I don't care what if you got on kids. You come on in, bro. Hey, we're gonna give you respect. We ain't gonna kick you off like you kicked me off because you know you couldn't win your lie on Deuteronomy 30. He got busted. He looked it up and he didn't want to address what I said, so he told Cherry to kick me off because he knew he was caught. But it's all good. I'm not gonna kick you off, bro. I won't do
Well,
that.
can I make this understood, because G-Con is trying to use me as a
Right, bro.
scapegoat.
Kevin G kicked me off when I backed him into a wall.
We don't even, it's this show ain't about you, about what he talking about. That's a tactic of his because he knows he's caught red-handed. He's a liar. He got caught lying and he trying to wiggle his way out by throwing your name up. So we won't entertain it. We know you a good sister. Hey, forget what he talking about. Don't fall for the banana and tailpipe. Bump what
Well,
he
he's misunderstanding action and the fulfillment of a covenant, and that's the issue. And so, yeah, we'll deal with it on another time, G-Con. So,
You still there, bro?
I'm
think you
still,
went
let me
out.
play this tape one more time because he said where he lied at. Let me go here and show where he lied at and played it again because maybe he didn't hear it earlier. So let
He
me
lie
go.
all the time. He lied, number one, when he say that we all learn from Ron Shields. He
Yep.
just wanted the name drop with Ron Shields. That's lie number one. Lie
Mm-hmm.
number two is them guys hate Paul and this and that about Paul, and he know very well that's not true. He know
Right.
where he lied at. He lie all the time. I got
Yeah.
several videos with him lying on it. So come on this platform and we can break out the evidence, be biblical, and I'll prove what I'm saying in your face, out your own mouth. Play with me. Come on here.
All right, hold on. Let me get there. We're gonna play it right here. Hold up. Let me play this where he's lying. He plays lies. Hold up.
Gentiles, or something said about the Gentiles because what they did to the Israelites.
Can y'all hear that?
Can
Can you
hear
hear?
it a little bit, bro. It's low.
Okay, hold on. Let me get. I'll get it when you can hear. Hold up. Let me make sure you hear this. Since he want to lie, I'm gonna put it on the TV thing and you to hear it. Hold up. Let me close my door. Expose this liar for what he is. Son of Satan.
Oh,
right.
and then you lied when you said that you didn't want to debate us because we ignorant, when you really didn't want to debate because you knew you were outclassed and you didn't have no defense because you don't understand the language or the context. You have no hermeneutical skills. And then the very next day you turn around and challenge bro on Zechariah 14. We got that. Talking about you want to debate right now. So which one is it? Do you not want to debate? You don't want to have a discussion, but you want to debate. You don't want you want to debate, right? That is contradictory nonsense.
All right.
Nonsense.
I got it.
And it just shows how you guys play games and how full of foolishness that you are and that you really scared. Because if you wasn't scared, then you would either come on this platform or schedule something so we can sit down and have this discussion with some agreed upon rules like bro asked you cordially. But you
Right.
want to make it seem like you don't want to debate because somebody ignorant. You don't want to debate because you are ignorant. And then you turn around the next day talking about, try to make it seem like bro didn't want to debate you, debate me right now. That's a lie. It's called deception and hypocrisy. A lie. That's another one. Now say you ain't say that.
All right. I'm gonna pull this up. Hold up. You should be able to hear it now. Hold up. Let me see.
And not sticking in my mind, that's partially true. But
Can y'all hear that now? Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear it, bro.
All right. Let me go ahead. All right. All right. So.
really, in reality, a lot of things is going on because basically God wants to bring about this universal peace. This God wants to bring about a kingdom. It's established in righteousness, and He uses Israel as a conduit to bring about that. And so Israel is a prime example of a people that's being put down and destroyed and being made a proverb for disobeying God. Because then when we look at Israel, then you go and you look at the nations, you gotta see why God has rejected the world way of things and why there's a lot of corruption within the world. Why? Because the world is doing the same thing that Israel's doing. This is why they all has been found guilty. There's none righteous, no, not one. God looked down from heaven, and Israel was found guilty, just like the nations was found guilty. And so he's saying all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And so that's clear. And so these brothers don't even read. They don't read Paul. And this is why they want to get rid of Paul, because Paul is really.
Now, I don't remember ever saying get rid of Paul. So I don't know what he told me. Sheikah, you ever said anything about getting rid of Paul?
No.
And he know
talking
very
about
well
when,
that I didn't say anything about getting rid of Paul, bro. He was aware of that debate that I had with the one brother about Paul, and all of that kind of stuff. So he's lying. Once again, he's lying again. He wants, they hate Paul, this and that, to try to, turn otherwise Christians that would listen away. That's the only that's the tactic that he's using, because he has no defense for it. So they terrorists, they hate Paul, they this and that, and he know he lying. He know he lying, and that ain't nothing but the devil. Nothing but the devil. This brother is full of foolishness, fake and phony and ignorant as heck. And he's a coward. He talked all of this big smack, all this big stuff. He got this sword and all of this butter knife that he talking about pulling out, trying to cut somebody with. A plastic one at that. Playing games. That's why he won't come up here. Now he got excuses. Why we can't have a simple discussion on Galatians and all of this other kind of stuff. Then he want to debate the next day, jump up. You know what I mean? Why didn't you want to debate Galatians right on the spot? I mean, this is common sense. Ain't nobody fooled but ignorant folks. You know what I mean? Folk that's already ignorant and got some kind of mental issues with them. Either their brain cells have been damaged by Christianity, or they was just slow to begin with. That's the only folks that's following and listening to these guys' nonsense. Nothing they say makes sense. G-Con act like a 5-year-old, talk a bunch of foolishness every 5 minutes. Instead of be a master of changing the topic. He can't stay on topic to save his life. You tell him, let's exegete Galatians chapter number 10. He want to be all the way in 17, 18, all this talking foolishness, nonsense. Then got a nerve to open his mouth talking about somebody bringing up red herring arguments to cause somebody to forget where they were. This is what he does. Wait a minute. Ho, with all this nonsense and foolishness. That brother is ignorant as heck, man. Ignorant, and he's a coward. And he's afraid of the defender of the way. That's why he want no part. He didn't got enough got cut up enough. I guess he go to my channel every once in a while and watch how bad he got cut up. And now he's running ever since. And I've been after him for some time now. After G-Con, probably like 6 months now. And he been ignoring me, avoid me. He'll jump on there. Who wants some smoke? Posting the post. Who wants some smoke? Oh, me? I want the smoke. Me. Ignore me, act like he don't hear me, or say something, Sammy boy this, or Sammy D, or same, or sane, with some dumb play on my name, or something stupid, but never stepping up to that plate, though. Never stepping up to that plate. And then when we get on the Lions Den in front of about 10,000, 20,000 folk, then it's, I'll debate you. And ask him, did that debate take place yet? Ask him, and he done that about 3 times. I can go back through these posts. Oh yeah, once you see 100, 200, 300, 400 people, 1,000 people, whatever it is, respond, then I'll debate you. I'm ready. Just set it up. Then you try to reach him, you can't get him. He ignore you for another 2-3 months. Hey, this dude he's a straight clown, man. This dude is a clown, and he's ignorant as heck, talking all that smack out the side of his neck, dumb as crap. Anybody that's listening to him must be brain dead.
All right, Sheikah, go ahead. Say what you was gonna say.
Now, I was saying that, Sam, they've heard you talk about Paulinity, Christianity. And so can you give a definition of that? Because that's where they're deriving a lot of that about you from.
Yeah, and you see this? Bro, y'all ain't gonna deal with Sheik misunderstanding. Well, first of all, I have no idea what he's talking about. First and foremost, and second of all, let's see him deal with Cherry and her foolishness. Let's see him address the foolishness in his own community before he come over here in our community telling us how to run our community and all this other kind of stuff. First of all, I'm not Sis' husband. Who are we to address Sis? She got a husband at home to address her. First and foremost. Second of all, before you tell somebody to address something, address that brain dead Brian Garcia. Are you addressing that? You addressing vocab, undercover racism, foolishness, right? Are you addressing that? Why he got you talking about you coming over for some chicken and all of that other kind of stuff, acting like a daggone coon, foolishness. cooning around. Bro, stop playing, man. Deal with your own foolishness. Let me see you address Cherry and her ignorant foolishness. First of all, address yourself. Address why you play games and change topics and all of that to try to cover up for the fact that you ignorant as hell. Address that. You gonna address that? Yeah, I mean, I'm in the comments here. G
Another
Consciousness.
thing, Sam, I
Bro,
want
y'all ain't gonna deal with Sheik misunderstanding. Are you
hold on,
serious?
let me point out something. And you right, vocab is undercover racist. Let me say this. He act like he care about the black community. He really don't. Let me tell you something. And no disrespect, he adopted some kids, and that's cool. Why you ain't adopt no black kids? The kids you adopted, I don't know why you adopted them. That's good. I'm not knocking that. Let me repeat what I said. I'm not knocking what you the kids you adopted. But why you ain't adopt no black kids? If you so love the black community, why you didn't adopt no black kids? You want to rap? You had your hairs and cornrows. You be trying to act like you down with the black community, like you urban apologists you love, but you ain't even adopt no black kids. Then you stab Cherry in the back. You ain't never had Cherry on your show, but you had Nephew on your show. But Cherry was rocking with you for the longest. But then you went out and got Miss Titus some eye candy. You went and got Miss Titus to try to promote her. So we see your foolishness, dude, vocab. And G-Con, you cooning and buffooning right behind him. But I'm going to yield my mic. Go ahead.
Well, he's talking about my understanding of the circumcision and
Hold up, pull up this G-Con liar. Pull up that first screen. Pull up the first one I showed you, Sister Sherry, because I ain't never said nothing about no spirit of Nat Turner. And that's how we know you a liar. Pull back up the thing real quick, because this nigga lying. I ain't never said nothing about no spirit of Nat Turner. Share your screen again, sister, and show that first slide. Ain't nobody never said nothing about coming.
Oh, dude, don't be calling me Sister Cherry. That is an insult to my life.
Did you say that?
I think you said Sister Cherry. No, not Sister
I'm not mad at you,
but let me address.
Pull up that thing first, bro, because the nigga just lied. I ain't say nothing about no spirit of what Nat Turner. So look, pull up the slide, pull up the thing, and let me show it so I can bust this nigga out and show that he a son of the devil and not of God. Can you do that for me, sis? Go ahead and pull that up. The nigga lied. Just lied. This is what this nigga said. The man is a straight up liar. Share your screen.
But you see, just like I called him out, bro, he trying to split the defense. That's what he's trying to call. He trying to divide and conquer. Every time he comes somewhere, that's all I hear from him. You ain't saying nothing about this person. Y'all ain't saying nothing about, bro, say something. Deal with the stuff in your own community. You ain't dealing with faithful to Satan. You ain't dealing with vocab. You ain't Cherry, none of them, bro. You in fact, you hot, you setting up on they panels and stuff. So man, like I just said, I just called him out before he did it and talked about how he just try to, like a snake, cause division. And that's an abomination. What is that?
Yeah,
Proverbs chapter number 7.
Yeah, hold up.
Proverbs chapter number 7 talks about he that soweth discord among the brethren, that's him, is an abomination. That's what the book say. Deal with that, G-Con.
He is trying to call it.
Go ahead, bro. You say you about to run a slide?
But it was about something that we had already talked about and addressed. He's trying to saying circumcision is solely about Christ. It's also about circumcision of the heart. It's also it's about the covenant, the new covenant that Christ is bringing forth, and or that.
And
Christ
as a matter of fact, bro, he said
he
making excuses why he can't come tonight. When you coming, G-Con? When we having this discussion, G-Con? You can bring Cherry, you can bring Vocab, Eric Mason, Nefer, whoever you want to bring to the table so we can have a discussion about this Galatians, so we can see who's ignorant and who's lying and who's a fool and who's being foolish and all of that other kind of stuff. When we making that happen, G-Con? That you got kids in a hotel room and all of that other kind of stuff that ain't stopping your fingers from typing and answering when we having this discussion, or we can do one-on-one.
Hold on, scroll down, scroll to the next one. Here, we're gonna bust this liar out now. It's talking about the spirit of Nat Turner. I ain't never said nothing about no spirit of Nat Turner. This nigga lie. He is Satan. Scroll down, sis. I ain't never said nothing about no spirit of Nat Turner.
Oh, Kevin G in the building too. So yeah, I'll get at you, bro. I see you in the building. Yeah, we'll track. You can come on the platform. The link is in the shoot that link out again, bro. Have bro come on here so we can talk about this Ramban. We could talk about these Jewish sources that he's talking about that refutes the actual historical data of Ramban.
Right.
Let's talk about the Rambam's 13
All right.
principles of faith, and him saying that none of the none of the Yahudim and it's not in the Talmud or the Mishnah anything about the oral Torah coming from Sinai. Let's discuss that and let him let's discuss that when he done.
Link in the chat.
When you done, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, we're gonna go over the skins. This is about that post that Brother J made. I said, shaking my head, brother. I feel like you just insulted our people. He said, I was commending the obedient among our people. The other side of our people insult the obedient, not me. Now listen what I said. Scroll up a little bit, sis. Look at this liar. No, you're not blocked, Kevin G. I would never block you. They blocked me. You shouldn't be blocked, bro. You can get in. Hold up. No. Go up, sis. Go
nah,
up.
Bro. We don't do the blocking stuff, bro.
So right here, listen,
you got the wrong platform.
I said we needed more Nat Turners back then. Notice what I said. We needed more Nat Turners back then. But I'm glad our people made it through the struggle because we are a strong nation of people that has been through hell and back, and we're still here by Yahuwah's grace. Now go to the next slide. So this nigga lie. Bring your lying butt on here. I promise you, bro. You better be lucky I have the Most High in me. Because let me tell you something. When we was in the military, niggas like you who was on our team, we would kill you. Like we wouldn't care if you was a general, whatever your rank is. The first mission of a Marine is mission accomplishment and troop warfare. Brothers like you interfere with the mission and you're against our troop warfare. If you was in our unit, we would kill you, bruh. Honestly, because you mean our community no good. You would be done for your lying. Look how this Negro lies and don't even realize it. Now look at this. It says, listen what Brother Jay said. Now we don't need Nat Turner getting folks killed, being rebels and murdering folks. Black's constant evil keeps moving God to jack us up. This is what I said. This is the last thing I said to this brother. I said, love you, bro, but we will just have to agree to disagree on this one. Have a nice day. Anybody see anything about the spirit of Nat Turner in here? Anybody see anything about the spirit of Nat Turner on here?
He's a liar, bro. That's all.
He's a liar from the devil. Straight liar.
He's a liar. And that's all they do on their platform. I about 20 times, him and Kevin G, you're lying. I'm like, you gaslighting, because I'm not lying. I'm giving facts that's based in the Bible and backed up by historical data and confirmed by several of your Christian apologists and your commentators. So now, like, where's Kevin G at? Kevin G, come on in, bro. Come on in. G-Con should have told you. When we're gonna give you we're not gonna do you guys like you do. We're not gonna play the mutant game unless you get out of order and all of that, unless you could be cutting us off and all of that other kind of stuff. We're gonna allow you to have your talk. We're gonna allow you to make your point uninterrupted.
Nah, nigga, don't. My bad. Don't come up here trying to change the subject. You lied. You need to go public and say I was wrong, or I don't forgive you. And this sin will be on you when you get there. What you need to do is you need to go public, just like you went public and lied on me, talking about I'm coming in the spirit of Nat Turner to terrorize white people, trying to make me sound like I'm a terrorist. Bro, I served my country, bro. 4 years while you were gangbanging in the Bloods. Dude, I was over here making sure you were safe, that you had your freedoms, bro. Real talk. So you need to go live. You want to make this right. You need to go live and say, I was wrong. I lied on you, Hukanan. And I apologize for calling him a terrorist. I was out of line. That's what you need to do if you want me to forgive you.
Yeah. And I see him. I don't know if he responded, if the "Nah, you good" is in response to you getting your squad together and let's have this powwow. Let's have this sit down. Let's have this discussion. I'm hoping that wasn't it, because you already agreed. You remember, G-Con? You already agreed to have a debate with me. You remember that? Or do I gotta go get the brethren, Jeremiah, Judah, and all of them from
No,
the Lions
we
Den.
got him on his own thing saying
the Lions Den debate league to confirm that and get the tape and play it for everybody, and go back to a couple of other posts that I done made in the Biblical Rumble Room where you agreed and still have not done it yet. So all of this big tough talk, you talk about the sword and you ain't having none, you ain't playing and all of this and all of that. You do all of that on your channel so that you can overtalk people like the videos that we got here today. And then try to say, go on his channel the next day. Sam was trying to overtalk people and all of this. Bro, I got the video, 20 minutes. We've gone back and forth, having respect, letting Kevin G have his say and all of that. Kevin G started off to interrupt. Bro, I got to interrupt you. I got to interrupt you. And then you came in, but it was y'all that was doing the interruption, not us. Brother Yehukanan didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Y'all started the confusions with the interruption, over talking people, then muting, and then Kevin G kicks me off the platform when he got his back toward the wall and got caught lying. And the people in the comments was telling them, you did say that, bro. That's exactly what you said. Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I specifically asked him, is faith a part of the law? It was part. No. Then 2 minutes later, 5 minutes later, I never said no to that question. I never said once he got his back. Lying. I got it on tape and I'm bringing up the clips. Y'all a bunch of liars, man, and a bunch of cowards. Y'all play that stuff on your platform. We don't have to do it on this platform. Choose a platform. What is it? Modern Debates. Choose a platform. It doesn't matter. I just want to get to the information and bring it out and show how ignorant you guys really are. Show how you have nothing. That's why you do not want to debate, because you have nothing. You have no, you lack the ability to defend your position or to refute our position. You lack that ability. That's why you don't want to debate. That's why. And you could take them kids and let them with your wife or something and step out like you do before other times. It's excuses. You are scared. Stop running your mouth and keep my name and my brother's name out your mouth unless you're willing to be a man and step up to the plate and have a conversation. Yeah. Oh, he on here. Good stuff.
Shalom, Kevin G.
Hey, shalom. What's going on? So, I heard my name brought up, and so that's why I'm here. So here's the thing. So are you referring to that night when we were up 3 or 4 in the morning and we were arguing back and forth really badly? I'm the only one that I can only hear you, Hukana. I can't hear nobody else.
No, you shouldn't be able to hear me. He's talking to you, Defender.
No, I can't hear Defender at all. I can hear you, Hukana, loud and clear.
Yo, Sam. Yeah, I think he is referring to that night. Can you hear me, Sheikah?
You the only person
I can hear Yehukanan and Kevin T. I can't hear Sam.
Okay, so Sam's the one with audio issues right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, I believe that's the night he's referring to. I think he dropped off. He'll be right back. Hold on, he'll address it when we get back. But my thing, I'm not talking about you, so you had to get with Sam on that. My thing is about G-Con lying on me. Talking about I said I came in the spirit of Nat Turner. He went in the other night, and I gave him a chance before I went live. I told him to fix this and apologize. He didn't want to do it. I went to him like Matthew 18. He refused to do it, so I had to expose him tonight. He is of Satan. And if you want to back up a lie, you go ahead and back that lie up, Kevin, because I got the audio and I got him where he said something about the spirit of Nat Turner. I just showed the stuff that I did with Jay the producer. So if you're going to come in here and try to defend his lie, come on and try to defend it.
Right. So the whole Nat Turner thing, I know nothing about.
Okay.
I don't even know when that happened, what y'all talking about. I don't know. Now, when did he do that show?
He went on Cherry's show the other day and straight up lied and called me a terrorist.
Okay, was that on?
Yes,
that
was 2 days ago.
Was that on that panel?
No, he wasn't. So that's what I'm saying. That what I'm telling you is this. I'm on here dealing with that issue. Now, when Sam, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, my bad, bro. I'm saying, well, you know, if you allow G-Con up here, I'm sure y'all can have a discussion and talk about that.
He got the link. I gave him the link. I don't do them like they do me, bro. I don't talk about people and not let them come up here and say their story. I'll talk them, mute them, kick. I don't do that. G-Con knows if he comes up here, he will have respect to tell his side of the story. Now he know he lying. We played the audio. All he has to do is come up here and just say, "Hey, forgive me, Yehukanan." Go public and say he was lying. That's all you got to do. Go ahead, Kev.
Well, I'm gonna say that the reason why I kicked Sam out that night, and this is on his channel, and this is everybody can hear it and everything. Won't know because my back was against the wall, I was lying, and it was none of that. What it was, and anybody can go back and listen to that show. It got to the point where we were talking, calling each other names, and saying each other was stupid and unintelligent, and it got real bad that nobody was hearing the other person anyway. So I was like, I got a headache. I was like, man, I ain't dealing with this. And I kicked the brother out. Sure did. And it wasn't based on no information, really. If you listen to it, it was just us bickering back and forth and him getting in his flesh and me getting in my flesh. And I'm saying, brother, do you have reading comprehension and this, that, and the other? And he's saying, oh, are you intelligent? You're not that smart. And this, that. We were name calling, both of us. So if he wants to be honest and say what it was, that's what it was. Now, I could have a calm discussion about any information. I'm not afraid to hide that, and I'm not saying that I don't have the capacity to argue that. But the thing about it is that if you want to be truthful and not use whatever Yehukanan's dealing with and take that into advantage to say, well, Kevin G also had his back, and it starts spreading. You can't point a shotgun when you really need to point a sniper rifle. If you have a point, make that point. But don't go off and lie and say that I kicked you out because I was caught lying and this, that, and the other. Because any issue that we were discussing,
I give you the opportunity to speak.
That's not a problem. But the reason why I kicked you out, and Sam, if that's you, the reason why I kicked you out is because we both full well know that it got to a point where nobody was hearing the other person. We were calling each other names. I was saying that you was unintelligent, stupid, this, that, and the other. You were saying the same to me. You kept going. We were laughing, saying, oh, I got you in your flesh, or I got you mad, and this, that, and the other. So I ended it. So are you going to say that wasn't the case, or it was? Nothing?
He said his phone died in the private chat. But I'm gonna say this to you, Kevin G. I noticed that you have a different energy when you come online and you talk to a predominantly Israelite crowd, and then when you're on Cherry's platform. Matter of fact, you sang a different tune only but 2 years ago, and then you now say that this is what we all do, this is what we all believe, this is what we're all talking about in our congregation. We're all just talking about how we the people, and that's all we're talking about instead of the word itself. And I believe that is a misrepresentation and a definite lie.
No, it's not.
Your part.
It's not a misrepresentation, because here's the thing. I can only tell my experience.
From your experience. But when I asked you, that's your experience, and are you coming from camp? And then you said yes, you were coming from a camp, and you identified where you was coming from.
No,
but then you said this is what they all believe.
I didn't say that. Well, that's not true. I didn't come from a camp. Yehukanan knows I didn't come from a camp. G-Con knows I didn't come from.
Well then we'll have to get the audio.
Get the audio. I came from a teaching from the school of Shaddaniah ben Israel. It was conference only. Everybody knows me and knows that. Yehukanan know me for years. Everybody knows this. So whatever you think you heard, you're telling in the ears of witnesses.
That was your response.
Okay. Well, whatever it is. Well, Sheikah, here's the thing. Whatever it is that you want to say that I said, like for instance, you made a comment.
I don't want to say it. That's what you said. Somebody in the chat asked you if you came from a camp. You said yes, and then you started naming.
No, I didn't.
This is where.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I did not. Because I did not come from a camp. What camp did I come from then? When I said I came from a camp?
I don't know. I'll pull the audio, but you did say yes, and I was like, oh, I thought so, because I didn't know why you was
come from a camp.
getting.
I didn't come from a camp.
Okay, but if you never, just like I said to the other guy, Michael, who was on that platform, I said, if you stood in a camp and you never heard anything about Jesus, you never understood baptism to be about Christ, and you never heard that for however many years, then that was incumbent upon you as a believer to ask questions, find out the truth, and then depart, like we have done from churches. So
I did. I have. If you heard my testimony and what I said, I dealt with them and I asked them questions. I sent emails. The wife of Shaddai, who passed away, had conversations with me on the phone, and I answered these questions. Now, I'm telling you, the people that I dealt with that believe in that way, that's what they dealt with. That's what they said, and they did not mention Christ at all. Now, up until the time that I met Yehukanan, there are Israelites who do not believe Christ is the Messiah at all. Yehukanan can point them out. They're called non-messianic. Are you familiar with them?
Of course I am.
Okay. So when I said that the people that I was dealing with don't mention Christ at all, and you out of your own admission said that there are Israelites who believe in that way, why then are you saying that my testimony is false?
I'm not saying that your testimony is false. I'm saying that you're smearing your testimony over what they believe and what they think and what they do. And if you listen to yourself on Church's platform, you do that often.
Okay, so you say I smear. Who am I smearing?
You're smearing Israelites. The Israelites believe this and the Israelites believe that. You're not saying that in your own limited view, this is what you experience from not only Israel's Israelites. You're saying that this is what they believe, this is what they focus on. You actually said, this came out your mouth, that
that's my testimony.
Wait, hold on. I'm about to quote you. You said for most Israelites, Messianic or non, that the meat is that we're the Israelites and we are going to be over people, and then the side dishes is the scripture. That is false in my experience, and you are a liar. For many of people who do not experience that, that's your experience, and you need to limit your limited view to that and say, from my experience and the people I chose to deal with and the people I chose to stay with and learn from, this is what happened. But I know that there are Israelites out there where that's not the meat and potatoes. I've been to congregations, I've been in studies, I've been on online studies, and that is not the meat or the crux of what we're talking about. So it's a lie.
Shika, here's the thing that doesn't deviate from what I said. You said out of your mouth, you know Israelites who you know that's not the meat and potatoes.
It's not the majority.
I'm telling you from my experience that most of the Israelites that I dealt with, I will say 95%, that is the meat and potatoes. Oh, in fact, okay, but again, that would confirm my testimony, would it not?
It would confirm your testimony on the majority of the Israelites, which is a global multi-million composite of people.
Okay, so let me ask you something.
Confirm your testimony on every Israelite. It would confirm your limited view.
Okay, no, it's not. Listen, let me give you that. Let me give you the benefit of. Let's just say this. Let me hand this to you. Okay, most Israelites, or that's not the view of all Israelites. I'm live right now, or I'm not live, but I'm subscribed to a YouTube channel that's live right now. I won't say the name of the YouTube channel or anything. Mm-hmm. The title of their video is Restoring Our Identity. Now, if you go, I'm subscribed to almost every major camp, group, outside, whatever people will consider, I'm not calling it, but whatever people will consider moderate, all of that. Most of my YouTube subscriptions and stuff that I get and videos that I watch and been watching for years has always been either about restoring our identity, talking about our identity, or dealing with that. Or anything culturally dealing with identity people. Is just what I see. Mm-hmm. Now,
well, that's what you admitted to that you were subscribed to. So wouldn't you see more? It's just like the cop who thinks that Black people are bad, who's policing the Black neighborhood. He's going to see more crime in that neighborhood than he would in a white neighborhood. You just said that you were a part of a group who was all about that, and then you say everything I see is about that. Well, then could it be your subscription and not the reality? I just have to say that because I know many people who are in camps and congregations. I have been there literally, and they're not talking about our identity. They're not talking about who we are. They're talking about the responsibility of the believer, no matter who you are, because they believe that it's the same law for the native born and and the stranger, you know, to do what the Most High said. So I see that because that's what I subscribe to.
But
That's
okay,
my
but notice,
introduction.
Sheikah, you're using the noun I. You're saying
No,
I. That's what I see.
I'm doing what you're doing. You use
Right,
I.
exactly. I
So
could, but
telling you
again,
what
that's what I'm telling you. Can
but,
I not?
but because my subscription is different, I'm seeing more of that. Your subscription is saying that this is what it is, and that's
I don't
like
know what you're talking about subscription. I don't know where you're getting that from. About
you subscribe to a teaching congregation that did not believe in
No,
the
I didn't. No,
Messiah.
listen. No, you obviously didn't hear my congregation. Shaddaniah ben Israel was the first one I dealt with. That was the first one. When I departed from Shaddaniah ben Israel and didn't learn under them no more, I got with groups over the internet. That I was a part of the Hebrew War Machine. Not War Machine, but I was a part of the original Hebrew War Machine for Kemet on trial. I was one of the dudes in the background doing research. I was in contact with or Chicago. I was in contact with you. If you call any major Israelite out there, Mikael ben Israel, Michael out there. I forget his last name. I don't know why it's not coming to mind. G-Con, Yehukanan. Ask anybody out there. Do you ask them? Do you know Kevin G? They're gonna say yes, because I've been associated with all of them. And I'm saying the majority.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay, listen. Yehukanan, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay, Yehukanan, as many years as you've been dealing with me, well, not I'll say many, like we knew each other for 10 years or something, but I'm saying you knew me since 2015, right? 2015,
I knew you
2016,
since about
right?
around 2016, 2017. Yeah.
Okay, around that time. Now, was I not getting around and talking to everybody, studying every belief as far as the Israelites and talking and debating people about it?
I mean, I did know you did know several Israelites like myself, like Jashob, James Cassell, Yashar.
Okay.
What you doing now, though? That's what I'm talking about.
No, what I'm talking about is my experience. My experience, my honest, humble experience. That with the majority of people who follow the faith, and I talk to, I'm not saying all, I said majority. In fact, I gave credit to Ron Shields because I feel like he's a really productive person. I'm in his live streams giving him credit and everything. You could talk to him. You could send him an email. Does Kevin G ever come by and give you shade? No, I appreciate what he does productively. I said the majority of Israelites that I see, the argument has been about identity. That is my testimony. It is not really Christ-centered. It's not really about the saving power of Christ. It was majority about are we or are we not the people? That has been the crux of every talk, debate, argument, presentation. Heck, I was about to make
that's what we're challenged on. That is not the crux of teaching.
Okay, but again, am I giving my testimony, or am I saying that? Listen, if anybody encounters any group, the only thing that they could do at best is mention what it is that they experience and see. Now,
yeah, but you're saying everybody is doing that.
Okay,
versus saying that this is my limited experience. You have a limited experience. You're only one person.
Okay, no. You okay, this is what you need to do then in order to back that up. It's best for you then, to pull up the quote, show why I said all Israelites believe this and this, that, and the other.
No, you sit on there, you sit on Cherry's platform and you say the Israelites believe this and the Israelites believe that. You're not being specific.
Yes, I am being specific.
This is what they believe.
Okay, pull it up then and just play it back. That's all you got to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Because obviously you don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You saying things that's so outside of my character. I'm saying all Israelites.
I know what you say. I know what you say and what you have said. So that's what I know.
Okay, so what you gather from what my quotes are is that I'm making general statements about Israelites when my statements come from experience. And you say, well, not all Israelites believe.
But you're saying that your experience is equivalent to everybody in the Israelite faith, and it's not. What I'm trying to tell you is that your experience is a limited view. I have been in congregations where we are not talking about who is the Israelite, who we are, what we need to do as Israelites. I've been there. So automatically
fine.
your view is
Sheikah.
false when it comes
Well,
to that.
It's not. It's not false.
View.
It's not. Because think
the
about
view
it.
of what you have.
You're saying that the majority. You're saying that what you see. Are you saying by what you see? Let me ask you this question then, Sheikah. Let me see if you answer this honestly. Are you telling me that the majority of Israelites' doctrine or the majority of Israelites do not center around the identity of the people? Are you telling me they don't?
Absolutely.
You're lying.
Okay, now I'm lying, but
so let me ask you
where
this question.
I'm coming from,
If you go to
things that I talk about with Israelites don't matter anymore. I have a whole channel of us not talking about who the people is, who ain't, who this. We're talking about the historicity of Christ. We're talking about Yeshua is Yah. We're talking about a whole bunch of different things that have nothing to do with
That's your group. That's your group. That's your group. That's your group.
But it's everybody that I deal with.
That's
okay.
That's what
I'm telling you is that you deal with people. What I'm trying to tell you is that your witness is coming from what you dealt with.
And so is yours. You say
exactly, and we have different views, which means that you smothering your experience over everybody is
no,
unfair.
I'm not. How? Think about it. If I come with a comment,
you're on Cherry's platform talking about this is what Israelites think. This is what Israelites believe. And
I tell you exactly what I say and how I say it, and I bet you it'll sound familiar in your ears. I will say this is how I always start off my statements. And you know, with the groups that I deal with, what I seen, I always say that.
No, you don't.
Everything I always say what I seen, what I dealt with, what I look at, what I show. I always say that. I say the way I always speak. If you know who I am, if you ever spoke with me, I'll be like, well, back when I was dealing like Shad and I's group, they were cool, but that one dude, I don't know what he was on, but Shad and I think he was good. But with the people that I dealt with, and I get into it, you never heard me say, and I want to find the proof on this, that I'm generally like, oh, all Israelites are just crazy. Because why would I be like that? And then you Hook and I hit me up on the side every now and then to talk. Or I'm sending an email to Ron Shields or crediting him with being like, brother, that's a good job. I appreciate that video you did. You did a good lesson on it.
The whole video on Ron Shields, and you didn't say
no.
In his defense.
Hold on. You just said what now?
Cherry did a whole video on Ron Shields.
Okay,
and you didn't say anything in his defense. I didn't hear anything in his defense.
So I said nothing in defense against Ron Shields.
I never heard you say that. She did a whole video.
Okay, if somebody attacked Ron Shields' character, yes, I'm gonna defend that. If somebody attacks Ron Shields' morals or him being an upstanding person or not having integrity, then I will defend him. But if somebody has an issue with what they believe, that is a discussion of belief and doctrine between person A and person B. If person B has a disagreement with Ron Shields on what he believes as far as biblical doctrine regarding salvation, that's not a thing for me to stand up and defend Ron on. That's something that they argue to bring clarity to the scriptures. That's the wrong place to do that. Now, if somebody came up and said, oh, Ron's a cheat, he's a steal, or he does this and that, he's wrong, and he's a crook and everything, I'll be like, nah, that's not the type of brother he is. I would defend him.
Wow.
So,
you're
speaking incorrectly in the place that I will be given to defend someone versus someone else being different from someone else.
Kevin
G. That's an exhibition match. Like if two boxers want to go at it, fine. He can fight the other boxer. But once he starts saying that Evander Holyfield or Mike Tyson is not an upstanding citizen, and I know them personally, I'm going to defend them. But when it's in the ring, that's the ring.
Okay.
So if Cherry does a video about Ron Shields talking about Ron is wrong on A, B, and C, like what? Like even if you look at the scholarly community, what scholars, when one scholar says, well, I don't agree with Bart Ehrman on the testimony of Yeshua or the historicity of Jesus and the validity of the New Testament scriptures, ain't no other scholar gonna pop up and be like, well, I'm gonna defend him. They don't do that. Like what?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though, bro.
What it is, you have a problem with.
Kevin G, hold up, Kevin G, hold up.
Separating argument,
Kevin
biblical discussion, and when it gets personal. That's what it is. Like, for example, They were talking about Yehukanan on the other channel and stuff. I would say, yeah, y'all off the hook. Say he sound like Michael Jackson and this, that, and the other. I don't say and get involved with that mess. I just say I don't talk bad about him. But if Yehukanan and I disagree on what Galatians 3 is saying, I'm gonna tell him I disagree. In fact, Yehukanan called me personally. We had an hour discussion, just me and him, about why I disagree with his stance on Galatians 3. Do I hate Yehukanan? Am I talking bad about him? Do I gotta defend him? Like, it's crazy the type of scenarios you come up with.
But here's the thing, though,
So
bro.
go ahead.
Evil communications corrupt good manners, bro. If you sitting in amongst that, then of course people gonna take you to be a part of that as well. I didn't hear you defend none of that. From what I hear, I didn't hear you make no defense. I hear you chiming in. I didn't, to be honest with you, I don't remember you saying anything negative. As you said, I don't watch much anyway, but the clips or parts that I did see where Sister Cherry and G-Con, both of them attacks individuals instead of dealing with the information and the arguments being presented. Then why aren't you addressing that? And why are you a part of that? Kevin G? Kevin G? He said, "Are we there, bro?" Make sure he didn't leave out. Oh, well, I still see him in the screen. He said,
I
"Are we
see
there?"
him. He's still here.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah. So that would be the question, bro. So when you get your stuff together, we can answer that, and then yeah, I would love to address this issue that you came out on and with my name in your mouth, and you didn't even invite me there. Talking about, yeah, Sam said, and I dealt with this with Sam. Well, actually, you didn't. And I want to address that oral Torah being given at Sinai and your statement that no one believed that. No ancient Israelite believed that. That wasn't a thing in the oral Torah, in the Talmud, in the Mishnah. I want to address that with you right here, right now, too. So as soon as you get your information. First question, just in case you forgot, why are you hanging out with them folk and not addressing the issue? He's gone.
He might have to come back in. He just fell off. He might have had some mic problems, so maybe he'll come back in.
Yeah, so that would be my question to him, is why are you sitting up there and you know these people have a pattern of that? Don't the book say evil communications corrupt good manners? So if you sitting up around these folks, either one or two things going to happen in most cases. It's not an either or fallacy, to make sure I don't commit one of those. But basically one or two things that's going to really happen with that. Either you're gonna change them and they're gonna come around to what you're doing, you're gonna influence them, or they're gonna influence you. And from what I can see, you sitting up there, you're enjoying that. You might not say nothing so that you can have the plausibility and the door open to so that you can still communicate with the community. Same thing G-Con does. But G-Con don't mean G-Con is not a brother to the community. G-Con is a spy. He's there to cause division. He's there to cause confusion so that he can cover up for his sin, wickedness, and foolishness. That's what G-Con is doing. And yeah, I said it. Yeah. And so, and I prove it. It's on my channel. For those of you guys that are there, you can go and look it up. I've had several conversations with G-Con on my channel, on his channel, on Ron Shields' channel, and the brother just full of foolishness. I won't say that he's totally ignorant. He is one of the ones that study a little more than the rest of these guys. And I guess from being in a debate scene and stuff like that and being around, you start picking up stuff. But the brother stuff is still unsound, very illogical. And when you call him on it, he start acting like a child. That's the issue. The issue I have with him is he play big tough bully and try to call it who want the smoke. Yeah, the Hebrew killer, like he's saying in here now. And I guess my the iPad YouTube chat thing was far behind from where we were actually, and I had that muted so I couldn't hear it. So I guess he actually did agree to that sit down. So with you, Kevin G, and he and if y'all can bridle Sister Cherry, if y'all can put a bridle on her and make sure that she's gonna be respectful and all of that. I don't mind, bring whoever you guys want to bring, and then we can sit down and have a sane discussion and a civil discussion on the differences that we have theologically and biblically in with the text. You know, that's what the whole object was. And now, once again, once G-Con see our audience is here, now he wants to agree. But we yesterday, day before, whenever we was on there with you guys, then it was, no, these guys are ignorant, they are stupid, they want me to listen to some. He didn't say this part. I'm just adding this in there. They want me to listen to contextual, cultural, and historical and etymological references and use proper hermeneutics. That's ignorant. I just rather just continue on believing what I believe, which is cool, but then don't try to pretend like you want to come and have a discussion to get to the issues. Don't play the 50, you know what I mean? Don't shoot me the 50, you know what I mean? So that's the whole thing. But my question was to you though, bro.
Hold on, before you go on, I want to say this real quick. I'm making sure it's sweet because I've seen G-Con come out. He gonna do something, have Surreal do something. Let me tell you something. I thought about it. I told him I was gonna pray about it, but nah. I've been sitting on some information that is worse than this to expose him. So if he want to go ahead and have Surreal do what he want to do, G-Con, I'm warning you. I got you. I'm gonna kill you with your own words. Like I've been doing. Hold on, Kevin G, chill. I'm saying what I got to say. I'm gonna kill you with your own words, G-Con. So your best bet is just go sit back and chill. But whatever you got Surreal working on that you said you do, I got something. I'm gonna kill you and eat you up and make you look even stupider than I did tonight with your own words. You remember that video that I did on you? Yeah.
Are you talking about personal stuff or are you talking about doctrinal stuff?
No, I'm gonna kill. I got evidence. I'm gonna kill this nigga with his own words. He said that he's got Surreal working on something on me that he wants to come out with.
Okay,
no, this ain't gospel. This ain't gospel stuff. This is evidence. I'm gonna kill him with his own words. Period. If he does what I think he's gonna do, I'm gonna kill him with his own words. Good.
Is it like he's gonna kill your beliefs or your doctrine? Or are you talking about?
I don't know what he got. He claimed the only thing I could think about, and I've already talked with him about this. If he think he's gonna give Surreal some junk and show my DNA, he don't know what he's talking about. I told the dude, when you go on Family Tree DNA and take a DNA test, if you're E1B1A, they just give you EM2 automatically. They don't give you your subclad. I pulled up the thing with this dude on his channel and showed him how it said that if you have R1B, they automatically give you a M269. If they want you to pay money, you have to pay to get your actual subclad. I showed him this. So what I think he's going to try to do is he's going to try to go and say, Yehukanan's lying, because he's mad because I have autosomal DNA that traces back to Yemenite Jews and Kokachin Jews and all these different Jews that, DNA is tracing back to all around the world. And so he's mad about that. So he said he wants to try to disprove that. So if he's doing what I think he's going to do, which he's going to end up lying, first of all, in order to pull that off, if that's what he thinks he's going to do, I got some stuff to embarrass him bad with his own words, bro. Trust me. I'm going to kill him with his own words. I got a video coming from Sonetta and a video coming off of him on Cherry Love, and I'm gonna embarrass him and show him for who he is. That's what I'm talking about. So go ahead and whatever he wants to try to do with Surreal, because if it's he's gonna try to say he's lying about this, about the R1B, and he comes from Western Europe or whatever. Let him try it. I'm gonna kill him. But go ahead, Kevin G.
You already know how I feel about all that. I don't get involved with all that. Now, if it's something personal, like I said, then y'all need to check that at the door. I don't know why, like going on a year now, you know what I'm saying? I don't get it. It's like when people have issue with the person bringing out some doctrine, it's like it always ends up like this, like, well, this person talking big and I'm going to do this and that and the other. Like, this is, to be honest, this is why I haven't been on panels for the past, I would say, week or so. Because my wife got upset saying, y'all talking about the word of God and this is how y'all speak. And she had to check me. Because the last discussion I had with Sam, that's why I got up out of there. And when I came in the house and I was told her, oh, I was going to hang out till 3 a.m. yelling at some dude because we're talking about comprehension in the scripture, that's out of pocket. It's way out of pocket.
Right.
So, like I said, if you call me, which you have, to have a one-on-one discussion about Galatians, I have no problem. If you call me, which you have, and say, Kevin G, we want to invite you to a panel, talk about Galatians 3. I say, okay. So deal with the doctrine. If that's all y'all want to deal with, just deal with the doctrine. If that's all y'all want to talk about, deal with that. But why is your DNA coming up? Why is, you know what I'm saying? What's the point?
You need to ask your boy G-Con that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. G-Con is doing that. If that's what I'm saying. If he's gonna do what I think he's gonna do, he's gonna embarrass himself. That's why I'm telling you, he's gonna embarrass himself. And then I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna expose him. Is for the liar he is. But go ahead. Y'all deal. Y'all got to deal. I'm muting. Go ahead.
Right, bro. I agree with Kevin G. I like to keep it on a doctrinal tip. Let's deal with the doctrinal, the side issues and stuff like that. But them guys don't want that smoke though, bro. They don't want that smoke. I didn't. So Real has no credibility. I got that bro lying so many times, 4 or 5 times, bro. Lying. I got that. I didn't blast them out there. He's a compulsive liar, and he's a compulsive. He's another one that just say 2 different things. He say whatever's convenient at the time, and then lie and say he didn't say it, and all of this other kind of stuff. And then you got to take him back to the video and all of that other kind of stuff. So you know what I mean? I didn't busted his butt like several times. That dude. He don't want that smoke either. So Real. So on no tip, no kind of whether it's personal or on the biblical sense, he don't want that, bro. Him or they just talking smoke, bro. Don't even worry about them. But anyway, back to this text, bro. Well, we can get past the question of why you sitting on the panel with Cherry and G-Con and all of those folks.
I'm sitting on the panel with Cherry and G-Con.
Bro, how you gonna answer the question before I ask it?
Oh, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah. So why you sitting on the panel with them, knowing their disposition toward the Hebrew community? G-Con is fake and phony. You're intelligent enough to know that this dude, even though he got a fake and phony Hebrew on there, Abishai or whoever, which is just a token. I'm not calling the brother fake. I mean, it's just a token. The whole thing is a farce, and that's why he got to clean it up every now and then.
What's your question?
And say that why are you sitting on the panel with them if you saying that you're not a part of it, you're not with it, but yet you sitting on the panel with them and
never
not
said
addressing.
That. Again, you see.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish, dude.
Go ahead.
Here the end of the matter. You said I don't talk bad about people. Ron Shields, when they talk bad about him, I stick up for him. When they talk bad about you, you're hooking on. I refrain, or I say, y'all tripping, or whatever. These are your words, bro. What I said to you was, evil communications corrupt good manners. How can 2 walk together except they be agreed?
What's your question?
Written. My question is, how are you sitting on the panel and you not addressing that? Even though you're saying you're not a part of that. How are you saying you're not a part of that, but you're not addressing that and condemning that and as it's going down? Why you not?
Very easy. You saying a part of that intends that the purpose of the show is for that sole purpose. The purpose of Cherry's channel, the purpose of G-Con's channel is to go out and preach the gospel and talk about the scriptures. Now, being my association with them and being on those panels, I'm there for those reasons. Now, if they start to get into something that is personal, as such, talking about Yehukanah or talking about somebody personally or saying something personal, I'm not going to get involved with it. I have that right in choice. If they decide to say something, I let them say it. But if they say something that I don't agree with, I'm going to say I don't agree with. But if they're talking about someone's doctrine, that's the way they deal with it. I think sometimes, okay, they're going too far, or I tell them, you know, I ain't going to deal with that or whatever. That's my choice. Now, when I'm up there, I'm dealing with more than the problems that you see as far as when it comes to G-Con. I don't know how often G-Con goes in Cherry's panel. He doesn't do it that often, but I don't know. He's hardly up there. I deal with Cherry. She has good things she say. Pastor Sean, very good brother that I deal with, and I deal with the scriptures. Brother Brian, he has very good understanding of the scriptures. The brother that you call the token, which is funny to me that you're talking about. I guess you say token in the sense that you saying that he's an Israelite, or he's identifying an Israelite because of his name, but then he's up there to kind of be the thing there that agrees. When I think personally, the brother has very sound knowledge in the scripture.
That's not what I was saying.
If you hear him doctrinally and him proving things.
Wait 1 second, bro. Wait one second. So and then you can continue on. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I meant by token. What I meant by token is that he's just up there for G-Con to say, see, I'm not against Hebrews. See, no, I'm cool.
That's
see,
not true,
let me
man.
let
I'm not true.
Man, I've been dealing with G-Con for about 3 years now, watching him in the groups, bro. I'm telling you for a fact from experience, bro. So
okay.
You can tell me, and guess what? You was on the channel on my channel saying that it was true about a year ago. Do we need to go play that back?
Hold on. Let's clarify. What did you say that I said on your channel? And please, and then you give me a timestamp and everything, and I'll pull it right on up. What did you say that I said?
With G-Con, when we was dealing with G-Con and talking about his tactics and everything like that, and you was in agreement. What wasn't that right, brother Yehukin on that platform? Wasn't he there?
Yeah, he was on the platform. I think we wasn't live though. We were behind the chats. I think when you and Kevin first met each other.
Okay. Yeah, that's how I met you. And I was going in on G-Con then, and that's been about a year ago. And I was telling Yehukin the same thing I'm telling him now. He's a snake. And Yehukin no, well, you know, being the brother that he is, the awesome loving brother that he is, giving folk the benefit of the doubt. Nah, man, he just probably got something going on, or you guys just need to have a talk, or you just probably need to meet with him, and you know, maybe when you guys not upset and you guys can have a conversation.
Okay,
I'm
and
like, bro,
stop,
bro. Hold on,
bro.
I'm not finished, bro.
And you interrupted me.
I'm not finished, bro.
But I was answering you. You interrupted me to define what token means, and then now you know what I'm saying. Now
you're right. You right.
I could tell you straight up. He was calling me. We had the same. You know what? It's stupid to me right now, because here you are again, getting into conversations about what I think about a person. I'm gonna tell you right now, straight up front, right now, what I think about G-Con. You ready? You ready to hear the full truth about what G-Con is to me? Are you ready to hear the truth? Instead of all this other BS and, oh, you was on my channel 3 years and this, that, you want to hear the truth about G-Con right now?
Go ahead, bro. Go. All
right.
Do your thing.
All right. He's a human being just like everybody else. He is my friend that I contended with, argue with, been with. I love him as a brother for going on years now. We deal with each other's problems and situations. We talk about our relationships. We talk about our children. We going through life and we still trying to stick to that book, the Bible. So if you want to use this opportunity to try to poke and point to every little thing to say G-Con's this type of dude and this, that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree with that. Because Yehukin knows he could pick up the phone and call him right now. I know I could pick up the phone and call him right now. And when we talk about stuff, this YouTube crap disappears. So I'm not going to get involved with, well, why are you up on their chat? Because I know them and I'm dealing with the scriptures. Now, what I think about G-Con and him using tokens and this, that's not the case. I know that's not the case. If you say you know G-Con that well and you looked at his YouTube channel, you could tell the brother is very passionate about what things are doctrinal or not in the Bible. He's very passionate about that. Now, is he passionate to a point where he might cross a couple of borders and a couple of lines to get on somebody's nerves, or it turns physical because that's what we are and that's what we're dealing with? Sure, everybody's done it. But if I'm going to use this opportunity to use as a character assassination to say that, oh, G-Con's a slick, sly dude that does this, that, and the other, and yet you have brothers on this panel and sisters on this panel, not saying what they've done or have not done, because I don't know everything, that have done similar things and had to go up to people and say, oh, man, forgive me for that. I was out of pocket. Anybody could testify to that. So
Okay,
what
cool, bro.
difference does it make?
Okay, I'm about to tell you what
come up.
difference does it make. I'm about to tell you what difference.
Go ahead.
I'm about to tell you what difference does it make now. First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. Some people up here that did whatever, and I don't want to know. But one thing that you did say that's different, and what differences does it make, is that whatever individual or individuals on this platform did that, went back and asked for forgiveness as was biblical, which G-Con has yet to do, which you have yet to do.
Okay,
which,
what?
Well, let me finish. Which Cherry has yet to do. In fact, we brought her on the platform, and instead of apologizing and repenting, she doubled down. And so this is the type of folk that you're dealing with. And G-Con was on there. And there's other folks on the platform. It's live.
In the midst of battle,
let me finish.
In the midst of a war.
Let me finish. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. If a brother or sister is walking disorderly, what does the Bible say we're supposed to do with them?
Go to them. In fact, me and my wife was reading this in both Philippians and Ephesians.
Okay, but you just told me, right? You got it. Right.
But
you just told me you just leave them alone and you don't get involved in it.
You asked the question, I'm answering it. We go to them with all love, with all severity, with all patience, with all long suffering to reach that person and guide that person. We don't bring a rod. That's not our job. We don't.
What?
We do not get to bring the rod.
Okay, so what now tell me, how do you exegete this script that say the brother that sinned openly rebuke before all that the others may see and fear?
Rebuke him. That doesn't fall into the category of what we're doing or what is going on now. It does not fall into that. To rebuke the brother,
it does.
Brother, okay,
if
you rebuke, listen, if you have a strong rebuke for a brother for whatever it is that he does, then rebuke that brother by all means. But what you're doing is not rebuking. What you're doing is
what I ask. It's not what I do. It's what you do, brother. We're talking about why didn't you and your obligation while you sitting there watching this event take place and you not saying nothing and rebuking this brother that's sinning openly. That's what we're dealing with. That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, how do you reconcile your view is that I'm going to just sit here and mind my business and let this brother be disrespectful, ignorant, and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm going to just sit here and mind my business, even though I disagree with it. And I'm going to sit my face up on the platform and all that other kind of stuff. The Bible don't bear that out. What I ask you to do is reconcile that with the Bible, since you asked me what it had to do with the Bible.
Brother, no. The stuff that I saw and ignored was when they called out, let's say, Ron Shields on a doctrine, and they say, oh, Ron Shields is wrong and he's trying to do this and that and the other thing like that. And I said, well, I think he's doing this. That's it. That's when I don't get involved. Or people saying stuff like in the side chat about you, and I do say in the chat, y'all off the hook. Y'all need to stop with that or whatever like that. I say stuff like that. Now,
but that ain't a rebuke though, bro. That ain't a rebuke, bro.
But okay, when I first came on this panel, Yehukanan, did I not say I don't know what's going on? And he said, oh, that panel that G-Con was on. I said, was I on that panel? And he said, no.
Well, the panel I was on, you was a part of the foolishness that I got.
And I told you, and I just said openly in front of everybody, while you were having problems with your line, I was off the hook. And I ended that conversation because it was getting ridiculous.
Oh, okay.
Did you not hear that part?
That was you apologize. I heard you say that, but I didn't take that as an apology. But okay,
no,
I'll take it.
Okay, did you apologize to me?
Apologize to you for what?
Oh wow, you just missed your own point. I just said in the beginning.
Apologize.
In the beginning of this
apologize to you for what? Where did I go wrong? Point out the error.
Okay,
where I went wrong.
I said when I came in this panel, I told everybody. You said that I kicked you out because my back was against the wall and I was lying. And I said, no, that's not what happened.
Yes.
I kicked him out because we were getting ridiculous with one another. We were calling each other names. I was calling him stupid and unintelligent. You were saying likewise. We was yelling at each other. The dude, Abishai, was even getting tired of it. He says, y'all guys got to stop yelling. He was saying that to both of us. When I got it out of that hangout, It was 4
No,
a.m.
actually, he wasn't saying it to me because I wasn't
Brother,
yelling at the
I
time.
don't
I
know.
got the
Okay,
video.
whatever.
We can put it up right now. We don't got to debate it. We can pull it up right now, bro.
Bro, it don't matter.
Because I only speak
the
what
point.
I
My
speak
point
what
is,
I've been
okay,
going through that video for a week now.
Are
So
you
I'm very
focusing on
familiar.
what Abishai
I'm
said?
thoroughly familiar with that.
Bro,
Abishai was talking about you and
okay, regardless of what
G-Con, because
Abishai
y'all was
okay,
the one
it doesn't,
yelling
brother,
and screaming,
and
you were the one that started the lying and all of this and all of
no,
that kind
brother,
of stuff.
I did not start
and I
no
just
line.
met
Listen,
your fire
what I'm
with
telling
fire,
you is,
an eye for an
okay,
eye,
yeah,
and a
this
tooth
is how
for a
you
tooth,
roll. All right.
as it is written.
Okay,
right?
As I
That's
was
what
saying,
happened, right?
As I was saying, Sam, is that it doesn't matter. Abishai could believe that fairies flew across the screen. It don't matter. But I was saying, though, the point is that in my opinion, the conversation was getting ridiculous. Okay,
it was
because both
it been got ridiculous.
So what I did out of that frustration, I kicked you out. I didn't want to deal with it no more. It wasn't because of anything. In fact, to prove that,
bro, it was because
up.
Your back was against the wall and
no,
the
okay,
comments.
Brother.
Because you lied.
You're not
let's
dealing
deal with
the
this
scripture
real
right
quick.
now, bro. We're talking
Let's
about
deal
the
with
truth
this
about
real
why
quick.
I ended the call.
Right.
Okay, so,
let's
bro,
deal with this real
you gotta
quick.
Have
You lied. You got caught in a lie.
Some type of patience about you, bro. Come on, calm down.
No,
I'm telling
you lied. You lied.
Bro,
you got caught in a lie.
What did I lie about? Tell me what I lied about.
You lied and said I specifically asked you.
Okay, his line is breaking up. Anybody can hear him?
No,
I can't hear him.
Can y'all hear?
You breaking up real bad.
Hello?
Man, this is getting tiring already.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Can you?
You breaking up real bad.
Yeah.
Though.
What I said, I asked you a question. I said, I asked you a question. I said, is faith a part
of the law? That? You broke up again.
You said, repeat that. I said, is faith a part of the law? You said no. Then when I went to Matthew 23
and 23, right.
Right, and Romans, then you came back and said, well, I never said that. And if folk in the comments section was telling you that you was lying.
That's okay.
And
that was taken out of,
bro.
I'm telling you.
Okay, well, we don't have to argue about it.
I'm telling you, this guy
we got the tape.
For real, honestly, dude.
We got the tape.
Listen, man. You sound like you from Baltimore. I can hear it in your accent. So I don't understand how you don't understand what I mean. Listen, when you ask me, is faith a part of the law? The context in which Paul was talking about in Galatians 3, he is not talking about the same context Christ was talking about. That was my point. I wasn't lying.
Bro, what do you, that makes no sense.
I even went on Cherry's channel the next day and did a presentation on it.
Yeah, and made a fool of yourself.
I didn't
That's what you did because
make a fool of, brother, listen.
You did, bro.
But here's the thing though, that's crazy. If you saw the presentation on Cherry's channel, then why are you still
I didn't see the whole thing.
That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't see, because you did lie, and so did the folk in the comments. Bro, I got the evidence, bro.
Man.
I got the evidence, bro. Hey, Yehukanan, send that to sis so we can pull that up on the screen, bro. I'm in the middle of clipping this up, and I'm at the clip.
Let me just get this
bro,
straight.
you lied, bro. And
I did not lie.
Let's get this on the screen.
Listen to me, man. If you're
lied several times.
I said, listen, bro, this is what you're calling the lie, and I'm gonna show how ridiculous it is. You asked me, which I thought was the context of. Let me finish, please. Just let me finish the thought, and then you can respond. You asked me while we were dealing with Galatians 3, when Paul says, "But faith is not of the law." I'm talking about that context. What you did was you linked him saying faith is not of the law and saying that, well, Christ must be lying in Matthew 23 and 23, when they're not even addressing the same context. When you asked me the question about that, I said no in context to what we were dealing with in Galatians 3.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can't turn around and say, well, you're lying because of what Christ said here when Christ wasn't even talking about what Paul was talking about.
We can hear you, Sam. Okay, Kevin G, you're finished with your point, or you got more?
No, I got more. I'm hearing him say hello. I don't know if you can even hear me.
Sam, can you hear us?
Hello?
Sam, can you hear
Hello?
us?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Sam. It's like y'all really got to expand y'all's thinking about what people say and actually
Okay,
listen to
I
them
didn't hear anybody saying anything there.
Okay,
But
can you
yeah,
hear
now
me?
what?
Can you hear me now, Sam?
Because my phone, I had a call come in and cut me out. So you were saying you
Okay.
specifically lied, bro.
No, bro,
I
you
asked
didn't hear what I said then. You didn't
was
hear what I
faith,
said.
and this is not you
Okay,
talking about.
Sam.
I'm from B more.
Sam,
You
can
right?
you hear me?
B more,
Sam, can you
right?
hear me right now?
So you got to have a
Oh my
sixth
gosh,
sense,
man.
some other extra stuff from the Most High to even be in the city like that and survive
Okay,
to make it
listen,
to be the
Sam,
age that I am.
Sam.
So now, and
Sam,
I
can you
didn't
hear
get
me?
there to being a fool, and it's just simple, bro. I
Sam, can you hear me?
specifically asked you, is faith a part of the law? Is faith a part of the law? You said
Can you hear me?
no.
Sam,
There's no
can you hear me, Sam?
context, bro. That's a question.
Sam,
I
can you
just
hear
told the
me?
people
Haven't
before
you
you
let
got
him
on
finish?
here
Oh
about
man, these
that
brothers, man.
catchphrase for folk talking this context stuff, just to cover up for the fact that they have no answers to it, right? So the context, if you want to talk about the passage, both of them is talking about the law. Both of them is talking about the law, and well, the one in Matthew 23 is talking about the law. You say that Galatians 3 is talking about the Mosaic law. I disagree. But if you're going to say that they're both talking about the law, so then Paul said the law is not of faith when Christ said that he did. Then you gaslighted and said that's not a contradiction. Christ saying that faith is a part, one of the most important parts of the law, and Paul saying faith is not a part of the law. Did he go?
He accidentally dropped in. He's asking to be let back in.
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you. He's asking to be let back in.
Oh, he said let him in.
Yeah.
Yo, Huguenot, you still there, bro? Bro, you still there? Hello? I don't know what's going on here. Huguenot.
Sam, can you hear me?
Bruh. Okay. Sis, y'all, you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
What in the world? My bad. You wanted to share something, sister? Hold up. I'm gonna add him back because I was taking care of something. Hold up,
All right.
Benji.
Hey, can I
Hold
be
up,
heard? Can I be
Kevin,
heard now?
hold on. Is this something you wanted to add, sister, or play or something?
Hold on. I'm trying to get Sam.
Well, y'all do your thing. If y'all need me,
All right.
But I have it pulled up.
Let me. Okay, you can pull that up, Sheikah. That's not a problem. Let me pull up. Let me go ahead and just explain this one more time. The context of what this dude keeps saying, I'm a liar, and he fails to use his ears about what it is that was actually being discussed. We were discussing Galatians 3. Paul says specifically, faith is not of the law. In that context, Paul was talking about the two covenants, the one that comes from the bondwoman and the one that comes from the free woman, the promise that was made to Abraham, and how the law of Moses cannot be disannulled or discontinue that covenant. That's what I'm talking about. That's the context of faithfulness coming from the law. He asked me a question, which was a general question. Is faith in the law? Of course it is. But in that context, when he says faith of the law, he's talking about the righteousness that can be obtained. I said, no. He then goes outside of Galatians 3 and goes to Matthew 23 and 23 and points out when Christ said that justice, faithfulness, and mercy were the weightier things of the law. That's not what Paul is talking about. He's not talking about the weightier parts of the law. He's talking about faith as far as righteousness being obtained via the law or by promise of faith. That's the context. So this brother keeps saying that I'm lying when he's not even talking about the same conversation. Christ's
Okay, cool.
conversation, Christ's conversation. Bro, can I finish? Christ's conversation.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, finish.
Okay, Christ's conversation in Matthew 23. I did a presentation on this. Christ's conversation on Matthew 23 was specifically to them using minor parts of the law about getting taxes, paying tithes, and getting money, and yet not focusing on the weightier matters which the law dealt with, which was faithfulness, mercy, and justice. Christ was calling them out on that. When Paul says faith is not of the law, he's talking about the promise. Now, when he asked the question while we were dealing with Galatians 3, is faith in the law? I said no, based on the context of Galatians 3. You can't go back out into Matthew 23 and use a totally different context and then say I was lying. Like, come on, man.
First and foremost, you're still lying and gaslighting, bro. That's
How
what
am
you're
I
doing,
gaslighting? Do you know what gaslighting means?
17, let him talk.
Yes, I do. Now let me finish, and I'm gonna post it on the screen
so
so you'll know, and everybody else will know what it
Cool.
means too. And I'm gonna demonstrate how you guys do it. That's what I've been doing this whole week. So I would advise you to like really be careful what you say, bro, because like you guys contradict yourself, and I'm gonna use your very words against you. Like I'm doing now. I specifically asked you a simple question, bro. What you're doing now is being duplicitous, bro. I specifically.
Oh my God.
Can you stop? Put your phone on mute, bro. What I specifically asked you a simple question. If I ask you right now and just decide to say, well, let me ask you a simple question. Is the sky blue? What context is that in? Cut the nonsense. You can't take that. And no, stop. I didn't cut you off. So stop. So now I specifically asked you when we got to what was it? Galatians 3 or whatever the text was in there where it says, and the law is not of faith. I asked you what law was he talking about? You said the Mosaic law. I said I disagree with that. And I said, well, listen, if he's talking about the Mosaic law in there, in that text, let me ask you this question here. Is faith a part of the law or no? Or the law is outside of faith? You said no. Bro, whatever kind of way you try to twist it and manipulate it and all of that other kind of stuff, it's not going to fly, bro. It's not going to fly. Then what you did is got yourself into a corner when you went to Galatians chapter number 10 and talk about, well, what is
there is no Galatians 10. Galatians only go up to chapter 6.
3 and 10. I meant to say Galatians 3 and 10. When you got to verse 10, I said chapter 10. When you got to verse 10, then you want to say, well, look at here. Look at the conjunction. This is a conjunction. Do you know what a conjunction is? It's connecting it with this verse. And I say, well, okay, if we're going to play that game, I said, if we're going to
let him finish.
Can you stop cutting me off, bro? This is not your channel, bro. We don't do that over here, bro. So when I'm talking, bro, mute your microphone or whatever, bro. All that stuff over talking don't work here, bro. I'm gonna get my point out and I'll put it on the screen to demonstrate too, bro. Because you guys stuck your foot in your mouth. Now you trying to backtrack, bro, and that's not righteous. You talking about repentance and all of that. You got caught slipping and lying, and then you tried to Galatians 10. Galatians 10. You said go ahead and take
Galatians 3 and
Judaism.
10,
yeah, Galatians 3 and 10. Before we got to Galatians 10, verse 10, Galatians 3. You said, yeah, go ahead and use Judaism. When I get to verse 10 and I'm using Judaism, no, it don't say that. Read it verbatim. You remember that? You remember?
No,
you did
bro.
That, bro.
No, you
got it on video,
you got the whole conversation convoluted. The reason why I asked
you,
I give you the benefit of the doubt to say Judaism there is because of the following point that Paul makes that clears it up regardless. For example, when I said let's lend to your credibility.
What following point? Can you bring this up on the screen, bro? Because we going a lot of
I'm on my phone. I'm
talking about Brother Yahukanon or Sister Sheikah. Can one of you guys bring it up on the phone? Galatians chapter number 3. I want to show you guys exactly.
Well, hold on, brother. Can I finish? Can I finish responding?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, here's the thing. Now, you really mixing this conversation up into a blender, and you're placing things where they don't belong. And you're not really telling it. In fact, if Sheikah does have the video, she could play it clearly. Here's the 3 points that you made. Yes, I indeed said that faith was not of the law, but again, you're ignoring my context in which I meant. Now, if you want to sit there and say that I'm lying without you taking the context of what I meant by no, then that's on you. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know where to go with that. Number 2, now, you say that you talk about the Mosaic law there. I pointed out several things, including other things that was done in the presentation the next day. We have to talk about the law that he said that was brought by angels. What law was that? He said the law that was written in the book. What law is that? He said the law that was set 430 years after. Any biblical scholar, in fact, I researched this heavily with even both Jewish rabbis as well as Christian scholars that went to theology school, and they all agree that the law being talked about here is the law of Moses. So this is
what
not
law?
my opinion.
Wait. Talked about where, bro? Let's get that clear. I want you to be clear. Talked about where? Hold on. Talking about? This is why I wanted the text to come up on the screen.
Ask that
Yo, who
question
can
again.
bro? Can you share the screen? Put the text on the screen, because it's not letting me share from this phone, bro.
Hold on, Sam. Ask that question again.
Say again.
No, ask that question again.
I said it says where. What text are you referring to? So we can be clear, bro.
What text? The law being talked about in Galatians 3.
Yeah, what are you talking about there? All of these scholars, I just want to be clear. So when I go back, because I didn't already told you up front, bro. I'm going back and I'm using y'all words against you, bro.
That's fine.
So now I want you to be clear. I want you to be clear in what text you're saying that all of these scholars are absolute. It's a consensus among scholarship that is talking about the Mosaic law. Tell us what text that would be.
No problem. No problem. So, for example, you mentioned Galatians 3:10. If you read there, it says, "For as many are as the works of the law are under the curse, for it is written, curse everyone who does not continue with all things that which are written in the book of the law." Now, this is where I did not agree with you. You wanted to argue what the meaning of works of the law meant. Yehukanan then brought out his explanation from extra biblical texts that showed that works of the law in some texts and in the Dead Sea Scrolls was synonymous with Judaism or other works or something that they practiced that was outside of Tanakh or Torah. I said, okay, granted, we're going to say that he's talking about this law. So I gave you that to say that's what works of the law was indicating. But then I brought you to verse 11. It wasn't 10, it was 11. And I said, if we look at the conjunction, he says, but that no man is justified by the law in the sight of God, it is evident, for the just shall live by faith. Now, when he's saying that no man shall live by the law or can get justified by the law and it's evident, he's talking about the law of Moses. How do we know this? Because if you go one further in Galatians 3, he mentions that law which comes 430 years after. That's clue number 1. He then says above that, the law that was written in the book of the law. That's clue number 2. Then he says in Galatians 3, that which was ministered by angels. That's clue number 3. Now, if you go and use proper biblical exegesis, the only law that was A, written in the book, B, was given and ministered by angels, and C, also given and written inside of that came 430 years after, only matches with the law of Moses. Furthermore, I show from rabbinical sources that they agree unanimously that the oral law never originated at Sinai.
I'm glad you went back there. So
wait a minute, bro.
I'm gonna let you finish, bro. Go ahead.
I want to finalize my answer with this. A, we see that Paul's talking about a law written in a book. B, we talk about a law that came 430 years after. And C, we're talking about a law that was ministered by angels. The only law in the Bible that has been given that matches all 3 of those criteria is the written book of Moses.
Okay, cool, great. All right, now you want to talk about biblical hermeneutics and exegesis, and this is before we get to Rambam. If I forget, let me please remind me of that, because this brother said there's no sources. Yehukanon, if you can cue that up, bro. Those sources, the one that you sent me, and the Rambam one, the 13, what is it called? The 13 Principles of Faith by Rambam. Let's pull them. Not yet. Don't take the text off the screen. Can we just get that ready real quick? I want to address this text first. Galatians 3:10. Let me see if I got it in this. I don't know, cuz got this Gideon thing here. Galatians, I gotta do it on the manual. Galatians 3:10. Your first mistake, bro, in exegesis of that text is you're combining all of those texts together. That's your first mistake. In verse 10 number alone, he is talking about two laws. There's a contrast being made there. I don't see how you can't see that. That's plain and simple. He's saying for those that are of the works of the law, which we proven, you didn't give us anything. We have proven that the works of the law that Paul was talking about is actually the oral Torah traditions, or in some cases, Paul deals with those sacrificial system. But in this case, he's dealing with oral Torah traditions. We proved that to you, bro. Chapter number one, we did. Chapter number one.
No, bro,
Stop,
bro.
Stop.
That's
Don't cut me off, bro.
I didn't
Hold up, I got
Sheikah
screen share. Hold up, you guys. I got Sheikah screen share. What are y'all dealing with? Y'all dealing with Galatians?
I'm right here. 3:10 real quick, bro, and then we're gonna go.
Yes, sir.
Then we're gonna go to this blunder, this major blunder
Sam, can you do me a favor?
he made.
Sam,
No. Stop, bro.
Stop. Sam, I want to ask you one thing. Can you instead of saying we proved that, since you're doing a presentation,
bro, you just said you proved something that you proved through some rabbinical sources, a bunch of nonsense. So cut the crap and just listen. Listen, bro. Listen.
But when I'm asking you,
bro, stop cutting me off,
Let
bro.
him finish,
Kevin
T, please,
bro, until I'm done, bro.
Okay, so hold on, let him go. Let me ask you a question, Sam. Are you going to go to Deuteronomy 27:11 through 26 after this?
Right, we can go there too, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and then you can, But Galatians 3:10. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse, right? First of all, when you exegete this text, you got to exegete it with knowledge of the whole rest of the Bible, including this passage here. We like I said, the context starts in chapter number 1, and we can let's finish this and then we'll go to chapter number 1. But I'm gonna show you the context in chapter number 1. I'm gonna show you the context of the whole book once again, like I told you before. For as many which is Judaism and not the law in general. But he did mention the law in this very verse. In this very verse, he's talking about the oral Torah traditions, as we have proven, and the as contrasted with the book of the law. That's not hard to understand, bro. Come on now, bro. You can't tell me that you don't understand that. This is just that simple, right? So, for as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. For as it is written, right? They're under the curse. Why? Because it is written, cursed is everyone that does not continue in all the things that's written in the book of the law. So in other words, you get curses if you don't do the things that's in the book of the law, not if you do them. That's common sense. So this text is not saying for as many as do the law, as obey the law, are under the curse, as you are asserting, sir. That's nonsense. It's crackhead exegesis, crackhead theology.
That's not what I
Stop,
assert.
bro. You just said that, bro. For as many,
don't
worry
bro.
about it. I'm getting ready to be.
You already
cutting me
off,
bro.
Misunderstood
You
my
cutting
point.
me off.
I don't care.
You cut me off.
Kevin G,
For as
that's
many
the order.
as are
Wait.
of the works of the law, you said is the law of Moses. Oh boy. Oh my goodness.
Didn't say that.
Hey, make
Didn't
sure.
say that again.
Hold. Somebody.
Hey,
Oh,
brother,
let
when
me
you
go.
pause like that, did you want me to answer or you
Nah,
still
I
going?
paused like that because it was gunshots, bruh. So, but
Oh.
anyway, somebody, just looking off out there. But anyway, Galatians 3:10. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse, right? For as it is written, you said all of the scholars agree. You just said that, all of the
No, I did
scholars
not.
agree.
No, brother, you misunderstood me. I did not say
Bro.
that.
Stop, bro. Stop. All of the
You just
scholars agree and has a consensus. I specifically asked you what verse. You said Galatians 3:10.
No, I wasn't talking about that one with the scholars agree
bro.
with, man.
Listen, I got it
talking
on
about
video, and
what in
folk
the
can
world is
hear
this
the
dude?
nonsense that you saying, bro.
Bro, but you keep saying, look,
you cutting me up. Let me finish.
But you keep
Can I
saying
finish?
stuff that didn't say. Listen,
Okay.
I would like for you to
tell
get
me
my
what you
argument
said.
right.
Go ahead.
Brother,
I'm
okay,
gonna let
I
you
would like
cut
to
me
get my
off
argument
and
right. Okay,
interrupt.
let me say this
interrupt
first.
me expounding on it because you
Bro,
failed to do so. And now I'm gonna let you cut me off and hang yourself
listen
even
to what
more.
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Brother, I'm sorry,
listening,
but
bro.
I can't listen to a response if it's incorrect for what I said. This is number one. I don't care what works of the law is. I'm gonna repeat myself. I'm not arguing, never did argue what the works of the law is. That's why I said you can say Judaism if you want. You can say oral law if you want. I don't care. I'm talking about
cool.
the point
Okay, cool, bro. I don't want you to take this off, bro. Okay, so cool. So let me get this straight. You who are now admitting that you don't know what the works of the law is.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I don't know what it is.
What are the works of the law, bro?
That's not my argument.
Let's just get this clear. Explain to me what the works of the law is. Okay, cool.
Listen, bro.
I'm gonna cut to the chase. What are the works of the law, bro?
You said what?
What are the works of the law? I'm quiet. I want you to expound to us, explain to us ignorant folk what the works of the law is.
I'm not correcting you on what works of the law
bro, that's
is.
cool. You don't have to be correcting me. Explain to me.
Right.
Enlighten me, bro.
So
explain to me.
Here was my point.
Explain to us,
Christian
apologist, what works of the law is, bro. Please, and don't red herring run off into logical arguments because I'm gonna call you out
I'm not
on
saying
it.
that.
Tell us what the works of the law
brother,
is.
I told you, brother, listen to me. I told you Hukana on the phone. The works of the law could very well be the oral law, a tradition. It could be a traditional thing that they did. It could be Judaism. I said that's not my point. I will go back and forth to even say that the works of the law could be Judaism or the oral law. It doesn't matter. That's not what I'm arguing. This is what I'm arguing. My point has always been this. If you look at the context in which he talks about the works of the law, that's why I said make it Judaism. It don't matter. That's not my argument. He goes on to say, for it is written, no man shall be justified if he does not follow everything in the law. But it's the point that he makes in 11.
It does not say that, bro. You twisting the text.
Bro,
nah, it don't say that.
Okay.
Let's get the text straight. At least observe the text. You talk about
brother. Okay,
exegesis.
I'm reading 10.
Exegesis starts with proper observation, bro.
Okay, no problem. Let's read 10.
Go ahead.
It says here. It says, for as many are of the works of the law, let's say Judaism, like I said, I don't care, are under the curse. For it is written, curses every one that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law. Book and to do them. Now, I already understand this context. What you are saying is that these people weren't following the Mosaic law. They were following their own tradition or the oral law or their own Judaism. And that it says to them, pitting them against the law of Moses, saying that, well, if they're not following everything written in the book of the law, they will be cursed. And we understand that. Okay, fine. But Paul's point in 11 really solidifies what he views in the law. Look what he says in 11. He says, but that no man shall be justified by the law in the sight of God, for it is evident. He's just talking about, in other words, this is what he's saying. You curse because you don't follow everything in the book of the law, but nobody's justified by the book of the law anyway. That's evident. That's all.
See, stop. No, that's why you're that now. See, that is wrong.
Keep reading it.
No,
keep reading, bro. Just keep reading the scripture. Look,
bro,
you'll see what he's saying. Let's stop pussyfooting around.
Can you stop since you couldn't exegete chapter 3 and 10?
No, bro. Let's just keep reading it.
Stop, bro.
Oh my God, this brother, man.
We're gonna read. We're gonna read, and we're reading. I just gave you a minute to eisegetically misinterpret this text, and now I'm getting ready to show you how it's properly done. Right? This is
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
getting ready to show you, and this is why you need to properly identify the works of law in Galatians 10, which you admitted you have not done, but you want us to accept your interpretation. But you just told us that you don't have the basic tools to interpret the text because you don't
That's not.
understand.
I didn't. No, bro. What are
Bro,
you
can you
talking about?
stop? Can you stop? I'm gonna have to have you muted, bro. If you keep doing that,
Nah,
this is
man.
not
I'm
G-Con
look,
channel,
listen,
bro.
bro. Listen, you. I can't
I'll
talk
give
with
you.
you.
I'll give you your
I
time
can't
to
have a
rebuttal,
discussion with
bro.
you. If you want to have a monologue and talk about this with people, listen. I'm
Listen,
not running
listen.
at all.
I'll give you.
This
I'll
is getting
give you
Hold,
your
crazy.
hold on, yeah,
time.
guys. Wait. Let me say this.
No, this
I'll
is
give.
ridiculous,
Oh,
man.
nah, bro. We're not getting
Can't
off the
have a
point, bro.
discussion.
With this stuff, I'm not allowing him to cause distractions on the channel. Now, listen.
Nobody's
When I start,
distracted on the
I will
channel.
give you
You
your
got my
time to say your
argument wrong.
point,
That's
but
it.
don't be disruptive, bro. Don't be disruptive,
I'm
bro.
not. Listen,
Don't
bro.
be
It's one thing
disruptive.
to be
Okay.
disruptive and
So
be
now,
crazy,
okay.
but
So
it's
I
another
wait.
thing that if you're misrepresenting my position, like I
Bro,
can't.
you
Like,
keep
how can I
saying
have a
that. That's
discussion
your
with you?
excuse to keep interrupting.
It's not an
Even though you
excuse, man.
misrepresent my position, I
All right,
wait till
man.
you
All
are
right, look, you
done,
hook and I, we can
right?
discuss this anytime you want, bro.
I
I'm
wait
out,
till
man.
you done, right? I wait till you done. Even though I disagree with you, I wait till you done.
He
But see,
left.
this is
He had
oh
He
left.
yeah,
left them, but
yeah, because
let's
he about to
call out
get
the
the fire tool
hypocrisy.
off of him. And once again, like I told y'all, the tactics is when you back them into a wall and you show how ignorant. Now, let me show you what this brother just did. He wants you to listen to his exegesis, what he called exegesis. I call eisegesis. Exegesis is when you extract from the text what the text is saying. Ex is the Greek word, what do you call it? Pre-word, what do you call it? Whatever. The Greek prefix, that's what it's called. The Greek prefix ex means out. It means out. The Greek word ice means in, to put into the text. What he just did, he want to put his own stuff into the text. And that's what I tell y'all about these Christian apologists. And then you don't want to listen. I'm misrepresenting you. That's a cold flag for them. Anytime they want to interrupt you. Now, I'll let you make your point. You got to 11. I said that's wrong. And let me show you why. See, if you don't properly identify these terms in verse 10, then you're going to misinterpret what Paul says by man is justified by the law in the sight of God. What law is Paul talking about here? Because verse number 11 is certainly not talking about the Mosaic law, right? The whole context of this is not talking about the Mosaic law. Verse 10 mentioned the Mosaic law in the context of works of the law, which you see throughout this whole thing, this whole book, right? And like I said, the fact that Galatians chapter number 1, the first chapter, tells you that he's dealing with the Judaism. Chapter number 2, he's actually rebuking Peter for following behind the oral traditions and being a hypocrite. Chapter number 3, he starts off still talking about those same works of the law, which he admitted he has no clue what they're talking about. He just knows in his mind that we're wrong, even though we're getting this from the text and from the history and from the Dead Sea Scrolls archaeology. So we got the Bible when you have it in its proper context. And when I mean context, this is simple reading. This is English. Start off with the English. What does the English say? Then you get into the Greek and the Hebrew and the context and all of that other kind of stuff. But what does the text say? He couldn't even read the text the right way. But yet you this is why you come up with incorrect interpretations. Now watch this. For as many as are of the works of the law. I said this is Judaism. Brother Yehukanan say this is Judaism. The context says this is Judaism. The works of the law. A lot of the modern scholarship, due to the Dead Sea Scrolls, will tell you this is the Mitzvah Ma'aseh HaTorah, right? The pertinent works of the law that they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was certainly present in the first century during the time of Yeshua and Shaul, Paul, right? Jesus and Paul, right? For as many as are of the works of the law. You can't have it both ways. If works of the law is the law of Moses, now he's trying to cop deuces and say, first he said, I gave you that, as if he was being condescending. Are y'all watching? Are y'all listening? First he says, I gave y'all that, right? I gave y'all I gave y'all the Judaism. You didn't give us anything. That fits in the text. We earned that by exegeting the text properly and dealing with the context in chapter 1 and chapter 2 and the beginning of chapter 3, which just makes exegetical, hermeneutical common sense. I told y'all they use these words and don't have no clue what they talking about. Now you're gonna talk about it's a consensus on scholarship, and you know, if we're gonna exegete this properly, and you can't tell that in 3 and 10 the works of the law is being contrasted with those things that are in the book, right? There's a contrast there. So now when we get to verse 11 where he says they are not justified by the law, what he's talking about is still those oral Torah traditions. I just told you guys, and we can prove it through the text. Paul deals with 3 things in dealing with the law. The Greek word nomos is the Greek word for law. Guess what? They used it for the Roman law too. So are they talking about the Roman law here? Are we talking? No. How do we know that? Because we got to use the context. We're talking about the Bible, and Hebrews did the Bible. And so, yeah, we know that we could throw the Roman law out, right? Right? Well, here's another thing. If you want to exegete and say eisegete the text in verse 11, that means misinterpretate and put your own preconceived notions into the text instead of letting the text tell you itself. Now, he's saying that because this word but or and, it makes it a conjunction, and which is true to the previous verse, which is saying that law which he's talking about is the law of Moshe. Well, here's the problem. Let's give him that. And then you run into conflict with Romans chapter number 2, verse number 13. And you have Paul contradicting himself. If Paul is saying here that by the law, nobody is being justified, then he said in Romans, well, he said in Romans first, because Romans was written before Corinthians. So first he's saying Romans that those that do the law, the doers of the law, are going to be justified. So now he's writing to the Galatians. Wait a minute. We're in Galatians, not Corinthians. So Galatians came first. So he's writing in Galatians, telling them that the Galatians that no man is justified by the law, and then he's going to write to the Romans and lie to them and tell them, oh, the doers of the law is going to be justified. And then this brother going to sit in my face and tell me that's not a bold-faced contradiction.
Hey, Sam.
Go ahead.
He's back.
No, hold on.
Hold on, Kevin. Hold on, Kevin. Hold on.
I'm right here. I'm right here, you hooping on.
Hold on. He's back on. Bro. Do me a favor, Sheik. Can you go to Deuteronomy 27, please? And we'll start at verse 11, because I want people to see this, because there's no way that Paul can be talking about the Torah from Mount Sinai, because that last thing that he reads is actually from Deuteronomy 27, verse 26. So I want to read Deuteronomy 27 and 11. We'll start off at verse 10. We'll go at verse 10. Go down to 10. And okay, so here's what it says. It says, thou shalt therefore obey my voice of the Lord thy God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, these shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you are come over Jordan, Simeon and Levi, Judah and Issachar, Joseph and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. Now pay attention to what this is. Now scroll up some. I'm on 14 now. Now this is verse 14. And the Levites speak, say unto them all the men of Israel with a loud voice. Now listen to this. Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and putteth it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, amen. So we know Paul ain't telling them to make idols, because it says curses the person who do make idols. So we know Paul can't be speaking against this, right? Because if what is it saying is if they do these things, if they obey God on this one, that they're under a curse now, right? Because that's what it's saying. If you're doing the work of the law, if this is supposed to be the work of the law, if you do this work of the law, now you're under a curse. So listen, go to verse 16. Cursed be he that setteth light by his father. Well, that means dishonor their mother and father. Put on the ESV version. The King James version kind of No, yeah, go to ESV real quick because it's a lot better. We'll start at 14 because that really means dishonor thy mother and father. Okay. Okay, I was on 15. Listen, it said curse 16 that's where I was at. So my bad, 16. Curse be anyone who dishonors his father or his mother, and all the people shall say amen. So if this is the work of the law, right? So that means that if you honor your mother and father, now you're under a curse, according to Paul now, right? If Paul is
Right.
talking about these are the works of the law. Now listen to this. Cursed be anyone who moves his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say amen. This is 17. So that means that if you don't cheat your man, put it like this. If you don't cheat your neighbor out of land, right? Steal some land from him, that basically, if you don't do it, you're under a curse. But you have to do it, right? So Paul's telling you to do the opposite, not to be under the curse. Now listen to this. Cursed be anyone who misleads a blind man on the road, and all the people shall say amen. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Scroll up some, sis. Cursed be anyone who perverts the justice due to the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, and all the people shall say amen. So that means that if you, a Gentile that wants to join with Israel, right? This is what it's saying. Curses anyone who perverts, who do injustice to them. So that's what I'm saying. There's no way that Paul can be speaking of these things. Listen to this. 20. Cursed be anyone who lies with his father's wife because he has uncovered her nakedness. So if this is supposed to be the work of the law that they're doing, and he's saying that they're under a curse, come on. These things are not even these are not even hard. Curse, listen, 7:21. Cursed be anyone who lies with an animal of any kind of animal, and all the people shall say amen. Go to 22. Cursed be anyone who lies with his sister, whether the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say amen. Next verse. Cursed be anyone who lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say amen. Cursed if anyone who strikes down his neighbor in secret, all the people shall say amen. Go to 25. Cursed be anyone, listen. Cursed be anyone who takes a bribe to shed innocent blood, and shall all people say amen. Now listen to this. This is what Paul gets. That one verse that you see in Galatians 3 and 10. This is the one thing he's quoting. Listen to this. Go to 26. This is the last one. Cursed be anyone who does not confirm the words of this law by doing them. All the people shall say amen. So we know this. Paul is getting this Galatians 3:10, this last sentence. He's getting it from this. Now we know there's no way that Paul is talking against the works of the law, because this is the works that the Most High is asking the people to do. And these works are not hard. So there's no way that Paul is saying that a person is cursed if they obey Deuteronomy 11 through 26. Can't be that. Because that's like saying you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. So Paul, if you listen to Paul, right, that means that you got to do the opposite. And if we go over to Revelations 21 and 18, we're going to see that those people who do these things are going in the lake of fire. You don't have to go there. I'm just saying, when we go, hold up. If you want to go there, sis, we can go there. I believe it's Revelation.
But hold on. You hook it on. I want to respond to what was said earlier, and also what you're saying now.
So what else?
Paul isn't saying
21 and 8, sis. My bad. 21 and 8.
Yeah,
I think it is.
Hey, could you hear me, Yukanon?
Yeah, hold on. Let me say this last statement. Hold on. Let me make this real quick with 21a. Listen, but as the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as murderers, the sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their portion will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur. So we see these violators of Deuteronomy 27. This is where they're going according to Revelations. So we know Paul cannot be speaking against that. Go ahead, Kevin G. What you want to say?
All right, no problem. So the context in which you're talking about being cursed, what Paul is saying, is actually not far apart at all. For instance, if you notice in Galatians, Paul is saying, "Curses everyone who do not follow all things that are in the law." Now, what you read is not all things in the law. That's not all the things. Now, the quote that you're getting there, he is indeed quoting from that quote. But what he's talking about, keep in mind, he's quoting out of Deuteronomy, which we understand, or we should understand at this point, that Deuteronomy is the second law, or the second telling of the law. Now, if you look at all of this that was said, this was written. All of this is written down. The context in which I am bringing, when you look at Galatians, is Paul is saying this very clearly. No one follows everything in the law. They don't. Therefore, everyone's under a curse. Just by that basic default. It's funny to me that when we read Galatians, we just stop there, but we don't read the rest when he talks about what the law cannot do. And he gets into depth in the law he's talking about. For example, I'm going to switch to my Bible. And can you still hear me, Yukana?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, let's read. We're going to read Galatians, and we're going to see. We're just going to read it. That's all we need to do. We just need to read Galatians and just see what it says. I'm going to go ahead and read from verse 1. And I'm going to finish all of chapter 3 to give it context. He says, O foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you that you should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ was clearly portrayed among you as crucified? This only I want you to learn from you. Did you receive the Spirit by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Are you so foolish, having begun in the Spirit, and you being made perfect by the flesh? Have you suffered so many things in vain, if indeed it was in vain? Therefore, he who supplies the Spirit to you and the works miracles among you, does he do it by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Just as Abraham believed God, and it was accounted him for righteousness. Therefore, know that only those who are of faith are the sons of Abraham. And the scripture, foreseeing that God will justify the Gentiles by faith, preached the gospel to Abraham beforehand, saying, quote, in you all the nations shall be blessed, end quote. So then those who are of faith are blessed with believing Abraham. For as many are of the works of the law are under a curse. For it is written, curses everyone who does not continue in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. But that no one is justified by the law in the sight of God is evident, for the just shall live by faith. Yet the law is not of faith, but the man who does them shall live by them. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us. For it is written, curses everyone who hangs on the tree. That the blessing of Abraham might come upon the Gentiles in Christ Jesus, that we might receive the promise of the Spirit through faith. Brethren, I speak in the manner of men, though it is not only a man's covenant, yet if it is confirmed, no one annuls or adds to it. Now, to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He does not say to his seeds as of many, but as to one, and to your seed who is Christ. And this I say, that the law, which was 430 years later, cannot annul the covenant that was confirmed before by God in Christ, that should make the promise of no effect. For the inheritance is of the law. For if the inheritance is of the law, it is no longer of promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise. And I'm taking a pause right here before I go to 19. This is the point I was making. If you read through Galatians, he's pointing out exactly what it is that's ineffective. Let's keep going. Verse 19. He's gonna get
Hold on.
Can I finish?
Stop. Hold. Nah, bro, because you didn't make no point. You
Hold
just
on, bro.
read.
I'm still making my point now. Still making my point now.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 19. What purpose? So let's jump back. Actually, at 17. Now, when we look at what is being said here, he says that which came 430 years later. This was my point. Paul's point, if he was addressing oral law or Judaism, is not the crutch here. The crutch here is he's saying that which came, that was ministered to us on Sinai, cannot bring what we need. Let's keep reading and see what this says closely.
Bro, that's not what that's not what that say, bro.
Yes,
That's not what that say, bro.
Let me finish reading, and you'll see. Let me finish reading, and you'll see.
I'm not going to see
19,
that at all.
What purpose then does the law serve? So, I want to ask this one question, and I'm gonna continue.
Nah, bro, it's not asking questions.
No, hold on, bro. Why can I ask
once again? Notice how we started this off.
Question.
Once again, notice how we started this off dealing with Galatians 3 and 10. Yeah, Galatians 3 and 10. Galatians 17 is certainly talking about the law given to Moshe. When you get down to 19, the law that was added that he's talking about the sacrificial.
Bro.
Stop,
bro.
Can I just finish my point?
Bro. You can't cut me off and say what it is I'm about to say. You can't do that.
No. You gotta wait now. You gotta wait, dude.
I'm not done my point, Sam. Let me finish my point.
When you gonna be done, bro? Because you just read. Now you're going back to 17.
I'm showing
All right,
you
finish
what
up, bro. Finish up,
okay,
bro. Finish up, bro. Go ahead, bro.
To clarify, I'm
Right.
showing you what my argument is. Okay, hold on, bro. You got it. Come on. I'll show you what my argument is. The thing that's been constantly misrepresented is that I'm talking against as though you're trying to make an argument as though the law is okay to follow, and the law that he's pointing out is something else. And I'm saying that's not Paul's point in Galatians 3. Paul's point in Galatians 3 is he may have been addressing something that was something else. However, he is making clear that that which was given to us, which is the Mosaic law, cannot be enough. Let me keep reading and I'll show you. He says, "In this I say, that the law, which was 430 years later, cannot annul the covenant that was confirmed before God in Christ, that it should make the promise of no effect. For if the inheritance of the law, if the inheritance is of the law, it is no longer of promise, but God gave it to Abraham by promise. What purpose does the law serve? It was added because of transgression, till the seed should come to whom the promise was made, and it was appointed through angels by the hand of a mediator. Now, a mediator is not a mediator for one, but God is one. And the law is the law and against the promise of God? Certainly not. For if there had been a law given which could give in life, truly righteousness could have been by the law. But the scripture has confirmed all is under sin, that the promise of faith in Jesus Christ may be given to those who believe. But before faith came, we were kept under guard by the law, kept for the faith which will afterward be revealed. This is what I meant when I said faith is not of the law. The context in Galatians 3, when Paul is talking about the faith, he's talking about the seed that is to come. That promise was given by Abraham. So when he says faith is not of the law, he's saying the promise is not of the law. The promise was given to Abraham. It showed up when Christ came. How do we know? Let's keep reading. But before faith came, we were kept under guard by the law, kept for the faith which will afterward be revealed. Therefore, the law was our tutor to bring us to Christ, that we might be justified by faith. But after faith has come, we are no longer under a tutor. For you all are sons of God through faith in Jesus Christ. For as many of you were baptized in Christ and have put on Christ, there's neither Jew nor Greek, there's neither slave nor free, there's neither male nor female, for you are all one under Christ Jesus. And if you are Christ, you are Abraham's seed according to the heir of the promise." So my point here in Galatians 3 is not to argue what the works of the law was. It is not to argue whatever it was that was trivial in the beginning that he dealt with. But Paul finishes up the 3rd chapter by making a point that what was given to us on Sinai, the thing that was ministered to us through angels, the thing that came 430 years after, cannot annul and does not contain the promise that was originally given to Abraham. That was there as a tutor, as a schoolmaster that we learned from, and now we're not under that schoolmaster, that tutor no more. We're under Christ now. That is my point.
Oh, okay, cool. And you really didn't make no point. You just read and then put your own preconceived notions in the text. That's called eisegesis. Now let me show you how to exegete this text.
What are you talking about?
Stop, bro.
Kevin G, let him finish. You took all that time.
I didn't make a point.
Kevin G, let him finish.
He's not responding to me. He's saying I didn't make a point.
Mute him, bro.
Like, come on,
bro. If you're not gonna be,
wait a minute.
Muted, bro.
Order, please.
So now, what he did was just read this text like we haven't read the text. I just told him we've been in the text all week, about 2 weeks now, and he just read the text and then put his own eisegetical misinterpretation on the text. That's not called exegesis. That's not how you interpret the text. Number one, Galatians, the chapter of Galatians is dealing with 3 different things here. Matter of fact, it's dealing with the oral Torah, it's dealing with the written law that was given to Moshe, and it's dealing with the sacrificial system and the works of the law. The works of the law, which is under the oral Torah pretty much, and sacrifices, because Paul uses them interchangeably. Now, he's told you guys that he has no clue what works of the law is, which is key to
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Can you stop, bro? Can you stop?
But I did not say that, bro.
Let him finish.
He let you finish, Captain. He let you finish.
Right. He has no clue whether he said that or not, and he said that. Well, I thought he said that, but even if you didn't say that, you haven't told us what works of the law is. All you did was say, "Hey, I didn't say whether it was this or that." That, you know what that's called? Rhetoric.
Works of the law. Works
Bro,
of the law.
can you stop? You cutting me? There you go, bro. If he keep talking, bro, just mute him, bro. Till I'm done, bro. Thank you. So anyway, Galatians chapter number 3. How are you going to exegete the passage and you have no clue what works of the law is? It could mean this, or it could mean that, or it could mean the other, and blah 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 blah. He read the whole book to try to get you to think that the whole chapter is dealing with the works of the law. I mean, it's dealing with the law of Moses, which is absolute nonsense. If you got a math book and you got a chapter, it could be dealing with division and multiplication at the same time. It can start off dealing with division and then deal with multiplication or division and exponents or whatever that is, whatever that you're dealing with there. So you can't say the whole book is dealing with division when I mean, it's just, this is common sense stuff. This is why I told them reading does nothing for you. You have to study and exegete. This is why the Bible say precept upon precept. Yeah, we told to read. Read is good. So I was wrong. Reading does something. I kind of took it to the extreme there. Reading does something for you. You can get something out of reading, but in order to get a full understanding, you got to study the text, especially by subject, right? And exegete the text, which really is not no spooky spiritual thing. It's just common sense, right? Just reading what the text say. Now, can you bring that back up, bro? Galatians chapter number 3. We're gonna start at verse number 1 and see. Now, some of you guys that you know went to school and you paid attention in school in your English classes and reading classes and stuff like that, they tell you that the first sentence is usually the topic. You can usually find the topic in the first sentence, what the passage is about, what the chapter is about, what the book is about, whatever. In the first paragraph, the first sentence. In fact, I was taught in my rinky-dink little city school in Baltimore City, East Side, Southeast Side. But I was taught that that's how you start your paragraph off. Now, I think sis is an educator on here, so she can correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you make your first statement is going to say what you're talking about, and then you make 4 sentences off of that, all of that good stuff, and being able to structure a good. Paul is using this, which we inherited from the Greeks, by the way. The same stuff we learned in school they got it from the Greco-Romans and all of that, and their way of methodologies of teaching and schooling and all of that. Paul was using that when he wrote this text. We can prove that. Galatians chapter number where we at? 3, verse number 1. We're going to start here. Then we're going to jump over to chapter number 1 and get some real clear context, and then we can deal with the other passages in here that's actually dealing with the law. We're not making a claim that the whole book of Galatians, that would be stupid. The whole book of Galatians is talking about the law, talking about the oral Torah. It's not. Most of it is, and the purpose that Paul wrote the letter was to deal with Judaism, was not to tell you that you don't have to keep the law, because Paul was teaching the law. We find that elsewhere in Paul's writings. So you can't isolate this text from Romans chapter number 2:13, where Paul said you will be justified. 1 Corinthians chapter number 7, verse number 19, where he says circumcision is nothing, uncircumcision is nothing, but the keeping of the commandments of the Elohim. Romans chapter number 3, verse number 31. Do we then make void the law through faith? The Most High forbid. How shall we continue in sin? Shall we continue to break the law of Moses? Shall we continue to ignore the law that was given to Moshe? That grace, so we can get some grace. You can't just isolate this text and say, oh yeah, he's talking about that here, and he's able to speak against that over in this text, and it doesn't contradict itself. You got to believe it by faith. No, I'm looking at it and it's a contradiction. So now let's take this text. He says he's given us this Judaism claim or what have you. Let's show us what Paul is talking about. And this is just Galatians 3. I told you it carried on from 1. We haven't even gotten into 1 yet, where he actually mentions Judaism and talk about excelling in the religion and all of this other kind of stuff. In other words, the topic, a chapter of this book, which sets the tone for the whole book, right? In the logical world, right? In the world of logic, right? So the first beginning of this chapter says, "O foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you, it was before your eyes that Yeshua HaMashiach was publicly portrayed as crucified. Let me ask you only this. Did you receive the Spirit by the works of the law or the hearing of faith?" Now, do you guys see works of the law there? Right? And if he's given us oral traditions, which he ain't given us nothing, we proved it through the text and through the historical context as well, and through those rabbinical writings, which we gonna get that. Pull up Maimonides, bro, and Google it. Just Google it. What did I Google? Maimonides, Rambam. Google him so I can put this foolishness to bed that he said none of the Jews, none of the Hebrews, none of the ancient Israelites believe that the oral law came from Sinai. That I proved that. Well, let's show you how bad his ill research is. Oh, we missed Galatians 3. Okay, so while she putting up there, I'm gonna read from the book for those of you guys out there. I'm in verse 2. Let me only ask you this: did you receive the books, the Spirit by the works of the law or by the hearing of faith? Right. So he's contrasting these works of the law, which is the oral commandments of men. You can't have dogs in Jerusalem. You got to wash your hands 7 times. You got to wash your pots and pans before you eat. Very good idea. But unfortunately, this is not a commandment that was given to Moshe. And yes, they believe this in the first century. So we're in this passage. Here's the context. Here's the topic. All through this, the first 2 verses, we find works of the law. We find the works of the law. Are you foolish? Verse 3, having begun by the Spirit, are you now perfected by the flesh? So now he's talking about the flesh. Is he calling the law flesh? Is he calling the law carnal? Well, that can't be. That cannot be. You know how we know that? Romans chapter number 7, where Paul clearly says the law is spiritual. Obvious contradiction. So that tells you here that this flesh that he's talking about is these man-made ordinances and taka notes and halakha and all of that you find in the Talmud and the Mishnah, right? Did you suffer so many things in vain? If indeed it was in vain, Broski here has some very good evidence that this is dealing with circumcision and them trying to be forced to be circumcised twice and all that other kind of stuff. Verse number 5. Does he who supplied the Spirit to you and work miracles among you do so by the works of the law, by the oral traditions, or by the hearing of faith, right? And like I said, we haven't even gotten into faith yet, which should be more translated as faithfulness, not belief, but consistency and doing the will of the Most High. In other words, obeying the commandments. Just as Abraham believed the Elohim, and it was counted to him for righteousness. Now, then, know then that it is those of faith who are sons of Abraham. In other words, those who obeyed the Most High, right? And the scripture foreseeing that the Elohim would justify the Goyim by pistis or faith, preached the gospel beforehand to Abraham. We got the gospel with Abraham, but I don't want to get off that, but that's a good sidebar too. So then those who are of faith are blessed along with Abraham, the man of faith. For all those who, once again, works of the law, verse number 10, for all those who rely on the works of the law are under the curse. What does this mean? What does this mean? This means all those who follow the oral Torah. This means all of those who follow the oral Torah, they are not keeping the commandments. I think the bro posted it on the screen. I think it's on the screen now. No, they moved. Right. No, it's on the screen now. If you look at the note that's being shared, John 7:49. But this people who? The Israelites, the Hebrews that he was talking to at the time that was there, right? This people, the Hebrews, right? Who knoweth not the law are cursed, right? They didn't know the law, right? Line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little, right? That's how we understand the text, right? You can't contradict. You can't get an interpretation and then it contradicts another passage or what have you. You can't do that, right? And so, for all those who are of the work of the law are under a curse. They're under a curse because the curses fall on those that are disobedient. Deuteronomy 28, I think Deuteronomy 4, all of those tell you that you're going to get curses for those that don't obey, not those that obey the law. Now, bro is saying here that this is talking about folk being under a curse that's keeping the law. And this is what these Christian apologists want you guys to think. But that makes no logical sense for this passage, because this passage is actually contrasting whatever these works of the law is, which we say is Judaism, and the oral Torah, in which we've proven through the Bible, through the context, and through those archaeology of with the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that other kind of stuff. For all those who rely on the works of the law are under a curse. You're trying to get they don't know the law. They know what somebody told them, like Christianity, right? Like this brother, you know, you don't know the Bible. You only know, you don't know what's going on here. You admit that pretty much, whether you did it directly or indirectly. Well, the works of the law could be this, it could be that. So in other words, you don't know. I asked you succinctly, tell us what the works of the law is. Did we see him expound upon that yet? He avoided that because he don't know. And he's too prideful to admit, well, I don't know what works of the law mean, because you know why? Because then we're going to say, well, why should we listen to your eisegetical misinterpretations if you don't even understand what half of the daggone text is talking about? And with the context clearly sets the tone for the whole chapter, right? Which is dealing with these works of the law, oral Torah, right? Cursed be everyone that does not abide in all things written in the law. Once again, they not doing the law because they doing the commandments of men, right? Matthew chapter number 15, verses 1 through 9. They're dealing with the commandment, 9, 10, somewhere around there, dealing with the commandments of men. Isaiah chapter number 29. Yeah. You trying to pass off your own traditions and your commandments for the commandments of the Elohim. Yep. It's all in there. Now, if it is evident that no one is justified before the Elohim by the law. So now what law is he talking about here? Now, let's put in the law of Moses. For no man shall be justified by the law of Moses, the law that he gave Moses. For the righteous shall live by faith. So whatever this law is, he's contrasting it with faith. That's obvious. It's a contrast, right? The law is not faith. And this is what he's saying, and this is what Paul is clearly saying. Those oral talking notes, the halakha, your oral traditions, the Talmud, the Mishnah is not of faith. It's not obedience to the commandments that was given to Moshe. That's what this text is saying. And my exegesis don't conflict not a single passage in the whole Bible. If it does, then bring it up and we can address it. And if I'm wrong, I will repent. But I haven't seen it. So, but the law is not of faith. Once again, either he's talking about the Mosaic law or he's not. You said he's talking about the Mosaic law. The Mosaic law is not of faith. Well, you're going to run into a problem with Matthew 23 and 23, which says that the law is faith. Whatever context is not changing the fact that Paul says in this context, whatever law he was talking about, whatever nomos, whether it be the Roman one, whether it be the Hebrew one, whether it be the Pharisaic one that our ancestors made up while they were in captivity to try to please the heathen and all of that other kind of stuff and make a religion palatable to the heathen. Yeah, that's what Judaism is. And this is why they were condemning it. It's the divine teachings given with Moshe that was mixed up with Babylonian mysticism and Egyptian mysticism and Greco-Roman philosophy and all of that other kind of stuff, right? Right. You guys heard of plenty. I mean, Philo, right? Philo, the first century Hebrew that was all a follower of Plato. He was a Neo-Platonist, right? Right. We've all heard of him, right? So they infiltrated that culture, infiltrated the and corrupted the teachings. And this is what Paul and Christ himself was dealing with. He wasn't talking about condemning the law. Paul actually confirmed the law. Romans chapter 3:31, 1 Corinthians 7 chapter, verse number 19, right? Don't nothing matter but the keeping of the commandments, the keeping of the law, right? Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. What curse? The curse of the law, according to Deuteronomy 28, only comes on those that are disobedient. But Deuteronomy 28 and Deuteronomy 4 promises blessings upon those that keep it. So how is Deuteronomy going to, not just Deuteronomy, all throughout the Torah and the Tanakh, he tells us if we keep them commandments, we're going to be blessed, right? So now how are we going to be cursed by keeping what he said we're going to be blessed? That makes no sense. It's illogical nonsense and brain rots, pure foolishness, right? But this is what you get when you try to read through and then impose your suppositions and your already learned theological foolishness on the text, right? So this is what we're doing. Now, when you get down to verse number 17, I'm going to skip down. When you get down to verse number 17, Paul is absolutely talking about the law given to Moshe. We can see that here. I'd be a fool to argue that. This is what I mean. The law, which came 430 years afterward, does not annul a covenant previously ratified by the Elohim, so as to make the promise void. Now, what promise is he talking about here? The promise to Abraham and Abraham's seed, right? So he's saying that this law that was given couldn't nullify that covenant. So if it can't nullify the covenant that was with Abraham, then all Hebrews still need to be circumcised, and everybody that's of their household and that want to sojourn with Israel have to be circumcised, right? So in other words, Paul can't teach against circumcision. Paul can't tell you that the law tells you not to be circumcised, because it does. Right? The law given to Abraham found in Genesis chapter number 12 and I think 17, the promises and the covenant that's in the Bereshit, right? It says that he has to have all his household circumcised forever. That's a part of that blood covenant that was sealed that the law couldn't change, right? Right? See, they missed that. They missed that catch-22 that they get themselves in with, oh, this is the law. Paul talking about the law, right? The law which came Paul just told you, 430 years later, does nothing to nullify the promises made with Abraham. And that promise and that covenant that was made with Abraham required us to be circumcised and obey the commandments, the divine teachings which are eternal, which preceded Moshe, right? So this is what they're saying, right? That doesn't conflict with anything else Paul said. If I'm wrong, somebody find a conflict with anywhere else in the Bible and post it, please, so I can repent, right? Because I don't mind doing that. I just want the truth, but it's not in there, right? For if the inheritance come by the law, right? Or now he's talking about the law. If the inheritance come by the law, it no longer comes by promise, but God gave it to Abraham by a promise. He's absolutely talking about the law of Moses. The promise didn't come by the law given to Moshe. The promises came to our ancestors, which cannot be changed. It wasn't the promises made to Abraham that he would bless us, that he would persecute us when we sin, and then bring us back again into the fold and be our God forever. That don't change nothing. The law, so whether we kept the law, didn't keep the law, couldn't keep the law, have kept the law, didn't know the law, none of that matters about that covenant, right? Ain't that what this say in chapter number 17? Uh-oh, Christian apologists, you have a problem. Verse number 18, for if the inheritance come by the law, no more, we did that. Verse number 19, why then the law, right? So now what Paul is dealing with, it was added because of transgression. What law was added because of transgression? Was it the Mosaic law? Remember, I told you that Paul, there's only one word used for law, nomos. My bad, not a nomos. Nomos. That's the law. Only one word used in the first century by the Greeks for law. That was nomos, right? To represent law, and that included all law, the Hebrew law, the Roman law, all of those kind of stuff. Well, the Hebrews in the first century as well. They called the written Torah the law. They called it Torah. They called it Torah. They called the oral Torah the law. They called the sacrificial, which is what Paul is dealing with now, right? And we're going to show how we know that. Why then the law? It was added because of transgression. What law was added because of transgression? What law was added because of transgression? Well, if you take a look at Shemoth, the book of Shemoth, Exodus, chapters number 19 through 31, you don't find one sacrifice for sin in there. Uh-oh. No tithes. Prior to that, we only had about 3 or 4 of the feasts during that time, right? Then when you get to 32, we got the sin of the golden calf, right? Moshe comes off of the mountain, breaks the tablets because of the transgression, right? Because of the transgression with the golden calf. And guess what? He goes back up on the mountain and gets the sacrificial law, right? He goes up there and gets the sacrificial law. And that's when you see, this is why 32 through the rest of the end of the book of Shemoth is the sacrificial law that was added because of the sin of the golden calf. Don't take my words for it. Look it up. And if you find anything to come, bring it to me and challenge me, because we've been in it and we haven't found it. And it's been more than just me. It's a group of us. And we've been going through this and going through the language and making sure that in the history and the culture and all of that other kind of stuff to make sure we got a sound understanding of this text. And notice how my exegesis, my interpretation that I extracted from the text, from the language, from the history, doesn't conflict with anything in Torah, in the writings of the Nebaim, the prophets, nor any other thing in the New Testament. Not one. But this brother who wants to say, oh, this text is talking about the law, that if you keep the law, you're going to be cursed. That contradicts the whole book that say, if even in the New Testament, it quotes the Old Testament and Christ himself. Good master, what must I do to inherit eternal life? If you want life, keep the commandments. You know what that is? If you do these things, that's Deuteronomy. That's Leviticus. If you do these things I'm telling you this day, then you're going to be blessed. If you don't, then you get cursed. That's been all the way through. So how are we going to get free of curses? By breaking the law, by ignoring the law, by not keeping the law, by strength. That is the most asinine stuff I have ever heard in my life. Christ came to redeem us from the curses of the law by getting us to break the law and thereby coming under the curse of the law. Wow. What logic? That's some awesome theology there, right? Not pure foolishness, right? So that tells you in itself. You remember when you was in school and you did 1 + 1 = 2, and they tell you to check your work by doing 2 - 1, and if 2 - 1 don't equal 1, then that you got to check your work. Remember that? Like, yeah, when we do that in Bible study, whatever interpretation that you think you got, then you got to deal with the rest of the passages in the Bible that deal with that subject, and whatever your interpretation cannot conflict any of them, right? But these Christian apologists got Paul contradicting himself. And this is why a lot of the Hebrew brethren is saying Paul is an apostate and all of this, because they caught up with the lawlessness, with the foolishness, ignorant, and lawless wickedness of the Christians, right? They're saying Paul said this, Paul said that. No, you are misinterpreting Paul's writings. Otherwise, you got Paul, the Hebrews would be right. If what the Christians are saying is true, and Paul said that the law, which we know it's not, because I'm reading it and we read it, went through it, just like we do everything in school, use your basic subject, verbs, and predicates, and all of that other kind of stuff. He's certainly not talking about the law of Moses with the works of the law. He's certainly not talking about the law of Moses not justifying. You got Hebrews scared to say that I'm justified by the law. The law does justify us. Well, it doesn't justify us in itself, but obeying the law gets you justification. That's what you're going to get justified by. Your works are going to be judged, and you're going to be declared righteous, which means justified by your works according to the Bible. And those works is obedience to what the Most High spoke. The Devarim Elohim, or the word of God, or for the Greeks, the Logos Theos, right? The word of God, which is eternal, was in the beginning, right? If you're not keeping that, it's no hope, right? You are in transgression. So we know certainly that Paul wasn't teaching these things. Otherwise, Paul is schizophrenic, and I'll be the first to say this, and I don't believe he is. Paul is one of my favorite, like I said. But if Paul was saying oh, we are the doers of the law is justified, but to the Romans and to the Galatians months before that, he's telling them, oh, you're not going to be justified by the law. Then Paul got issues, right? Paul got serious issues, and we should burn everything that he said, because the brother is obviously schizophrenic, suffering from multi-personality disorders, demons, whatever you want to call it. He got some serious issues, and we shouldn't be paying no attention to him. But let me clear this up for somebody click this and say, see, I told you they hate Paul. That's not what Paul was saying. And we can prove that through the text and through Paul's life and through the writings of their church fathers that tell you that Paul continued to keep the law. Paul taught the law to Gentiles, and this is why you got Clement at circa 70 AD, who is a disciple of Peter and a traveling companion of Paul that Paul mentions in Philippians. Some say he helped Paul establish the church at Corinthian. Clement is writing to the Gentile Corinthians in Corinth after the death of Paul, Peter, all the rest of the apostles except for John that was banished, Yehukanan that was banished to the Isle of Patmos. And Clement is writing, and guess what? These writings was a part of the original New Testament. It's a part of the oldest codexes, Sinaiticus, Vaticanus. Right after the book of Revelations comes Clement, right? Right after the book of Revelations. All the first century folk in the first century, not all of them, but majority of the first century, what they would call Christian community, we would call the Nazarene community, the Kahal, would have this. They had this. And he's teaching them to keep the law. 1 Corinthians chapter number 40. So in the writings of their church fathers, yep, the Nazarene descendants of the apostles, the disciples of the apostles, they still keeping the law with their faith in Christ, right? Epiphanius, the Panarion, chapter number 29, section 7, right? Right? Ain't that what he tell you? That church father, the bishop there. Then you got the letter to Jerome that was written, I want to say 470 something around there. Jerome wrote to Augustine, or Augustine wrote to Jerome, and they telling you that, yeah, Paul kept keeping the law, just like all the believing Hebrews do. Right?
Brother Sam,
so we can take your writings, we can take the history. First, we're going to take the Bible, first and foremost, right? Because that's our primary source. But then we can hit you with the writings of your church fathers who founded your religion in the 2nd century, those Greco-Roman philosophers. We can take the historical records of other writers, other historians from that time period, and we can prove that the 1st century Kahal was still keeping commandments. They was teaching that. And how do you have Paul telling them, what do we have, 2 feasts now? We got communion and we got Passover, right? Man, this is pure foolishness. You got the Gentiles over here, because these James and them are not eating with uncircumcised Gentiles. Period. Paul told you that. They were still keeping oral Torah, right? Galatians chapter number 2, right? Still keeping oral Torah, right? So when certain came from James, right? Yeah, they wasn't doing none of that. That's why Peter jumped up, right? They wasn't doing none of that, right? So how do you think Peter is jumping up when he's eating with some converts, but he gonna sit down and eat a whole Passat meal with folk with uncircumcised body parts? Are you serious? Because Paul said so. Man, this makes no sense whatsoever, bro. So, that's how you properly exegete the text, using the language, using the culture, using the actual just subject, verbs, and predicates in English to begin with.
So, can you hear me, Brother Sam?
You still there, bro?
Hello?
And I'm about to wrap this up, bro. If you want to still go on, you can go, but I'm about to...
Yeah, hold up.
Is the guy, Kevin G, still here?
He's on Cherry's platform lying and saying that you didn't give him any time.
Sheikah, didn't you want to say something? You wanted to go, didn't you?
Oh, my bad, sis.
Well, Sam, can Sam hear me? I don't think Sam
What's
can
this?
Hold up. Sam, can you hear Sheikah?
Nah, I can't hear. I can't hear, sis.
Yeah.
I don't know why he can't hear you, but go ahead, sis.
Basically, he ran over to Cherry.
Can the people, if you got, and I can't see the comments, bro, because my iPad thingy died, so I can't see the comments. But can you ask them if they can hear, sis? Because I can't hear, bro.
In the audience, can y'all hear Sheikah? Say some, Sheik.
Hello, hello. Press 1.
If you guys can hear sis, can you press 1, please? If you can't hear her, press 2, please. Thank you. Because I can't hear sis at all.
I can hear her, but
did you add her in, bro?
Yeah, she's in. I can hear her. I can hear her good.
Oh, I'm hoping it's not just me.
Come back in then. Let me see if that'll work.
No, did we got any viewers on here? Or did we lose them?
Yeah, we got 19 viewers.
Okay. Well, yeah. Did they respond though, bro?
I don't see them responding, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they say they can hear her. Okay, hold up. They put a 1 in. Go ahead, Sheik. Hold up. I'll let you know when she's done, Sam.
Okay, bro.
Go ahead, Sheik.
19 viewers. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I was listening in to see if I could be heard. Yeah, he ran over there to Cherry's panel, lying, saying that he was not given time and that nobody let him speak over here. He read like 2 chapters of Galatians. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, and this is the energy that this man has when he's on those platforms. Like I told him, I said, look, I don't. I, me and the people that I surround myself with don't harp on whether we the people or not. So I see those people. You were a part of a group that harped on that, and so you saw the people that you saw. And so that's what I was trying to get him to see, that you only saw what you subscribed to. And he denied that. But how come I don't see that, but you see something else? So what you see is not what everybody sees, but a self-absorbed, self-centered, and narcissistic person would believe that that is the case. Anyway, I have pulled up. I have pulled up the video where he says, "Oh, I don't smother my experience over everybody else." Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he's a liar. And then you want to call for a debate, but you cannot even exhibit any type of decorum or order on this platform, okay? And Sam conceded many times for him to speak, okay? So here he is. I'm just gonna, I don't know if the audio is gonna play or not, but I'm gonna play it. Tell me if you can hear it. Press a 1 in the audience if you can hear it. This is Kevin G's own voice, okay, doing exactly what he said that he didn't do, and I was allegedly lying about. But there's several more if you go on this woman's page. Just a moment. Can you hear? Did you hear that, Yehukana? Yehukana?
Oh, you done, sis?
Can you hear the audio that I'm playing?
Oh, no, I don't hear no audio, sis.
I don't know why it does that on my end. Hold on, let me get it. I have the video and I have the timestamp. Hold on. And I'm going to play it from my phone because, this is the hypocrisy that this man shows. He's two-faced. And I think he might even be convincing himself that he is being like Paul, Jew to the Jews and Christian to the Christians, but he's really just being a liar. And I'm glad that Sam is calling him out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I you know what I'm saying? I know Sam and him got their issues. I try to stay out of it. You know what I'm saying? They both my brothers. I love them. I rock with Sam. You know what I'm saying? Sam has taught me a lot. I've been edified by my brother. I just had to come in here and expose G-Con, and I honestly gave him time. If I could and if I didn't get a chance to screenshot the text message I sent him, I let him know that I gave him time. You understand what I'm saying? To fix this, and he refused to. So I had to come in here and I had to expose him for the liar he is. He's the son of Satan until he repents.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can hear it. Play it. Let me see.
Bro, I can't hear, bro. I can't hear sis. I can't hear nothing that's going on. I only hear you, bro.
Okay, hold on. I can hear it. Hold up. All right, man, I'm gonna let you know when she done, Sam. Hold up. Let him play it, sis. We're gonna mute out. I'll let you know when she done, Sam.
Right. Man, forget a race. That's a celestial. That's something that we can't even compete with. Talk about some afro hair. You know what's so crazy? Bro, you know what's so crazy though? Because you really think about it, like, oh man, bro. I know you. Like, when you think about it, why would God and them just be like, ain't nothing wrong with black future. Black is beautiful. I'm being real, it is. But my thing is just that, not that there's anything wrong with the hair or anything like that, but like, you gotta actually believe it. They believe that there's just a bunch of brothers up in heaven with froze, cornrows, dread. It's like, if it's not Afrocentric, like if you really think about it, it's like the good times painted. It's like they ain't having like no, don't be like that. No, I'm just saying, it's like, because when you hear it, it's like, look at them, God, and you should hear when they preach it, because I was in this conference calls, they'd be like, Jesus was black. He said, black is beautiful. Could you imagine if they saw what the heaven and the angels looked at, and they just saw a bunch of brothers just out there, and then it was like, everybody was like, yeah, for real. But then to me, looking back, it's like, man, that was some brainwashing. Like, y'all honestly, like, for real, y'all gonna see clouds of heaven open up, and y'all gonna see glory and the angels come down, and we're just gonna see a bunch of, man, come on, man. They gotta be real. They know that these are something else. These ain't just a bunch of brothers that's up in heaven just chilling. And they like, oh, we know you one of us because you got our skin, and they racist, right? So they coming out in heaven, the angels coming down, and like, who's black like me? Like, could you imagine that? Right. That's crazy. It makes God and the angels racist now, because they coming down and they black, and they like, oh, we want the black folks. And you can see this. Well, they claim that God is racist. Man, God ain't racist. He just said when they picked out the king, I don't look at the outward appearance.
So we're gonna stop right there. Clearly, he's saying they. He's not being specific to the wayward group that he decided to join and stay with. He's not talking about anything. They're talking in general about, about Israelites. Okay, they are talking in general about Israelites, and this is how he goes on. And he goes on that platform, and he wants to clown people. He wants to talk about how we all think, because he knows a few brews, and he was a part of the Yahweh war machine, or the Hebrew war machine during Command on trial, and so therefore he has a really good view about what all of us must be talking about. He is a liar. He went over there and said that Sam didn't give him no time to talk. He read 2 chapters of Galatians, but he didn't have time. Then he said, well, why couldn't he just make a point? Why couldn't you make a point? This is the energy and the two-facedness that comes with Kevin G. His energy changes wherever he's at, and it's a problem. So I just wanted to point that out. And I hope that you guys do have a debate, but it has to be on a neutral platform. This boy could not even demonstrate the discipline that he would have to have a debate at all. It was disgusting and despicable. The only reason why I spoke on it because Yehukanan was going in and out, and I'm like, yo, bro, he let you talk. Now let him talk, and you will have a chance to rebuttal. And I said that in the back chat as well. So, I mean, basically it is fear. Fear. He's so fearful. Him, Cherry, G-Con, all of them are fear. They fear you being able to bring out a point that would prove them wrong, that will make them look inferior with their inferior knowledge of the text. So, I mean, I don't even know what to do with these people anymore. That's why I try not to deal with them anymore. They're stagnant. Their spiritual growth is not happening, which means that they don't have the Spirit because they're disobedient and they're following of the Most High. And we know Acts 5:32 says the Spirit is given to those who obey. Obey what? They don't know. Oh, the new laws of Christ, but you believe in an eternal Christ. Okay. Romans 5:19 says, by one man's disobedience, the world fell into sin. By another man's obedience, many were made righteous. How is that? Didn't Christ walk perfectly in the statutes, laws, and commandments? And if you're following him, how come you're not doing the same? So they are walking contradiction, and they have to keep on interrupting, changing the goal, pivoting, and doing all these things. And ironically, that happened to Kevin G a lot. He used to be on there trying to defend stuff. He did a poor job of it, but he used to be on there trying to defend stuff, and they would pivot, change the subject and stuff. And now all he's done is picked it up and is doing the same thing. So with that, y'all, I gotta get in the bed. Y'all have a good night. I'm glad that I can be here and support you. Please just keep on bringing out the truth of the scriptures, and the best defense towards their ill behavior, their ill character, their misteachings is a good solid foundational teaching on the truth. That's the defense. We don't have to attack them or whatever, but we do have to call it out when they're being disingenuous. We do have to call it out when you jump ship over here and then have to go over there, and then you actually tell real deal lies. We have to call that out. So with that, I say shalom. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, bro, did she finish, bro? I think because I got a delay on my phone. I was able to pull a
Yeah, she
YouTube
finished.
up on my phone.
I was listening to Kevin G over there lying and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
He went over there.
He on another platform?
He on Cherry platform lying. I never said anything about me being a real Jew. I said that the boy had a problem with my autosomal showing that I connected to Coachine.
That's all right, bro. Just let him go.
So he done went over there talking about, the issue came out about who the real Jew, like who was a real Jew or fake Jew. Like he went over there and lied, but that's cool.
Man, they gotta make up stuff. The reason why, because he came on here and made a fool of himself. You want us to believe in your eisegetical misinterpretations of the text when you clearly admitted that you don't understand very key points of that's made in the text, like works of the law. If you can't define works of the law, then how are you going to exegete? How you going to exegete, the text? Or how do you want me to, trust your interpretation of the text? And this is why I was trying to stop him about the reading, but I went on and let him read through the passage, even though it was killing me, because I knew what he was doing. You wasting time. We've been on this thing 5 hours, and we only intended to be on here an hour or two. 5 hours, and you going through reading the whole chapter. We read it. Now bring some understanding, exegete the text. No exegesis whatsoever. I'm gonna read through the text. I'm gonna throw my already preconceived opinions on top that don't match with what the text is saying. Paul is talking about a few different things in that text, as we can see. Works of the law. He's talking about the Mosaic law. He's talking about the sacrificial law added because so you can't take the whole text, read through the whole text. See, right here at the end, he's talking about the law. So this proves that the whole chapter is talking about the written law given to Moshe. That's actually crackhead theology and pure foolishness. And this is what I be talking about these urban apologists, bro. I mean, it's just sickening, man. It's just sickening. You want people to sit up and listen to you and all this, and you're not even making common sense, bro. Common sense. And then you lie and I didn't say this, and I didn't mean this. What context? Either the faith is in the law or it's not. Faith is a part of the law or it's not. What context is faith not a part of the law? What context? Zero, none. So your excuse and trying to back just made it worse. You just sound a lot more crazy, bro. This is what I'm saying. So they agreed to it in public. Now we got it in the comments. My stuff was delayed, so I'm just now seeing it. Both Kevin G and G Con agreed to have a sit down with us on this topic. We want to get it moderated. They can have it on somebody else's channel. I don't care. I just want to get to these issues and get them to a point where they can't run. They can't control the conversation. They can't say we control the conversation because we got an independent moderator. Matter of fact, they can get brother Jephthah. And he's a Christian, so you can bring brother Jephthah on. He can be the moderator on there. I feel comfortable with him. He's a Christian. We disagree, so they don't have no excuses to say we stack the deck or whatever. Go get your crew, bring them to the table, and let's discuss how ignorant and stupid this evidence that we're bringing out, like the cultural context, using simple subject, verbs, and predicates, not trying to jumble a whole chapter and together and get an understanding without exegeting, you know, the different sections. He's talking about this here, he's talking about that there, he's talking about this there, and just because he said this here don't mean he's talking about that in the whole passage. So, you know, but anyway, they agreed. So let's set it up so that we can get it before the Kahal and show them how ignorant these folks are and where they can't run. Muting will be in full effect because you see this as soon as you start hitting a nerve with these folks. And I was a little kind of hard on them too, but that's because of the lying stuff that they was doing and putting my name out there and not even inviting me to the table, you know, so I can have a defense of myself. And then you cut me off. You didn't cut me off because you felt so bad after you went home and reviewed that tape and saw how you got chewed up. Then you felt you would need to come and repent, and then you come here with the foolishness and try to gaslight and be deceptive. Oh no, you misunderstood what I was saying. I didn't say that, trying to cop deuces, and you still you should have just repented, and that would have just made it better. Now you came on here and made a greater fool of yourself. What I was saying was in context. So now, what context is faith not a part of the law when Christ said faith is a part of the law? How can you contextually separate the two? You can't. It makes no sense whatsoever. Period. So yeah, bro. But it's 2:00, bro. I'm getting ready to get out of here. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Those of you guys that tuned in, we appreciate it. Please don't forget to like the video, share the video so we can get this message out. Please subscribe so you can put us on a level where we can compete with these guys. In most cases, they take us for a joke. We got a couple subscribers. I'm not on here. We're not on here all the time. We will try to pick it up, but we're not going to just yap out gums just because we want to get viewers and talk a whole bunch of unbiblical nonsense and stuff folk want to hear so we can, you know, get viewers. We want to get to the issues, have some biblical discussions, and actually bring some sources to the table, you know, and get to the meat of these issues. So we appreciate all of you guys tuning in. Like I said, please don't forget, like, share, subscribe, hit the bell button so you can be notified of all upcoming events. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all. That's it.
All right, bro. You got to end it on